Hello. Wait, I think I know why it's struggling. Because isn't, with Love and Light, isn't Stream Elements like closing or like shutting down? I think maybe it's balking because, I don't know, maybe that's the reason. Oh shit. Hi Axel. Feel better, doll. I'm so sorry. Oh, who's that? No, Brett. John, sorry. No, baby. Who's that? Is that a person? Anytime I say I'm the best at something, I always say like Sydney because I know I'm not the best. That's funny. Same brain cell. Who's Slater? What the hell? I gotta sneeze. I gotta sneeze. Oh my god, thank you. Jesus. How was your birthday? No, you don't know Slater? Really?
Thank you for
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Okay.
Put your ass away, child.
Sounds like someone I have to look up. Maybe I've heard them.
Demented Stanny just subscribed.
I'm bad with names, but I'm good with other shit. Danny, 66 baby. How are you? What, your birthday dinner? Wait, talk to me. What are you eating? What are you eating? Everyone, hello. Crash, hello. I did it. How are you? Thank you so much. Hello, hello. Aloha, if you will. I didn't know what I wanted to play today. I was gonna check out the Retro Rewind update, but I don't think there's a lot. And I was like, I don't know what I feel like playing. And then I thought, you know what? I mean, if people are down, I like added the Discord. I was like, do you want to play Mecha? And then people said they wanted to. So I was like, okay, I might do that then. Morning. Hi, Mickey. Hello. Look, to be real with you, I was going to have another day off. I just don't feel good. But you guys know if you're in the Discord, it's just me is really worrying me. And then I also have a really bad Shark Week. It's like the worst one since I've been on meds. So it's just not good. I honestly think maybe, I reckon the stress is bringing out my PMDD. Do you reckon that's a thing? Because I've been having really good periods. Sorry, guys, if you're like new, you're like, girl, it's talking about a period again. But I've been having really good periods, and then I think the stress is bringing out the PMDD. Because, girl, I can't. Yeah, I'll probably do a small one today. I honestly like, especially with, this sounds so dramatic, and I'm only just saying this to be transparent. This is not for anything else. But like, I really, especially with how sick Mia is and how many times I'm going to the vet, I honestly can't afford any more time off. Like, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Because she had 3 injections yesterday, which she did really well. She did really, really well. I'm so proud of her. And more meds. But the only issue is she's hiding under the bed again today, which is not like her at all. She never hides. So that's annoying. So I'm waiting for her to come out and hopefully eat because she hasn't eaten. So yeah, little booby. Oh, my meds. Gotta get my meds. Yeah, thank you guys. I really feel for her. She's never been this sick in 14 years, so it's a new experience for me too. So this is what makes me confused, John, is I think they're just a little bit confused because she should be better by now. But the issue is she's struggling to have her meds, and we've tried everything, like you name it. I even had to order, guys. I had to order this liquid compound because she's not taking her main tablet. And if you've ever had to get meds compounded, you know how expensive that is. That should be arriving today. But they said, I don't know, they said that, so she had steroids yesterday and she had an antibiotic and she had an anti-nausea because she was throwing up her meds because she hasn't been eating. And I've tried so many different foods. Like I've bought so many different brands. I've never had this experience with her because she always eats. She loves food. She loves food. Striker, my love. Thank you. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Definitely some pussy tossing going on in this household.
Striker_500 has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you. That's
Naughty
really
boy.
nice. I really appreciate that. For Mimi. I appreciate that. I really, really do. If I'm able to do my Cluntmas in Jaloon next week, honestly, it's probably going to be all for Mimi. For Mimi girl. So, yeah. They gave him within 8 hours. Okay, she hasn't eaten yet. I'm hoping that today she eats because she doesn't usually hide under the bed. So I don't know what's going on, but I got to give it time. Yeah, Pixel. I had to get a script to then get it compounded for her. Jaloon! I love Jaloon so much. Striker, thank you, doll. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you guys feel better as well. Doll, Henry. I've definitely been there. I've definitely been there. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing today. I have a up and go. Eggy Boy's 11 years younger than me, so I'm showing the shot will help her. But yeah, I'm hoping the shot kicks in. She was very well behaved with the shot. She had one in like her back, one in her leg, and one up the top. And she honestly did so well. But the vet basically said, because I'll talk to Chris about this, and Moo's on steroids. Because they say when you take steroids and they're older, because she's 14, over time it's not good for their kidneys and stuff. But Chris was like, yeah, we get that, but this is the only way we're going to keep her alive. And I'd rather her be alive than just, you know what I mean? And that the vet, the thing that annoyed me was the vet was like, look, like, I don't want to say this, but we can look into like some euthanasia, like if we need to, if nothing works. I'm just like, girl, she's a healthy cat. Like, why are we skipping to that? Like, she is a healthy kitty. This is the only time she's been sick, and apart from that, like, she's acting like she's 8. Like, she's not old. She's not acting like a senior cat. So it's just like, you need to lock in. With love and light, you need to lock in. You know what I mean? Like, I understand, because I've been thinking it too. Trust me. But like, it's also, I know that she's healthy. Like, if you remove this, she's healthy. So it's like, we have to lock in, please. We have to lock in, because I'm the one really figuring out how to fix it. Because he's like, have you had a shower with her in the room? Like, yes, of course I have. Like, I've done everything, and they give me all these suggestions that I've done. Like, I got the compound myself. They didn't suggest that. I got that. I got pill pockets to try. That didn't work. I also got like this pill shooter thing for their mouth. Like, I'm doing all this. You're just supplying all the drugs. Once a week, once a week. That's the way of being. If you can't, yes, yeah, Henry. And I get that. And I'm never mean to them. And I'm like, I hear them, but in my head, I'm like, can you just please help? Can you just give her like the steroids? Because I didn't want to give it to her because she's older. But then Chris was like, no, that's fine. Like, this is the only thing that might help, you know? Yeah, exactly, Henry. Exactly. He didn't even offer up like, I thought he was going to offer up maybe keeping her overnight, even though that would have been even more expensive. But like, I didn't expect it to go the way it was. But at least she got her shots. Hi Sarah. How are you, doll?
Vespertine92 just subscribed. Carl Silly, Carl Silly, Carl Silly.
What the fuck? Stop. Yeah, I know. We'll try feeding him. Oh, okay. Yeah, I honestly think, like, if she doesn't get better again, I might take her to another vet. Yeah, Nate, that's what I'm scared of, is they just feel a little bit nonchalant. I don't know. How are you, Nate? Jabs as well. Vess, hello, my love. How are you? I needed this. Me too. I'm gonna get some, so if you want to do this, if you want to get the maps while I'm adding them to save time, you're more than welcome. I just want to try a few. I can tell you the ones that I have as well. I'm definitely gonna try art gallery. Oh, never mind. Oh wait, it's too many requests. Hold. I have police station as well. We're doing well. Yay! Hi, Fee. How are you, my love? Yeah, like, I don't know. They're really lovely, but also at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. You can download in the lobby, yeah. I just thought if you wanted to do it now, you're so welcome, but it does prompt you in game. I'm pretty sure I have I have Minecraft House, Art Gallery, the Market, Police Station. I'm just gonna see what else is available. Fall Guys! Oh shit. Fall Guys? That would be ridiculous. I'm also down to do a lot of hunting today, guys. I love hunting. I don't know why. I'm actually into it. Oh my god, that would be ridiculous. Okay, I'm just gonna add all these maps. I would like to fall on guys. Let me do a poll and just see who's like thinking of joining. Because I'll do like the max thing. We'll just get an idea. Anyway, I don't want to be a negative Nance at all. I just want to give you an update because this is frustrating. Because it's another month where I'm like, guys, things are weird. But like, I have to give myself some credit because it's not easy. Anyway, the maps are, fuck, I'm a little pussy. Minecraft House, gallery, just ignore it. The Market, police station, Fall Guys, restaurant building. I want to get more. Sponge Seekers suck. I tried that. It wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. Bowling is fucked because you can hide anywhere. I tried some yesterday on a public lobby. I just feel like I'm... Sorry. Oh. I just feel like I'm ruining a lot of my life at the moment because so much is going on. But like, I know she comes first. I just feel like... Oh, Jesus. I hate that like the stress has brought out PMDD as well because that's not making it even worse, you know? I just feel so like... I don't know, I just feel so lost. I just don't know what to do and she's hiding and I can't even help her and it sucks, you know? It sucks. But I know like, I know it'll get better with time. I just hate that like May was hard, you know? And like June got better and now it's hard again and I just feel like I'm not working. I'm not doing enough and I hate that because I just feel like I'm just pushing everyone away in my life and I hate that. You know what I mean? Like I hate that I can't show up for you guys. It annoys me. It annoys me. So I was meant to stream yesterday and I know I couldn't because of Mia, but like I just feel crap about that, you know? And I was gonna stream last night and then I was like, girl, you're tired. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I know you're not gonna like this word. I'm just gonna say it, but I know it's not true. I just feel like I'm failing. And I know that's my PMDD brain because honestly, my intrusive thoughts or whatever you want to call them have been so loud. And I hate it. I just hate that I can't shut it off. Yeah. Yeah, it's just bad timing, I guess. Thanks, D. I appreciate that. I'm sorry, guys. This is not on my bingo card. Like, I know, I just... Yeah. I cried so much on Saturday, or Sunday, I think it was. My eyes were so swollen. It was so swollen. Like, my eyes were hurting. That's how much I was crying. Like, It's just so annoying. I don't know. I just feel so silly. Yeah, I know. I'm just over feeling human. That sounds crazy. What I mean by that is, you know when shit happens in your life, and I know we all can relate to this, but like, you know when everything is happening and you feel like you can't keep up with it and you're not doing stuff, like the house gets, you know, like I cleaned it yesterday, but like, you know when you feel like, I can't think of the word, you feel so behind. I just feel so behind in so many aspects right now. Yeah, I think I'm so overwhelmed. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I really don't want to dump this on you. I didn't mean to. Yeah. It's just weird. I don't know. Your whelp level is already higher. Yeah, true. I just thought this would be fun to play because it's chill and we can like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Dump it all over me, ayo. Yeah, no, I'm reading everything, by the way. Sorry. I'm sorry. This week will be good, though. This week will be good. I have an up and go here, which I know is not ideal, but at least it's something, because I don't... Yeah, true, you're right. This is the first time Mia's been super sick, so I guess this is like a new experience as well. Hi, J-Rod. Sorry, doll. You've come in a little emotion moment. My kitty is just not doing well, but I'm good. Apart from all of that, I'm okay. Oh, Leah, I know. Look, I'm sorry to hear that as well. I know. I was even like trying to give myself a pep talk earlier. I was like, girl, you know you're gonna feel better in a couple of days. Like, you just need to feel it. As much as it sucks, you need to get it out. I'm sorry, guys. If you're going through it as well, like, you are not alone. Like, next time you have a... Yeah, honestly, Sarah, next time you're all having a bit of a moment, just know that I'm probably in that moment with you. Like Joe Dirt, when you look at the moon and you're crying, Carla's probably crying at her moon as well. You know what I mean? They say up and go shakes up your morning, but I don't want to be shaked in the morning. True. True. I had a really cute stream set up yesterday. I was going to just organize my, which I might do again another time, but I was just going to go live off my phone and organize my Pokemon cards and just talk in my PJs. Last time you had something hard happen, you got through it. Yes, true. I was mooing, crying. Mooing? Girl, that Jodet rep is crazy. I mean, he doesn't talk about crying at the moon, but they talk about looking at the moon. So I, you know, gave my own thing. By the way, I just noticed while I was crying, but I was like, girl, not the time. I saw a West Hunt inspired map. Leah, we're eating today. We're eating. You're my Joe Dirt. No, Jose, I need to, you know what, like, I think I've been so, like, I'm going to subscribe to it. I think I've just been so stressed that I haven't been like, I've been like doing a bit of Overwatch with friends and then stopping, but like I really need to exercise. I need to do something for some endorphins. You can join,
Gamer
Lily.
Guy 187 just resubbed for 57 months.
There's no requirement. Recognize knowledge that always feelings appear to be not actually you or your life. Actually helps off doesn't pick. Yes. That's what, like... Oh, Hyper. That's so nice. Yeah, like... I know it's not me. You know what it feels like? I'm gonna try and describe this. I mean, we'll play Mecha. I'm so sorry. If you're here for Mecha and you're like, girl, you're crying. I get it. I'll stop in a second. But, oh my god, my schedule is so wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so wrong. Wow. What schedule was this? When was that? That must have been like 2022 or something. The hell? Damn, that's ancient. My schedule doesn't exist at the moment. It will, I promise though. 6:30 Eastern is crazy. What was I doing? Weekends? No, I will get back into weekends, I promise. Hi Wolf, how are you? Oh, I remember that Iron Bark. He called me and was like, it was an Australian millionaire question. And I picked the wrong one. I picked Iron Bark and it wasn't the answer. Anyway, and we rated him. Anyway, so I was thinking yesterday or today how I'm feeling. The stream is on. Hope that helps. I should put that as my thing. Wait, I'm going to do that. Command edit. That's funny. Anyway, what it feels like is how I felt prior to starting my medication. And that I think is really scary because I haven't felt like this, say, in like 7 weeks. So to feel that again, it feels scary, but I know deep down, I know that it's not going to cure everything and you're going to have a hard month here or there. Like it's not, I really do get that. But because I've been feeling so good, going back to the start has made me feel so emotional and so like just negative towards myself. In it, yeah, it feels like a setback. Oh, I'm sorry, Henry. But I know that's like not it. How often do you stream around 10 a.m. your time? I would say pretty often at the moment. I think especially with Mimi, like I'm just running around in the morning after her. Pardon me. But I really do want to. Here's the thing. When all the daylight savings happen at the end of the year, 10 a.m. is actually a great time because it's still really early for all of you. But right now, it's super late. Because usually 1 p.m. for me is 9 p.m. Eastern. But 9 p.m. Eastern is now 11 a.m. for me. So it's really hard. Like, I really got to start earlier, but I've been struggling to start earlier. So yeah, 10 my time is the average for sure. Probably not the best. Probably not the best. I'll admit it. I gotta move my body and I did get some fruit yesterday though, so I'll be having some fruit for a little snack soon. And guys, for the first time in my life, I'm trying a period app. This one's pretty cool, I will admit. It's pretty cool. I think so. It's lively. Axel, I think it is. I think it's lively. And what's cool about it is it tells you things that will help you on your on specific days of your cycle. So like it has all these little things. So it has like, I think that a woman's face came up when I opened it and it was like, I wanted to create something. So I'm going to assume it is. But it's really cool because it's like, it shows me things that would help me today. So like different foods, it just gives you tips, which is nice. And it tells you like quotes and like things to do. It's nice. I don't know.
Put your ass away, child!
Cass, that's crazy.
Emily Gig just subscribed. 1 month shy of 5 years, and what a crazy 5 years it has been.
Girl,
Grateful
half a
for you,
decade and
Carlson.
gamer as well. Sorry, gamer. I was in the middle of being emotional. Thank you so much for your 57. Oh, there you go, Idon. Woo! I thought so, because when I opened it, it was very like, I wanted to create something for us, and I was like, yeah. Anyway, Gamer, thank you for 57, my love. I appreciate that so much. And Emily, I appreciate you so much as well. What the fuck? That is insane to me. I appreciate it so much. Well, yes, but that's none of your business. Yeah. You might be horny today. It's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, wait, let me subscribe to these. Oh, Nuketown. I know this is going to be so buggy, but like we're going to try everything today. And then Chris also messaged me saying we might do some with the boys later in 2 to 3 hours. So it might be a big mecha day. If we're still playing this in 2 to 3 hours, cool. If not, I'll jump back on. This is going to be absolutely awful, guys. We're just going to try out heaps of custom maps that are probably going to be arse, but that's the fun, okay? I'll also try to hunt as much as I can because I love it. I do love some of those men songs. What the hell do they know about period? And the new map, true. So if you're down, yeah, I like hunting. I like the challenge. So if you want to know what I have so far, I have meeting room, Viking dining, Minecraft house, art gallery, swimming pool, police station, the market, Simpsons house. I just wanted to try some more stuff. That's really nice, Jabs. I tried to install it the other day and it didn't work. I have to do a workaround. But I definitely think I would stream more if I could hide a little bit. But also, those filters are still good for you to see like my expressions and stuff, which is nice. So I'm definitely thinking about it, but that's very sweet. Thank you. Something exciting though. Tomorrow is Friend Slop, guys. And I'm so excited for tomorrow's Friend Slop. Okay. So a lot of you are going to be like, girl, but trust me, it's going to be good. We are going to play with Crispy and Chris and Sammy. We're doing DBD together. We're doing 4-man outs. And then we're also going to do custom games where we each be Jason as well. So we're each going to have a turn at Jason. It's going to be fucking ridiculous. I always love playing DBD with them. It's a new game when we play with them because we have all these comms and everything. So that's going to be super fun. And then Grand Day, we are playing Burgle and Gnomes again because the full game is out. So that's going to be really cool as well. And then US Wednesday, I'm seeing Mummy. And then I'll stream after, or I'll get Mum in on like a stream. I don't know. We'll see if we can. I'll figure something out. But I'm streaming the next 4 days, obviously. And then next week, US Sunday, my Monday, we're doing our Cluntmas and Jaloon, which I'll give you more details about. But you'll get a super long stream. And then also next week, we have a sponsor. We're starting our sponsor. I don't know if I can say anything, but it's a really cool sponsor. They'll be sponsoring me every week. I don't know if I can say anything, but all I will say is this one's a special one because it is a food sponsor. And this was my late stepdad's favorite treat. It makes me think of him. So it's actually really cool that I'm getting sponsored by this company. I haven't told them that, but just so you know, that's going to be really cool. So, I don't know. Well, everyone knows what this is, which is cool. No, Axel, but you will like it. You will like it. I'm very excited. It's going to be really chill, really fun. So next week's going to be a big one. I'm very excited. So we'll have our Cluntmas and Jaloon, which is super exciting. I'm going to get everything for that. And the cap for that stream is 30 hours. Now, listen. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's going to be impossible to hit 30 hours. So don't stress. So I know it's easy, but Carla, what the fuck are you doing? You're stressed. No, I know. It's just a cap. It's not like... No. It's going to be fun. We will be doing more like RBT and all that stuff as well. We're doing Cluntmas in July, but 2 days early because I have sponsors in July. So it's Cluntmas and Jaloon, Emily. I'm very excited.
Imrue just
all right, let's
for 51 months.
Let's do a quick 1-2. Oh, this one was good. This one was so annoying. I love this one. Cluntmas and Jaloon is so funny, and I don't know who came up with it. Who came up with it? Someone came up with it and I went, that's so funny. And now when I say it, people are like, oh my God, that's so funny. I'm like, I didn't come up with it. Who came up with it? Thank you so much for 51. I appreciate you. And Nebula and Gamer, thank you for your streaks. Oh my god. I really should take supplements as well. No, but you're right. You're right. I haven't been looking after myself. Straight up. I haven't. I just like shooting a lot. Real. What was I gonna say? With the credit card company dispute. What? Nah. Have you gone to fair trading? What's fair trading called in the States? What's the company saying? You should say I want a refund of half. What? I know, Kaz. I know when I first started working out, I was like, oh, I'm happier. You know what? Oh, I don't. What? Yeah, when I started working out and I felt better, I was like, they were right. Oh, wait, I missed the poll. How many people said they would play? I guess it doesn't matter. We'll do server name. Moan. Password moaning. Maybe I'll put it as like 15 to start. Moan is crazy. Guys. Create server. Chaloon. Also, there will be Mecha Chameleon. Hi, Varg. There will be badges. Do you have anything specific you would like for a badge, or do you want me to just do it all? Like, do you want to be surprised? Do you want something funny and something sweet? Because I will have the 2 badges again. Something Christmas themed. Why can't I get in? Get in! The thumbs up thing, guys, you can vote on a hiding spot. Someone's hiding spot. Mimi and a Santa's hat. Something bush related. The name is Moan and the password's moaning, all lowercase. No, Charlie, try again. Insane title. Goobs, it's true. Get in here. If you dare. Sorry. Mimi in a Santa hat? Tammy, there's never any ads for you. What does it say, Charlie? I need you in. We'll start with the new map first. Before we do... Bro! Take me back! Oh, wow. Oh. Wait, it did work? Alright, we'll do basic. Moan themed Carla merch? Yes. Hey, that's where I'm going. Oh, I'm so jealous. I might be going in June. Oh, no, January. Sorry. Hunter wait time. I'm going to give you guys... I want you guys to have enough time because people never give enough time. I'll give you like a minute and a bit. 2 minutes and a bit. And then we'll do... Force interval 30 seconds. And look, there's different sizes now. I told you I'm going to Bangkok for work next month. My store is #1 in the world. And I get to party in Bangkok for 3 days with the top 3% of the company. What? Em, I'm so proud of you. Emily is... I want you to know something about Emily. Emily... Oh, you're gonna make me cry. I love Emily so much. God, I'm on my period. I'm on my period. This is so funny. Sorry. I'm laughing. I really am. Oh my god. Emily's like my little sister. This is so pathetic. And I'm just so proud of her. Emma's just such a good person. I'm so proud of her. Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm just gonna cry all day, I think. I'm gonna literally, like, someone's gonna say something nice, and I'm gonna be like, I'm on my period, don't. Like, you can't be nice to me today. You actually can't. You are banned. Tammy, good to see you, my love. You're never having ads, ever. It's so funny because Skatewitch and Grand stream, I forget what we were talking about. I think Graham was talking about how I was funny on my period playing Overwatch. And then Skatewitch is like, one thing about Carla, she's always on her period. And you know what? That made me laugh because it feels like my period never stops. Like, time's going so quick that I feel like all you hear me say is, I'm on my period. Oh, Daydream. That's beautiful. Oh, my dear. Girl, same. Caitlin, real. Real. Yeah, no, I really... Do you have a good brand that you like, Em? I need to take supplements. It's ridiculous at this point. Yeah, mumbly, exactly. Where do the tears come from? You don't want to know, man. Wait, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. Okay, good to know. Have I answered what you want? Do you want to share a period? That's crazy. Wait, that sounds really crazy. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Balti has iron. Yeah, I need iron and magnesium. Look up in game. Girl! Nipples, penis. Thank you. I feel so much better now. Thank you so much. That's crazy. I will hunt, guys, if you would like, the first round, so you can have your goes. I actually don't mind hunting. Is that crazy? Kaz. Real. 3 days late for my period. I'm angry. I hate being late, but you know what I hate more? I can't run an ad, Tammy, because I just ran one, but I'll snooze it. She's primal. I hate being early. I was so early. Shags, how are you, doll? All right, let's do our first one, and then if you... How do I join? Oh, get in! Get in! I know, Tammy, I know. But just in case. Okay, so go in, join a server ping. The server name is moan, lowercase, and the password is moaning. Been early the last 2. I know, right? No, I need to, yeah. That's what the doctor told me to do. And I just haven't yet because I'm scared. But I'm definitely deficient in so much. Like, I would be, for sure. I'm usually always early, then I'll get a late one and get scared. Yeah, true. True. We can suffer together. The hunt clunt. There is a link to join Discord. Discord command. And then, if your Twitch isn't linked with, Discord, I can give you a role. Also, Emily, so sorry about that, babe. I'm just really proud of you. That's amazing. That is amazing. I'm good. I'm back. I'm back. Em's like, can I ever tell Carla a good achievement? Is she just gonna cry? The fuck? Okay. We'll start, guys, and then people can keep joining. It was cute. Oh, thank God. I'll take it, babe. 6 inches? That's huge. Sorry. But no, that's amazing. I have never played. You're gonna love it. If you need any help, message chat. Message chat. Time to get full bush out. I can't believe I'm playing Mecha. I really wanted to, guys. I don't know. It's kind of relaxing. And I weirdly love hunting now. When I first played this game, I hated to hunt because all I wanted to do was hide. But I actually love playing as the hunter now. Your bush. You shaved it. What? You know what I find so funny about periods? Well, I find this. I mean, I think it's fun. I think it's funny. It's so funny having your period, right? And then by the end of your period, you're like, I have a full bush. 7 days growth is crazy. Sorry. Look at that ass. Wow. Blonde bush. Yep. Perfect. Wait, I look good. I look really good. Wait, the carpet doesn't match the drapes? Yeah. Pink, did you get kicked, babe? We could do chest hair? Hey, we could. Pink, did it kick you? I think you can join again. I don't think so. Oh, okay, cool. It said you left. Must be a bug. God, I'm so good. Alright, guys, I'm coming to find you. On the aesthetic, the low rise and the butt cry. Yeah, why is it so low rise? Wheezy, why is it so low rise? Oh, I haven't seen this map yet. This is gonna be hard not to like look at things. Whoa, this is cool. Oh, wow. No, don't hate on the matching bush hair. It's so sexy. Nice, Pudge. Wow, this is cool. Oh, nice. Where are you? Is someone in here? Someone has to be here. No? Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Is someone up here? No. Oh, someone's up here though. Ugh. Ugh. Girl, get off there. Who is that? Who is that? Girl, get off. Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that girl? Let me shoot you. Oh, I'm distracted. Girl, I'm missing all my shots. Lily. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh, nice. Guys. Oh my god. Tammy, you gotta play. Someone's a window. Someone has to be up here. Oh, nice! That was a good one. That was really good. Oh, someone's blinking. Where did they go? Where did they go? What the hell? This is a fun map, but it's definitely... There's so much going on. No, don't find me. You're so sexy. Moving sucks. I'm sorry, bestie. Are you in this dark little spot? Where are you? Oh, nice. Oh, wait, I've already found you. Where's the bread? Oh, Axel. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, good one. Good one. Guys, can you give me heaps of thumbs up during my round so when I go into public lobbies, I look like a sweat? And they're scared of me? Oh! That's so good. What the hell? Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
It'll give you the option to do a little G.
Isn't Court just subscribed?
When you
Isn't
spectate someone.
Lucas isn't Lucas.
Court, thank you for 49. Hell yeah, I appreciate you. You know what, guys? I'm gonna have a little go at Japan if that's okay. I don't know who wants to hunt, but I'm gonna have a quick little go. And then I'll be back to hunting. Because I actually really like hunting. I was screaming. That was crazy. I can't believe how much you were just jumping around. That was absolutely crazy. Okay, I need to think. I think I'm gonna go like real basic and try and do a license plate. But I don't think this is going to work. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Hi, Connie. How are you, doll? Well, that's nice. Side angle's not gonna be good. That's okay. Okay, and now I'm going to get this. I'm gonna be found instantly, but it was the thrill of doing this. That's so not good. Oh my god, so bad. No. Okay. Wait, is that a bug? This is such a fun stream community game. I'm so happy you guys want to play it as much as I do. Leah going for the cock, yep. I kind of want to spot them with Leah. Oh, whoa. That's fun. That's fun. Classic. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That's nasty. Nice. Um, 5 and then 4, Charlie. Speaking of, girl, what the hell? It's new, Mikey. It's just basically giving someone kudos for their spot, and then you accumulate your thumbs up. Poor horsey. Yeah, definitely. There are some maps where they have a limit, and other maps like this one, I was surprised how high you could go, but I guess it makes sense. You can climb as well, but like before, I wish you could like stop up here to shoot them because it gets kind of hard. Camilla, did you join? Do you need a roll? Yeah, some wedge points, you can't do, and then others you can. Very interesting. But they just surpassed so many, I think, what, it was 6 million or something copies, so they'll keep updating it, which is cool. Oh my god, Leah, I want your thoughts. Yeah, thanks, Ping, I needed that. 7 million, that's crazy. Guys. Leah, do you like it? Leah, look at mine. Leah, look. Turn around. Do you like it? Also, I like your les. I like your les on your thing. Yeah. Honestly, hell yeah. All right, let's do a normal map, and then let's do sewer, and I will hunt. I'll give myself another hunter as well. That's a cool map. That's really cool. Charlie. Enjoy your lurk, Abs. Hi, Ask as well. Hello. I love it. Are we max? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13. Oh, we have a couple more spots. Let me know if you want to join, guys. Court, thank you so much for your resub as well. I really appreciate it. Let me get some rolls for people while we wait. Do. I'm on my way. Just giving these rolls. Cool. If you're subbed, by the way, and you link your Twitch with Discord, you will get a different role automatically. I'll give you this one for now, so you can see everything. Low income. Mikey, how was the photos looked cool. Hi, Rox. Hi, Bliss. All good, Mickey. I totally understand. I'll see you soon, okay? Hope you feel better. No, Hyper, you can ask a question. You can always ask questions, guys. If I don't want to answer anything, I don't. But I'm pretty open. So you can ask a question. Of course. Mickey, you're my goat. Remember that. Hopefully I didn't impact you as well. I don't want to... That's why I feel bad sometimes when I get emotional. I'm like, oh, I don't want to make people feel bad. Good weekend? Hell yeah. My weekend was good. It was just, A little bit tough because of Mimi Girl. Beef, probably not. Probably not. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, mine's sitting right here, and I will take it after this round. I actually keep forgetting. But I gotta lock in, and then I will take it. When I load in and see someone instantly, I'm like, God damn it, I feel bad. Sorry, Lily. That was unfortunate. I spawned in right on you. Wait. Mikey, what happened? What the hell? Uh-oh, we got some goated spots. I'm hearing from the press we have some goated spots. Lily, honestly, I thought you were a pro doll, your spots. I honestly only saw you because I spawned right in on looking at you. I thought you were a pro, to be honest. Oh. Mikey, I'm so sorry. I can totally understand why that would make you feel the way that you did. I think they should be... No, I understand. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough because in my head I'm like, they should be a bit more understanding, but if it's a government job, they might be kind of tough, you know, extra tough, which is silly because yeah, that's just ridiculous. Why can't I find anyone? I gotta lock in. I know they're gonna be right in front of me. I know they're gonna be right in front of me, and I'm gonna go, fuck. They're right in front of me, aren't they? This game makes you feel like you're going crazy. Bye, Henry. I miss you already. Oh, nice. Oh. Oh, the brick always gets me, man. Where is Leah? I swear to God. Fuck. Guys. I suck. What the hell? Mikey, of course. That's still so tough, though. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's silly. Oh, it's cold as hell. Run it back! I kind of want to do one of these. Noah, yeah, you can get in. Yeah, exactly. Floral, yes. I'm sorry to hear that. I want to try West Hunt, if that's cool. You might need to press download, guys, but it is easy and it will load if you click the linky. Can't stop laughing. I was like, I was looking at your Discord message. I was like, is that me? I thought I was going crazy. I'm like, yes, Pudge, yes. The title is, sorry, the server is moan, lowercase, and then the password is moaning. I really got to change that because if someone new comes in, that's crazy. Is it? Yeah, I thought it was like one of those GIF ones because I couldn't really see what it was. I haven't played it yet, Floral, but you guys know I love West Hunt, so yeah. Mikey, what frustrates me is I feel like this should be a warning. Like, even though I don't believe you need that too. But I think this should be going forward, like, I don't think it has to be this extreme. Or like, if they really want to do something extreme, put you on a performance improvement plan and monitor you at least. Like, not that you need that, but like, just leaving fully is ridiculous. Oh my god. It's super bright though, sorry guys. But oh wow, we're in West Hunt, baby. Oh, right. Hey, at least we... Oh, I can do that. That's better. Alright, so maybe this isn't the best map? Now we know. Now we know. Sorry, guys. I gotta... Wait, Crash, that's funny. All cactus is so funny. It's so bad. Nice. Oh, nice. 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 Huge. Nice. Charlie. 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 Charlie said, I'm gonna test the boundaries of this. Goo goo gaga. Jove, that's funny. Getting that vitamin D. Goo 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 gaga, daddy hung. That's funny. I was like, Hi 3G. How are you? Guys, that was a good spot. Nah, I'm joking, it wasn't. It's so fun, hey, 3G. It's fun, wholesome. I'm gonna say it again, fun. Mikey, I wish that person just went up to you and had a conversation with you. You know what I mean? No, I get that, Mikey. And hey, again, like, good for you that you can sit there and say that. You know what I mean? Like, that's huge. So, I hope things work out for you. And yeah. Yeah. Something better comes your way. Ah, Mikey, real. True. Look. This map we've discovered isn't ideal. And that's okay. This is why we do the mods. We gotta figure it out. We figure it out together. This is a bit too bright. 3G, it's amazing. It's small but so good. So we'll definitely play more of that. Where the hell is Charlie? Get me in with permission. Do we have, I think we have one more spot. I can add more too. Is Charlie still up there? Oh, he jumped down. Damn. Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do a random. I'm gonna be the only hunter, cause I want you to test me, guys. I want you to test me. Let's do hide and seek mansion. I'm gonna give myself an extra 30-second hunt time. And good luck, everybody. Yeah, Noah, exactly. Yeah, Mikey, I get that. I definitely understand that. Good luck, have fun. I think this game is really good for, actually, speaking of really good, I gotta check on my cat and take my meds. Because if she's still under the bed, girl, what are you doing? She slept with me fine. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly check on Mimi's. Yeah, no, I'm the same, Pixel and Mikey. I'm the exact. I mean, you guys see it, but like, I can't help it. I don't mean to. I'm not doing it to over-explain myself. Sometimes I just am such a yapper that I just do it. I don't know. I definitely understand. All right, guys. Oh no, what did Charlie do? No, I get that. Yeah. I'm the same way. Which is frustrating because I also know that I also know that's not the case. Nice for a lot of people. But I can't help myself. Someone's in this Thought I saw someone, never mind. You know what? I think for a solo hunter, more time is actually good. It'd be funny if you all did all... If you did all my spots.
You naughty boy.
To test myself.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to GG_Jofers.
Okay, I got it. I'm spending too much time. Anonymous! Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, doll. Now, who did that? This is so hard. Every time I struggle. But I love it. I can't get enough. Oh god. Where are you? I know I'm gonna be like bamboozled by this. Oh, nice. Nice ping. This is one of the bigger OG maps. Where are you? I know you're here. I know you guys are here. I can't see you. Oh damn, I haven't even been in this map. Oh. The shadow. Lily, nice! Now I have to run to try and see everyone. Yeah, wait, I probably a bit too big for one hunter, but I was like, I want to try. But you can't get to every room. Oh, nice. Oh, wait, I didn't see you. Where were you hiding? What? I missed that? I missed that? Oh. What the hell? Wait, was Charlie just in the toilet? Ah, yes. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Did you take a screenshot of your masterpiece? Oh, did you? I don't mind, taunts, but maybe not like, maybe not as spammy. But towards the end, like if I'm struggling to find you, I don't mind a bit extra. Just not as spammy. But you can do like a wee woo and then wee woo, but not the wee woo wee woo wee. Because my eyes are like, I can't. I feel like a cat with a laser. Was he a piece of shit? I think being a piece of shit. But you definitely use it. Just not like, just let the whistle do the full audio, if that makes sense. No, you're fine. You're fine. Okay. I really want to try Nuketown. And I want to hide. And again, we are testing out all of these together. The map could be arse. But Nuketown's one of my favorite maps of all time. So, we gotta try it. It's a modded map, Mikey. Which is cool. I also like how it's so easy to just add the mod in-game too. They've really done well. Oh, it's hefty? How big is it? Oh god, really? Someone's probably already made a round. Oh shit, my med. Oh, I keep doing this. This one's going slow. Okay. Take my med. John, huh? The hell? What? Why is it so big? That's what she said. What the hell? You can do general, yeah. Why was it so massive? Sorry, guys. Usually it's like a crumb. I should probably make a mecha. Oh, nice one, Noah. I should make a mecha channel. Med time. What the hell? Why is it all green? Yeah, Leah, I missed you fully. Fully. Alright, let's see this. Oh, wow. Oh, this might be a bit too big too. Oh, wow. Wow, they've done well on this. I have two. I've already been charged. Oh no, yeah, something happened to me the other day and I was like, damn it. Can I go over this fence? That'll be crazy. No, I definitely understand that. I don't even know what it was. I was like, girl, I have vet fees to pay for, babe. Don't charge me for your stupid app. I don't even know what it is. I could probably try and ask for a refund. Should I just be... Ooh, should I be a... Wait. Should I be a man? I don't! No! This can't be a subscription! Do I just be a penis? Thank you, my love. I appreciate that.
Igon 2738 has gifted 10 subs.
I'm gonna do this and see if it works. Guys. Girl. You never know. Just let it happen. Fred. Thank you, Idol. That's incredibly kind. I appreciate you so much. Ooh, nice. Thank you. If you got a gifted sub as well, please make sure you say thank you. Please, please, please. What is that? Where are you? Oh, nice. Nice. Stunning. Stunning. Of course. Ooh, love that. We're gonna find the guys who did this. I know, Charlie. Guys, I'm so glad we are playing Mecha today. My brain is so happy. I hope you are okay with a bit of a Mecha day. We might be playing with the pals later on as well. I think the map is... Was it, It's Nuketown. And was it like, this futuristic, it was like a COD map, and at the end of the map we got nuked and it was all like retro. You grew your bush? I played this map so many times. Oh my god, Leah, I'm gonna need you to go to the other, when you have time, you should go to the other backyard. The random hot dog car. I love that skit so much. Wait, why didn't that work? Not my spot, sorry. The other one. What the hell? It could be a buggy modded map. I'm gonna find you guys. I'm gonna be the hunter, and I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you all next round, including you, Charlie. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. Honestly, all night, I think. I think Chris wants to play a bit later. I don't think we have a full lobby for that, so I assume it's gonna be community in there as well. No, you're not Leah. I'm gonna hunt, guys. I'm gonna give you a go at that because that's ridiculous. I'm gonna be the hunter. No, that was really hard. That was really hard. Especially because you shot someone and it didn't kill them. So I don't know what's up with that. But again, it's modded, so these are always quite interesting. Sometimes it's not like that, I guess, optimized is the word. I'm gonna find you guys. I'm gonna find you. Yeah, it didn't work for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, shooting blank. Yeah, it happened last round. I just wanted to do some modded ones. Oh, Lily dropped from the match for some reason and didn't get rid of her. Oh, is that why they weren't being found? That makes sense. It's so good, Chilla. It's so good. I am obsessed with it. I'll probably, with Gran, we'll probably play Burgling Nodes, and then I'll tell her that we should do Community Mecha as well. No, it's cold, 3G. Yeah, I'm cold. Little cold gal. Tomorrow, Friend Slop, guys. We are playing DBD with the guys, and it's gonna be really funny. We're gonna be doing our 4-man out vibes, but then we're also gonna do customs, and I'm gonna get them to play Jason as well. And I'll also be giving away 2 codes for the new chapter as well. So, little giveaway in it. It is winter, yes. I know. I wish we didn't have summer during Christmas. No. Clues. I know. When I have summer, I feel the same way. Summer in Oz, I'm just like, girl, I don't need this. Yeah, it was really nice in Japan. I was freezing, and then all the guys from the States were like, yeah, it's cold, I guess. Because they're used to colder. But I was like, ooh, chilly. All right, guys, I'm finding you. Wide load. Ain't that the truth? I reckon someone's on the roof, straight up. I can see someone crash. What are you doing? That's so funny. What are you doing? Well, I guess I have a good angle from up here. No. That's crazy. Alright. I imagine they're in some fuck-ass spot. Yeah, okay. Perfect. But where? Nice. There's more. Where are you? Oh God. Nice. Nice, Lily. Everyone's being an artist. Okay, if I was Charlie, where would I be? Charlie'd be in some fuck-ass spot. Fuck-ass Charlie, where is he? Fuck-ass Charlie. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Nice, Noah. I want to find Charlie so bad. Someone's behind this. I'm gonna sue. Where are you? Oh, nice. Oh my God. Nice. If this is Charlie, I'm going to sue. No, but Krista suing you too. That's amazing. Oh, fuck off. That has to be Charlie. Charlie. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it. Oh my God. You will rue the day. You will rue the day. God damn it. I just went higher. God damn. Alright, let's do art gallery. With 2 hunters, and Charlie, I want you to be one of the hunters. But you can't cheat. That's so funny. What? Black Ops. Black Ops. See you on 30. I can't believe that. That's so funny. Oh. An error. What was it saying? Refresh. I just get blamed. Come on, Pookie. 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 Too many requests? Oh yeah. It will happen. Just close it again and try again. It took me a little bit too. But if it keeps doing that, then I'll not do it. But it will work. You just gotta keep refreshing it. I just know Sydney. Kyle, come on. My Mimi's sick. I need the truth. Do it for Mimi. I'm in. Right click on the Steam page and press refresh. That's how I did it. Okay, beautiful. Nice. Yippee! Yippee! It helps to click the other page on Steam, close out, and then go back to Mecca and click the download. Yes. Correct. We got this. Excited. I have Mobley. I'm obsessed with her. I'm obsessed. See you soon. You can still chat if you like. Just pause me. So you can still yap to everyone. Alright, let's go, guys. I love... Alright, I need to bamboozle Charlie. I think we should do another, Should I be Jesus or should I be one of these guys? Okay, who can I draw? I need to draw someone. I really think I should be Jesus. That's so obvious. I'll be this guy. Oh, there's two faces to draw. This guy looks fun. I just don't know what he looks like anymore. No, I can't draw him either. Should I just be the sky? As a new person is so funny. I don't think I have time for that, but that's hilarious. Maybe I'll use that with the guys later. Oh, by the way, guys. Kyle as well. I love Toy Story 5 personally. I thought it was so good. Personally. I am so obvious. I'm so obvious. That's so bad. Oh no. Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Euratool71 just subscribed.
Tool, thank you so much for joining. How are you, Tool? Truly a smart. Tool, thank you so much. I appreciate you. How are you? That's so funny. Where are they? Okay, I'm gonna do something. Oh damn, I can't. I can't. Oh, I can't. I have to go back into here. Oh, I'm out now. I'm out. Hey, Charlie didn't get me. Charlie didn't get me. Charlie didn't get me. I won. But no, I should have stayed. I wanted to get on that painting, but you can't move. So that was my bad. Sorry. Oh, that's funny. Ooh. Nice. Girl. Girl, please. I would get a print of this and put it on my wall with that face. That's so funny. I want another go. That's so funny. Again. Another one. We can randomize hunters if we want. Charlie, I literally, no, because I was on the painting and you were looking right at me, Charlie, and then I wanted to go to another painting, but you're locked to that painting, so I was like, fuck, and I quickly put myself on the floor, but then crashed on me. Like, damn it. Shouldn't have done that. Alright. Lock in, guys. I could do my... Imagine doing like a fuck-ass dog. No, I can't. Maybe I'll do some like, hey girl. Just gotta figure out her face. That is so not her shade, girl. There we go. Can't move down. Oh no, why did I do this? Too much of a pussy. I'm gonna do this. That's more like it. Morgan, hello. How are you, don't? Okay, it's obvious, but I need to do some work here. Uh-oh. Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Burrito0986 just subscribed. Whoa, 2 years. Yummy fries badge.
Hi, Trace. A funny face or else. I should do a funny face. I could technically move. Got kittens. How many kittens? And Burrito, thank you for 2 years. Guys. Thank you. I'm so dead. The little babies. If I fix... If I fix the cloak, it's good. Hi kid, how are you? Oh. Kata, really? Oh. Oh my god. I guess you do have to look. Yeah, we can run it back. Don't overcook. Okay. I gotta get into cooking territory. I also have to pee. Recreated Mona Lisa. I wish I was an actual artist because they would do insane things. I do have to pee quickly though, so I have a quick pee break after this. And then, we go again. Leah was looking at me like I owed them money for so long. Yippee! Yeah, sometimes I really do like the faces. Like I did a baby face last time I played. But sometimes it's smarter just to like blend into their clothes. Because they might be looking for the faces. Thank you for the likes, guys. I want to get so many that when I go into a public lobby, they're like, who's this loser? You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to quickly go pee, guys. Hi, Foxy. Hello, doll. If you want to join, I think we have room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we have some room. The server name is Moan and the password's moaning. I know. Just go with it. And I'll be back. I just gotta pee. Hi, Eric. How are you, doll? We will run back that map though, I fear. Guys, if anyone has had vet question. If anyone has had their cat or dog get a steroid shot, did they continue to hide for a little bit? Because Mia came out of underneath the bed before and she never hides under the bed, and now she's back under the bed. Will she get out of the bed soon? Like, will she come back to normal? Like, how long did it take? Thanks, Axel. Because I want her to eat and, like, be comfy, but she's just hiding and she never hides. Take a few days? Okay. The drawing tablet. Yeah, Waves, I will. He did say it would take a few days for her to, like, feel better. She just never hides. J-Rod, what? Wait. Is their Discord username Carla Twitch? Because someone came in the other day. No way. What? What's the is it just Carla Twitch, or is there a new Discord? Because someone got scammed the other day. I'm a large human, true. What did I want to try again? Oh, I did that before. Also, I don't know why people... Well, apart from the money bit, which I get why. Why are people doing that? Like, get a hobby, babe. Hear me out. They're gonna think I'm a painting. Just gotta find out how not to be buried. Come on. Great. 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 All right. They'll think that I'm in that painting. Thank you, J-Rod. So what is it? Is it a person or is it a whole Discord? Let me know. Give me the deets. Hate to tell you this. What? Is it Carla Twitch? Can you report them as well? Discord's not doing anything about it. This has been happening for like years. Ugh. Thank you, doll. I appreciate that. So annoying. Very frustrating. Get him! Giving you a roll. I know, Rox, I know. It used to be TikTok. Oh my god, I didn't even see Sarah. What the hell? Thank you, doll. Noah. Hi, Grace. Nice. Ooh, nice. Oh, yeah. Go through the map. What the hell? How are you, doll? That's crazy. Connections? They made an account.
Lake Titicaca.
Can you, actually, I got an idea. I have an idea. Can you invite me to that server?
Just resubbed for
Because I can
36
join that
months.
server and be like, hey, that's not me. And get them banned from the server. That's crazy. Grace, thank you for 3. Oh, we had 5 years from Grace, from M, 3 years from Grace, and 2 years from Burrito. Huh? How? Oh, okay. I'll have a little look-see. Because they're in this server. I don't know what the server's called. It's a rando server. Carla Twitch. Let me see if I can add them. I sent a friend request. Oh my god, thank you so much, John. I needed that. I needed that. Thank you, doll. 3 of us are close together. Oh my god. Yeah, Trace, I don't know either. Sorry, doll. J-Rod, what's the name of that server you're in? I want to do some investigating. My panic spot, which actually works well on this map. Because everyone's looking at paintings. Oh, Lily. Cool. Oh my god, Sarah, that was good. I didn't even notice you guys. Oh, Chris. What? How do you search for people on Discord? What do you mean? Alright, let's do a normal map. Carla doing spread eagle. What else is new? Okay. I'm joking. Alright, let's do Sugarland, and I will be hunting you all. Spread your wings and fly. 3G, be careful. You might be selected as a hunter. Nice. I would love to use the drawing tablet. Oh my god. The hacker to add them. They're Carla Twitch. That's their so here you click on here and then you click friends and then search in here. Explore discoverable servers. Oh, what's that server name? Oh wait, I can find it through here. Mutual servers here. Oh wait, no. Oh no, I can't. Discord Game Rebel. Game Rebel. Dee-nee-nee-nee-nee-nee. Friends. Messages. Okay, well I know the thing now. It's telling me to create an account. I'm trying to open it on the actual thing. I wonder if I could use this. Oh, there we go. Open up. Accept as Carla. I'm going in. I'm gonna contact the mods. I'm in. Open ticket. Okay, I'm talking to the mods. I'm gonna get him. I'm coming for you guys. But this map is really hard because it's so easy to be obvious. And oh, okay. Noah, nice. My eyes are peeled. I always got this round. Lollipops and all. They're going down. Hi, Dill. Ooh, I just know you have some good spots, guys. I think someone's on that lollipop. Hey, girl. Where are you? Someone right there. Who's this? Lily. You really think it would be super easy to find people? And then you'll be staring at a log with someone on it. Leave my wife alone! Like, I feel like someone's on this chocolate somewhere. And I'm gonna go past it a million times. Oh, I'm searching by myself. Girl, speed things up. Nice! That was very creative. Shaking in my boots. I know someone's bamboozling me right now. Oh, my brain. I feel like someone's right in front of me. No, all good, doll. I'll message the server after this and be like, girl, ban them. What are you doing? Oh, nice. They might not care though, but at least I can try. Nice. Oh, nice. Wow, I missed you, didn't I? You're right in front of me. Where are you? Nice. Oh god, that's hard. Oh my, oh, I found them. Okay, I was gonna be like, girl. Oh, that's good. That's real good. Oh. Oh. Oh, Charlie. Oh, Pudge. Oh my god. Jesus. Guys, come on now. Come on. Just gonna message this. Okay. I've messaged them. Cool. Alright, well. The fake you are streaming your stream to the description. No. I hope not anyway. But no. They're just messaging people. So I'm contacting this Discord they're in and being like, hey, ban them. Me. Someone's like, why are you here? Like, girl, I'm helping you out. But yeah. No. All right, let's play. What was happening? Wait, how many people do we have? I think we have room. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think so. I'm so hyped, Cass. Alright. I love how people don't believe it's me. That's so funny. Hey, at least I tried. At least I tried. People don't have to like believe me, but if they don't want to believe me and get scammed, then at least I've tried. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's okay. Honestly, it's a weird ass server anyway. It's one of those servers that like they spam quite a bit. I used to join them when I first started streaming, and they just let anyone in there. So I'll leave as soon as the mods message me back. But yeah. I've messaged mods anyway, so hopefully we'll get banned. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go. No hate to people on the server. I've been around for a bit, and yeah. What if this is the fake Carla streaming, the real Carla stream to the stream from Discord stream has a streamer. Crazy. Alright, let's do another new level. Let's do.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Carla from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little.
Striker, babe.
Striker_500 donated 50 Australian dollars.
I really appreciate that.
It's not a lot, but hopefully it helps you
That's
take a little time off
huge.
with Mimi, or
No.
cover some costs somewhere.
No, I appreciate that immensely. Guys, anyone with a pet knows 4 visits to the vet. I don't need to even go into it. You know that with meds as well. You know exactly what's going on. I don't even need to say anything else. So I appreciate that immensely, Striker, especially because I know I'm doing smaller streams, and yes, I appreciate that. That's very, very lovely. Thank you. And I will have to take her back again soon anyway, so it's ongoing. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is lovely. Speaking of, let me see if the meds are arriving today. I had to buy a compounded drug for her. Oh, maybe tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Striker. That's very, very kind. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. Very lovely. Oh, Fall Guys, guys. Let's do that. Fall Guys, she says. I don't know how bright this one is going to be. We'll see. Anyway, sorry. Hi, mother. Ma'am. Thank you. It's very kind. And thank you for hanging out today as well, guys. Like, don't yell at me, but I know I'm like low energy and I'm not really doing anything super creative on stream. I just thought I'd play a game like this that's including everyone and we can just hang. So, yeah. But tomorrow's gonna be fun. We have Friend Swap. Very excited. Bowling alley is fun, but it's so broken. I'll show you. I'll be the hunter. I'll show you how broken it is. It's so bad, but good. I was hiding in the ceiling. Silly, goofy, mindless games. Yes. Yes. I had a dog named Mia. Oh, she's my best friend. We spent a lot of time at the vets. They all knew her even without me taking... Oh. Beautiful. Why is Nick Cage going on everything? That's so funny. That's ridiculous. Oh my god, Striker, yes. Definitely understand. Pixel. That's funny. I'll be the hunter if you want, guys. No, don't be... That's fine. Ugh, Striker. I was honestly worried that she was going to be admitted, which, I mean, if that was the case, I wouldn't mind as well, because I want her to get better. But she ended up having 3 injections. Whee! That's so funny. She ended up having 3 injections and some more meds, so I feel like that's so obvious. But why not? Oh, that is so not the yellow. That is not the yellow. Sorry guys, another bright map. I'm gonna leave. Yeah, we weren't planning on taking her to the vet tomorrow. Sorry, yesterday. But she was hiding under the bed and she hadn't eaten. So we're like, all right, this is... I'm not risking this. Let's go to the vet. You know what I mean? Let's do this. So, yeah. Because I was meant to stream yesterday, but I was just so like, I don't know. I was out anyway at the vet, but she's like, girl. This is so bad. What the hell, Charlie? You're built different. Oh. This is not good. I'm gonna leave it. Isn't this map fun? Very bright but fun. Sleep deprived, thank you for thanking as well. I appreciate that. It's fall, Mecca. Alright, let's see what everyone... Okay, nice. 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 Leah, nice. 3G, nice. Nice. Charlie. Girl. Charlie. Where are you? Charlie. Girl. Oh, Crash, I like your outfit. I'm the blue leg spread just hanging from the wall. We're gonna get some loads. Ping. Of laundry. I did that last night. I went into this weird fixated cleaning sesh last night, which felt good because, you know, it's easy to get behind on stuff. I'm definitely behind on YouTube as well, but I'm like, you know what, Carlos? Do what you can. On top of a traffic cone. Wait, what? You are not in here. Or are you? Imagine. Oh, I'm dead. Am I? I think we have a Barney. Mikey, true, but only for a short amount of time because everything's gonna be fine. Oh, I don't know how I didn't get found, to be honest. That was really bad. Thanks, guys. Not me making this piece of art while I was like, vets are fucked. Honestly, it's really good. Thank you for all those likes, guys, because they don't matter at all. But when I'm in a public lobby, I want people to think I'm like the best at this game. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna be the hunter, guys. You can have some sweet, sweet fun. Some sweet, sweet. Let's do some country. Do a normal one. Coil. Oh, Carl, I honestly think this is crazy and some people are going to come for me for this. But for me, I think Toy Story 1 and 2 are tied first and Toy Story 5 is number 2 for me now. Sorry. I just think it's so fun. I laugh so many times. It's so clever. It's heartwarming. I loved it. I personally loved it. Cancelled. Like, I don't know why. 3 and 4 were fine, but I walked out of Toy Story 5 with whimsy. Like, I just thought it was so clever. I don't know. Scam line for tomorrow. Oh, shit. True. I would love to. I think they're locked in on DVD though. But, I mean, I will throw it out there. I need to see it. So good. Beck, I think you're gonna love it. Esri, trust me. I just think it's so cool. You know? I just think it was just so clever. Have the mods gotten back to me yet? No. On Twitch, and someone came in asking if it was the real me and showed me the server. Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Virgo just subscribed. Carl Silly.
Carl's illy. I'm just gonna leave the server because they're being weird. I'm just leaving the server. Don't even give them any more time, guys. I've told the mods the info. I've told them the info. If they want to be weirdos and be like, let them. Don't even respond to them now. Just leave the server. Because if everyone else gets scammed now, we tried to tell them. So, it's on them now. Virgo. And I say, Carl out of my life. Good night, guys. Have a good sleep. I appreciate you. We're playing with the community. Have a delightful sleep. Limits my talents. Virgo, thank you for 63. I appreciate that. You are the best. How are you, doll? I gotta lock in because I know someone's here. No, you're. Those who joined that server trying to help. Ping. Just leave. Don't give them any more time. I know exactly what that server is. The vibes are honestly like not it in there. So just, yeah. Yeah, they're... I don't know, it's... You'd think people would want to like not have scammers in the Discord, but that Discord is probably for scammers. And if it's not, then I'm sorry, that's how it comes across, because they're not listening, so. You're glitching? What? Oh my god. Someone's in my face, I can feel it. Yeah, I could see you like stuttering and I'm like, what is he doing? My baby. No, honestly, this Discord has like 24k in it. And it's like... nice. It's one of those ones, and again, I say this with love, so if you're in it and you can hear me, like, it is what it is. I've been around like streaming and Discords for, you know, nearly 10 years, right? It's always the ones that are like the follow for follow, support for support. It's like those mass Discords trying to help people grow, but no one ever grows properly because it never works. It never works. That's what it looked like in there. It looked like one of those spammy Discords. Again, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But the fact that they were reacting the way they were to me, I'm like, oh, okay. Gotcha. I know what... it's a bro Discord. Okay, sure. Goon for goon. I really hope no one else gets scammed, but now it's out of my control, and I tried to help. And that's all. That's all we can do. That's all she wrote. But they probably thrive off that. They probably want people to get scammed, to be honest. I'll just see if I can get the account banned. Yeah, exactly, Darks. I'm like, okay. Ezri, I joined the Discord that my impersonator's in to try and warn everyone. And the people in their Discord just weren't having it. So I was like, okay. I feel like someone's in here. I did have a command. What was it called again? Scam, I think. Nice. Well, I didn't know you could get in there. Good to know for later. Rats. Hi, Yellow. Oh, Charlie. I literally didn't even look up. Oh my god. Okay, hey, Bale. What the hell? Gamers don't look up. Apparently not. Wow, great detail, guys. I love it. Let's do Osaka again, and I want to hide. Woo! Woo! Ah! Okay. We might be playing with Chris and the guys later. I don't know when. Bye, Mikey. Have a good sleep. Can you push the task in this game? I wish I could push the task in the game. I don't think I can push the task in the game. Oh, you don't? Whee! Can I go in here? I shouldn't be able to, that's for sure. But it appears I can. No, not doing that. The chords have a theme. Great. Alright, this is so bad, but... Oh, never mind, we can't do it. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I can't go anywhere. Fuck. Oh no. Okay. Oh, I can't do anything.
Don't be fooled
Oh
by
my
the
God,
rocks
hello?
that I got. I'm still Carla from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little.
Striker.
Striker underscore 500
Babe.
donated 50 Australian dollars. One more for good luck.
Girl. I've been saying that too much. Thank you so much. If Mia could talk, she would say... meow. Thank you, doll. That's so kind. That's really kind. Thank you, doll. I think she's back under the bed. I shall let her know that Uncle Striker was a bit naughty. Can I throw a hole at you? Thoughts? Thank you, doll. I just whenever. Okay. I have some community peeps that can play too. We need people. Okay, I can't do this.
From Sam, like 40 minutes ago. Hop on Mecha now with Chiblee Hanner, Fusely, Peter Park. I just saw it because I was playing
Uh-oh.
Wind Waker.
Japan
Hey,
map.
Carla.
Japan map.
Yup.
Have you guys also hi Carl? Have either of you seen
Hi.
it?
Yes, it's beautiful. I'm on
No,
it
I
right
haven't
now.
seen shit.
What, you haven't?
No, bro, I've been playing Zelda.
Oh, that's right. Have you been?
Yeah.
Oh, isn't it cool? Did you like go back in time?
I
guess we didn't go to Osaka, but still, it felt really nice.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, that was the other thing we didn't go to. We didn't go to Kyoto. Sorry, I got them mixed up. My bad.
Chris, I'm interested to see your take on it.
Oh no, what's your
Yeah,
take?
it's-
What's your take?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Aw.
I'm not up in arms. It's fine.
Give me your take. Give me your take.
I can fit my thumb on it.
No, yeah, it's tiny.
Oh,
it's
it's really
absolutely
small?
tiny. It's me as a map. There's nothing, but it is super
What do you
fun.
mean there's nothing? You're fun.
Oh, thanks.
Rum.
I think it's definitely funny for because it's like gonna be definitely a bunch of whistles like around each other.
Yeah, true.
Mm.
Hey, Ben.
Sure, Striker. Thank you.
Hey, Whiskey.
Hey,
That's really nice.
Hey, when I said entertain my chat while I go pee, I didn't mean leave the call and leave a void of silence.
Bro lost 50 viewers because you banned.
Bro, I came back, I said, was Banth entertaining? And then people were just like, no, not at all. -3. I scrolled reels like,
Oh no. That's okay, guys. Hey, Black Ops
I
map.
want to be entertained. Oh, dude.
Cool
sitting here in
mods. Cool
silence, bro.
mods.
hi, Carla, how are you?
Hi. Black Ops has a Nuketown map. It's pretty cool.
I did see that.
Yeah,
Chris,
it's
how
gonna
you
be so fun for people who are excited for Black Ops.
Girl.
I downloaded a few I downloaded a restaurant, a bowling alley, a diner,
Yeah, I have so many.
and yeah.
There's
Yeah.
apparently
Oh, workshop?
I want to try this. There's a Zelda map I want to try.
Oh.
Bro, Zelda pilled.
Bro, it's a Zelda summer actually. Have you ever played one on stream?
I famously played Breath of the Wild on stream to the tune of, I think, 10 average back in the day.
To the tune of.
I love that phrase.
To the tune of wait, who's making the
I can make it if you
Well,
want.
we have- We,
No,
Oh, we
Carl,
have-
we'll make it.
we have
want the
have
whole
one
thing.
right now, but how do I increase it?
Okay. Are we doing just us or are we inviting chat?
We have a lobby chock full of like the most beloved and wonderful chatters.
Really?
Okay, let's scratch and start a new one.
Oh,
Okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna
I'm
remake the
joking.
lobby with slightly bigger capacity if that's chill.
Okay.
Yeah. You do
Well, I
that.
have some
Okay.
peeps as well that are ready if you want some more pals.
Yeah, we'll cycle out.
Okay.
If we make the server too big, it'll be unstable,
Real.
I think.
I think 12 is
So-
like the magic number. Or
Okay.
10 even.
Okay.
I just played 3 hours of Community Mecha. I love this game. It's so
Oh my
easy to
God.
play.
You're different. No, I agree with you. Like, I never play games back to back. Me and Vance just did this yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel it.
You should buy
Yeah.
it, Danny. It's fun.
I like
And,
hunting now
uh,
as well. I don't know if that's a take.
What's the
Okay,
max
okay.
I should do?
do 12. I hate hunting because I feel dumb. Like I don't feel dumb often, but when I
Okay, humble.
walk by, no, genuinely. And when I walk
Okay.
by someone and everyone in chat goes, "Oh my God, how did he miss
Okay,
that?"
smart guy.
How how do I join, guys?
I'm
He's
setting
still
up,
making
setting
it.
up.
Oh, sorry.
Chris, the smartest streamer on Twitch.
No, that's not me.
You're up there.
Oh,
went to
Dude,
college, I
honestly,
think.
no, genuinely, we're probably all top 1% smart.
top 1%
Just think about like the,
Okay.
the most popular streamer. Like,
Asmongold.
Server is bro.
Thanks for games, guys. You can
Servers,
probably be
bro.
able to join this as
Passwords,
well.
dudes.
But thank you
bro.
for playing that with me. That
Good.
made me really happy.
I'm in there.
And cheered me up.
Dudes.
So thanks, guys.
Wait,
we'll
hold
do
on.
more
It's
of
a
it this
mad
week
race
if
to
you
join.
want. I think I'm just gonna
Guys, let
play
me
it
get
a
it
lot,
first.
to be honest.
yes, I'm in.
Whatever.
Did they fix the game at all, or is it still kind of weird? Oh my God, people got in so fast.
Wait, how do
I
I
think
get
it's
in,
okay.
guys? I'm not in.
Carla, it's gonna be too late.
Well,
Man, why you say it out loud? The whole whiskers are in here
Sorry.
already. There's no room left for Carla.
guys,
Sorry.
I didn't get any invite. Hello?
No, he said it out
Sorry.
loud.
You have to type it manually.
I didn't even hear it.
Oh, someone's leaving for
Mm.
Carla. Goated.
Goated. All right, so what's the server,
Insane aura.
Bro.
bro?
Wait,
The
Whiskey, all
name-
your mods are in here. I'm gonna go spam your chat real quick.
Wait, server
They
name
don't
is
want
You're so
bro.
good
What's
at
the
lobbies,
password?
Vance. Thank you, Lissy.
Password is
Dudes.
Dudes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro and dudes.
That's
is
crazy.
it
I love it.
bro and dudes, or is it bros and dude?
Bro and dude.
Okay.
Didn't let me in. Did someone else join?
Mm.
Yeah, someone joined.
Okay, let me just type it out.
Well, try again. Try again.
Try again.
Leah just left. Guys, no one joined. Let Carla get in. If you join, then you're weird.
Okay, smart guy.
Okay, I'm in.
There we go, Carla. Nice.
All right, now you guys can join.
Thanks for leaving for me, Leah. My goat.
Leah's the
Okay,
goat.
we'll do.
We're doing basic.
Let's do.
Wait, I want to try this.
Yeah,
The
I'll
Japan
we'll do
map.
Osaka.
Nice. I'm nervous.
You should be.
Wait, why?
Cause like it's like a I don't know, it's like a high stakes game. Like what if you get
No,
found, you know?
Lily, don't apologize.
True.
You're fine.
Oh,
Okay.
Carla, someone in my chat says sorry, Carla.
Oh,
all
thank
caps.
you. Thank you so much. It's okay. I just thought Bance was saying bro. I didn't realize.
Oh,
it
that was
thought
the
that
server
at
name.
first. Also, Carla, I hate to do this. I also promised that chatter that you would buy them a copy of Mecha Chameleon for $5.99.
Well, if I can have their Steam friend code, like I'm happy to do that.
Okay,
Wait,
now
stood on business.
multiple
Wait,
people are
don't be
spamming.
nice.
Like-
multiple people are spamming their Steam friend codes.
But
Carla, you got
only
a lot
one
of-
because I have vet bills up my ass right now.
Oh, I told them that you would gift anyone a sub or a. I'm fucking with you.
Whiskey. Who's hunting?
I
I'm hunting.
am not
Fuck.
hunting. Wait, Ban,
I
Ban,
knew it.
I
Ban, should I do
hate
the-
hunting.
Should I do the thing again? Wait, Ban. Should
Yes,
I
do it. Do it. Do it.
What are
Do
you
it.
doing?
fuck.
What are you doing? Can I join?
Wait, come here,
I'll actually
Carla,
go
come
with
here.
you.
Where are you? Where are you?
let's
Let's
all
do
it.
three-way. That's
Guys,
crazy.
here,
Sorry.
Stop. It sounds
Where-
like too much fun.
Wait, where are you? I can't see you. I can't see you.
Chris, we're having so much
I
fun.
can't see you. Where are you?
Oh.
Where are here? Come down. I'm right here. I'm right here.
Oh yeah,
Is this
nice.
you? Come here,
Yeah,
follow
yeah,
me.
yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing?
We're going up here. Here.
Okay, okay.
See, are you picking up what we're putting down?
Yeah. Should I be the top?
Should I be the top?
Sorry.
People having some fun.
Wait, it's good. Wait.
Chris, thank you for hunting, by the way. It's really noble of you.
Of course.
Wait, where did
We
you
should
go?
We should go to Nobu one of these days.
Ain't that like that food place?
I think it's like a-
expensive as hell?
It's a steakhouse, yeah, but I think there's one by Banth, and since he lives in
Are
the
you
area, he
putting your
probably has
head
a
in it?
discount.
That's what she said.
Banth.
Sorry.
Guys, stop making all these fun jokes. I'm hunting.
What do you think Chris is doing for the next 160 seconds?
Bro, I'm so bored already, man.
Shaq, don't leave.
No, they're not gonna leave. They love
Chat,
hunting.
come over and say hi for 1 second.
No, guys, stay. Come on.
Okay.
You probably had a
I'm
lot
in,
of
I'm in,
people
I'm
there.
in.
You were playing for 3 hours.
Yeah, you're right.
I can't believe you played for 3 hours. It's kind of, you're different for that.
I know.
We look so out of balance.
No, guys, we look so good. What are you talking about?
Is it out of balance?
Yes.
Huh?
Wait, guys.
This is kind of buns, I think.
Wait,
out of
guys.
bounds.
Carl, is this buns? Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, no.
Maybe
no,
we
come on, come
form.
on. Yeah,
Form.
Yes.
Wait, I just gotta
no.
get my.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm good.
Yes, I'll stay here. I'll stay here.
Oh, yeah. Am I making the top? I'll make a top.
Whoever's behind me needs to be brighter.
Okay,
Who's-
yeah. Wait.
No, who's
Guys,
who is
lock
that?
in. Guys, lock in. Guys, lock in. Make some red.
I'm finding you guys so fast.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
We
wait,
need more
Carl, make
blue,
some
more blue, more blue.
Yeah, make some blue.
Yeah, more blue for sure.
Why?
Wait,
are people
definitely
pick
definitely
wrong
using like
blue?
purple.
No, seriously though. A bit of green,
Bant,
bit of green.
Bant, that's way too dark.
No, it's not.
I mean, I don't
Beth,
love
not
it.
that green. That's wrong green. I see what you're trying to do though. I appreciate it.
Okay. Dream, we got this.
Who?
You say dream?
Yeah. Oh, Deem. Sorry, Deem.
Dream.
I thought Chris had something
Put
to
your
tell
ass
us.
away.
Bro, the word
child.
Deem I haven't seen ever. I know the word dream. That's
Gorge
my bad.
underscore just
Dean.
subscribed.
Wait, that's one of my beloved regulars. They jump ship?
No, I know. That's my bad.
Jump
Jump
ship.
ship
I
is
thought,
so
Deem, I
funny.
thought it was dream.
No, they jump ship.
Deem.
Wait, am I the only one doing this blue thing? Because I think I am.
I think.
I'm sorry, Deem.
I think you'll be. I think you'll be fine there.
Fuck.
Oh, I don't love it.
I don't love this at all.
What's okay? There's a gap. There's a gap above me.
Yes.
Gap.
Should I go more green over blue right now?
Can I get on top of whiskey? Maybe to fill in that gap.
Yeah, get on top of whiskey. Get on top.
Yeah, dude. Do it.
Get on top. Oh, that's hot. Right there.
Oh
Guys,
yeah, right
enough.
there. Yeah, right.
Right there, right there, mate.
Right there.
Happy
Five
Pride,
percent
everybody.
different From Wind Waker. All right. Oh, this is cute.
Chris, that's a different reaction than what I had.
Yeah, this is so us walking to 7-Eleven. And just Bantha, not you two. That's my bad for not including it. Wait, this is actually small as fuck.
It is very small.
I'm finding everyone immediately.
Okay.
Okay, I see one.
Damn, he's on a roll.
Georgie, thank you for 48. I appreciate you. How are you? Sorry, guys.
We're so getting caught.
No, I think.
If
No.
you zoom out, it's so bad.
No, it's so good. No, if you zoom out, it's
zoom
really good.
It's shocked,
No,
bro.
if you zoom out, it's really good.
No, Carla, can I keep it a buck? It's ass.
Whiskey, keep it a stack.
I think you guys are actually good.
Okay.
Wait, it's actually so. This is so short.
Who's hunting? Who's hunting with you?
Oh shit. Okay.
Found you guys.
All right. Maybe it was
Chris,
kind of
I
detritus.
want you to know that spot the first round, 8.
Hmm.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna hunt next time. Matter of fact, let me hunt by myself. I'll get you all.
Okay,
really?
That's good. Oh, never mind.
Goes in the
Luigi.
air.
Luigi, you cooked. Luigi, you cooked.
Miner, stop. Miner.
Luigi,
Whiskey,
you
look at Miner
cooked.
again.
Knowing Miner, he's definitely in a fucking crevasse, completely dark. You can't even see him.
Can I, Chris, polar opposite of whatever you just said.
Really?
Stop. Stop.
Bro, I gotta see what this looks like.
It's
From,
insane. No!
Oh.
Bub, it's so stupid and wonderful. I love it. I should have
I'm
done my
still
There's
original
no way I'm
one.
getting away with this map.
Oh my
Like,
god.
when
Oh my
it's
god.
my turn.
Oh my god. I shouldn't have said
2v1,
anything.
2v1.
Who's
Looking
alive?
for the whistle.
Bro's got a minute and a half.
Oh. No, you're never finding them. You're never finding them. Get back on Wind Waker, bro.
I'm finding him right now.
Nice.
Okay, they're over here.
No
You're
shot.
cooked. You're cooked.
No,
It's
we got
Cass,
this in
right?
the bag.
No, I already found Cass.
In the bag.
Sorry, I can't see because.
Why do you have your butt cheeks out?
What? No, I don't.
I'm looking at your butt cheeks.
Don't.
And you got your nipples out, and you have big teeth. Why do you look like
Bro,
Venom?
what? These comms suck.
Gays
you
are
look
us. I
wild.
still can't believe that happened. Guys, if you don't know that lore, I
kinda
was in
cool.
Japan and I streamed for like 3 hours at this cafe.
Oh, Bant, you want to invite
And
them
right
for what's it called,
behind
or no?
me, outside the window, was
Oh, we
assigned
can.
to a gay
Sure.
nightclub, and it had
If you guys
Gays
want.
Are Us right
Bant and I are on
behind
guest
me.
star.
It was perfect.
Okay. With camera or without camera?
No
No
camera.
cams.
I don't want to
Yeah,
subject
fuck it.
the invites to that.
Wait, where the hell's Hannah at, dude?
Oh my god.
Detritus.
If she gets away with this, 200 gifted.
If she
hear
gets away
something.
with this, Ninja Blevins. 1,000 gifted.
Oh my god. Oh.
Bro, where the fuck? Very, very good hiding spot.
Cold. Warm.
It's over here somewhere.
Bang.
Oh my
Where are
god! I
they?
can't believe we won that.
Another day.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Victory for the chameleons.
Let me see.
Wow, Hannah.
Wait, really, Cass? That's so cute.
Can't even fucking get to him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Under-
that's a
under-
really good spot.
That
Oh
was
my
so
God, good
funny
job.
and
Under
kind
the
of
truck,
illegal,
under
but
the
it's
truck.
okay. I kept it.
Well done, well done.
I kept it
Where
chill.
Well done.
Miner, where you at? Oh my God. Oh, you were just in the air. That's smart and weird.
I
Good
was
as fuck.
sushi, Chris. If you didn't see me.
Oh, I did.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna hunt. I'm gonna find you guys. Let's go to Japan.
I
Alright,
let you guys
wait,
astray, my
I'm
bad.
gonna
Who,
lower the
who
time on that
invited who?
one.
Who, what?
Should I
Did
lower
one
the
of you guys
search
invite?
time? What do you mean invite what?
What do you mean? We're all in here.
To the guest star.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
we do now.
Banth has it, yeah.
Okay, I'm in.
Oh, Hannah said
I
she's making
invited
a
you?
reel.
That's
Okay.
alright. Carl, are you live?
Yeah.
Guys,
Okay,
it's
no,
never
she's
too late to
always
bust
live.
out into the reels scene.
True. Whiskey, did you hear I missed the a Channer Chiblee invite with Sam by 40 minutes? And I was like, I
For,
already got plans. I'm with Whiskey and Banth and Carla later.
To play
You sound
Scamline?
depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's play
the
Scamline
game.
after this.
Wait, yeah, Chris, you sound like
No.
disappointed. Like you sound like
You
it's,
sound
what it
mad
sounds
disappointed.
No,
Like to
I
me
hate
is
saying
that
no to
y-
friends because I already had plans. You know what I mean?
True.
But it sounds like you wish that you had a time machine.
Ooh.
Yeah, to say no sooner.
Oh,
I said no
okay.
40 minutes into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That-
good
that's
and
true.
smart guy.
Thank you.
That's a good save.
Thank you. All right,
It's cool that
let's start this
Scamline
thing
still has legs. All right, let her rip.
Oh, I'm gonna find you.
100
Carla's hunting.
Do one. She wants to do it by herself.
What's my
Alone
Unless
by
you want to get
yourself?
3G in there.
what's my hunt time? Can I have like
No, get 3G in there. You guys will be fine.
Yeah.
what's my
On time's
Okay.
the same.
We'll give you
Okay.
10 seconds to hunt.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, the lobby name is wrong. Thank you.
What about 180 seconds for hunter wait time and 200 seconds to search? Any objections?
I think that's fine. I trust your judgment. I follow you into like a battle, Banth.
W.
What's the name of the server and the password?
Bored
Servers
by.
bro.
Oh.
Servers bro. Passwords dudes.
Bro,
plural?
dudes.
Multiple dudes or one dude?
Dudes.
Depends on what you're
Dudes.
feeling.
I forgot to pin it. Mods, can you pin that,
Pin.
please?
Dudes.
All right, here we go. Wait, what if we did the same spot and Carla just forgot that we were there? Shut up and drive.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Banth, can I read you what the AI overview just said in my chat?
I can't believe you have that on.
Whiskey and the crew are knee-deep in Mecha Chameleon on Japan, pulling off a chaotic multi-person hide stack. Banth went silent again during a bathroom break, to nobody's surprise.
Wait, how do you
That's a
see
lie.
that?
No, I swear to God, that's what it says.
Do I have one? That's so dumb.
How do you see it?
So goofy.
I turned mine off.
Oh, how do you find it?
It's
I
in
don't
your
know.
settings
Chatters
for
have just
stream.
they've just been posting it
Oh, I don't see it. Do you guys see it?
to nobody's surprise. It might be in beta. I don't know. I haven't even seen the options for it.
Nah, okay, cool.
To no one's surprise is like scary.
It is kind of wild. Like they clocked them.
Huh? How'd they know that?
Me, 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 me.
My legs are too.
It's so funny when you like describe a spot.
This is insane.
I'm really
Wait, I got it.
curious.
No, this is actually unbelievable.
That actually works if I have another person, I think, straight up.
No, this is actually heinous. This is actually heinous.
Heinous.
Oh my God.
Wait, are you in here, Charlie? Oh my god, I'm shaking in my boots. Why am I nervous? What are you
I don't-
doing?
How much time do I have? Oh, we have 40 seconds. Carl, you're gonna find us easy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I put the anus in heinous. Oh shit. I need to have that on.
I wonder if this would work. Oh my god. Oh, I'm throwing.
All right,
Oh my
guys,
god.
lock
I
in.
threw.
No, you're fine. You got this.
Oh my god, I'm throwing.
My hand. My hand.
I'm throwing.
All right, guys, I'm coming. I'm in Japan again.
It's just there.
Oh no. All the
Oh my
tumbleweed was you
god.
guys.
Oh my god.
I thought it was
Oh my
better.
god.
It's better on paper.
I'm scared. What
Okay,
have you
I'm-
done?
Luigi,
Mm.
nice.
Oh my god.
Chris, where the hell?
All right, let me see what everyone else is cooking. This is actually insanity.
Whiskey, what? Whiskey!
Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let me see what everyone's cooking. I can't even see. Oh, they're dead. Okay.
Okay.
Minor, I like that. I like that. Chris, I like it. I like it. Cass, I like it.
I have no idea where anyone is.
Banth,
Oh, no.
what on earth? Banth, no, Banth, that's almost as heinous as mine, bro.
Where are
Oh, that's-
you?
Earl.
Oh my god. I like minors a lot. I think that's good.
What the hell? I feel.
Oh, I can't even.
Chris, now I
can't
know
even
how you
s-
feel. When you said you feel stupid when
crazy,
you
right?
hunt. Yeah, I do feel.
Oh, this is actually wild. I can't even.
Whiskey.
You're right in front of me, aren't you? Girl, where did you go? With Banth's laugh, I'm scared.
Oh, Chris.
We lasted pretty long.
Banth, Banth, I don't even.
It's like, hey, where else on this map, you know?
Wait, Bant, that's good. Are you alive somehow?
Yeah.
I can't
Oh.
believe
That's
that's
awesome.
working.
Whiskey, nice.
Oh, Kuruma.
Sorry.
There's no way.
Yeah, I saw your little footsie.
Oh.
Sorry. It was really good though.
No, that's actually incredible. I'm very impressed. You weren't kidding about this hunting stuff. You're different.
No, I'm not. I just found you and one other person. I'm flopping.
No, but I actually would have bet my life you never would have saw me.
Oh
My
damn,
chat
I
is
wanted
shocked.
that life.
Call.
Girl,
they're
where are
demanding
you?
more-
Girl,
they're
I
demanding more
know,
game
Ben.
codes
I
from
know
you.
you're near me. Where are you? Ben, whistle. Please.
I'm dead.
Oh, okay. No, you're not. Whistle.
A baby
Chance, make a
spider
run
just
for it.
fell on top of me.
Damn it!
Where were they?
Ghost
Sushi.
clocked me.
Lake Titicaca.
Hold 3 seconds.
Hakuna
Huh?
Matata's.
How the fuck?
ESC underscore just resubbed for 32 months. Carl's.
Oh, the baby spider
Oh,
drifted
that is
away.
nasty. That is nasty.
Where?
If Hannah survives this,
Oh.
I'll crash out.
No, my ping. I hit Minor.
Oh,
No. Nice.
That's wild.
Hell yeah.
Miner gave up on the sun.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Where's the red? Oh,
I'm gonna start
Charlie.
calling him Minecraft
Spider.
guy.
Charlie,
on me.
how did you get in there? Have you seen
it's gone.
Charlie's?
Charlie,
Wow.
you bit me.
Yep, Minecraft guy. Yours is a really good hiding spot for sure.
Wow.
New map?
I actually
Yeah,
can't believe I died.
Let's do a big one, like a
Um,
classic one.
Okay.
Ace, thank you for 32.
Yo, big ol' knockers. Thanks for the 9 months. Appreciate it.
How
Big ol'
are you?
knockers?
Spud's got me again.
Yeah, they just resubbed for
Charlie,
9.
how do you find these?
Okay, let's do.
Yo, Modest to Knockers, thank you for the 3. Appreciate that.
Modest 2?
Modest to Knockers? Is it one of my regulars?
Nice.
Oh my god, that was amazing. Wow. I want a snack.
Dude, I'm freaking out about this baby spider that just landed on me.
Oh, that's just my
it
friend. Just
cute?
let him stay.
That's just my friend.
There was an egg sac that hatched a couple days ago. I've seen like
No,
Girl,
you're
not an
kidding.
egg sack. Just let him
Bro,
take
don't
top
say
bunk.
egg sack. Fuck it at
No.
that point. Just honestly, just burn your
Burn
apartment.
the fucking burn the place
Just
down.
fucking burn it. It'll light quick.
Guys, I was meant to
If
stay
I
with him
burned
for a
it,
week. What?
I wouldn't have a place to sleep.
Yeah,
Move
but
to
like
Sydney,
no
Australia.
spiders.
I got you.
Katie, thank you for gifting us up to Major Knockers. I appreciate that.
Wow.
Yeah, whiskey movie to get rid of a spider problem into Australia is madness.
That is kind of madness.
Wait, let's do
Tarantulas
mansion,
everywhere.
or the art one.
Is there spiders on my face?
What the hell?
I was gonna do the art one.
It's always something.
2 hunters?
I think it's okay.
5.
I think 200 is the sweet spot. Yeah.
What's should the search time be for this one?
Do
300.
like a couple days. Oh.
Why does Parker have low income on their body?
There's a meme that we really like with a wrestler.
Wait, you fuck with memes?
I love a good meme.
All right.
Bless you.
Mimi.
No, I was laughing. I was stifling a laugh.
Um.
All right, so guys, this one you have to find your
Ooh.
painting if you're
Oh
hiding. You have to find a painting
God.
within 60
yes.
seconds.
Yes. Yes.
And
yes.
if you don't, then you're locked out. So like don't try to like. So everyone try to find a painting. Don't like walk around the building.
Yeah, I've been
Fine.
there. I could hide under the table though if I really wanted to. How's
see one
work
more.
is going?
Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
guess you just got to work, but are you expecting a busy day?
Is there actually
Talk
a
to me.
spider on me?
Talk to me.
I'm sorry, I was lying. Bro, someone said that was a spider on your hat, and I'm sitting here freaking out.
That's devious.
It might be a spinner rack, and it's a Pokemon. That's
Wait, hold on, someone
Hannah
is-
and
someone-
Lunar. You gotta download the map on
on.
This
Steam.
mod, it's really cool.
How do you
Georgie.
refresh? Right-click on
It's an
Steam.
art gallery.
Someone is saying, "Can I have $100, please?" They're spamming it nonstop.
Well,
Yeah, give it to him.
chill night, oh yeah.
Should we give it to him?
You know what?
I'm hiding.
No.
Yeah.
Chat, should we give this person $100? They only asked 9 times. What are you gonna spend it on?
Yeah. Ask that first.
Okay, okay,
Please.
they were just banned. So.
Oh
never
damn
mind.
it.
They'll probably be in yours next, guys. No worries.
There we go.
Damn, I'm itching.
Oh wait, no. Oh, I didn't know. Oh.
What?
Freaking out. Why did Chris have to say egg sack, man?
You said egg sack.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Oh, we're
said
doing
it.
this map?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wait, we should all wait. Let's go on one together.
No, dude.
Okay, we won't.
Is Chris hunting again?
No.
Okay.
Wait, Banth, trust me.
He just doesn't want to hang
Yeah.
with.
I'm going home.
No, I'm going.
I'm
I know
going
exactly what you're
home.
doing. Whiskey, come back.
I'm here. Okay. I like it. I see the vision.
We gotta get on soon before it's too late.
Yeah, I famously made that mistake yesterday.
Wait. Hold on.
Wait, what are you guys doing here? Oh, okay, Carla, I see the vision. Banth, where are you at?
He's going home.
Is he on a different? He's on a different one?
Yeah, he's on a different one.
Oh, that's
Right here.
egregious.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. If you're there, then I kind of want to.
You
Do
know
I
you
have time
can't jump. Do not jump off.
Do I have time to switch? Do I have time to switch?
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Commit to it.
Okay, I'm committing.
Commit.
I'm committing.
Okay.
No, I'm not committing.
No, you have to
I'm
commit.
committing.
You have to commit. You have to commit.
I'm not committing. I'm not committing.
You are.
I don't know where.
Arkansas.
Wait. Wait. Oh, save.
Should we commit here? Like, should we commit here?
Yeah, we're committing.
Oh wait, that's you?
Girl,
Oh my god.
I just gotta
Wait,
commit.
I have an idea. I have an idea.
Bro, stop giggling. You're gonna get me confused.
Sorry.
I can't find a good spot. If I'm being honest.
Is your spot extra funny or what? To be honest.
No.
First message.
What are they asking for?
Probably some
$100.
cash.
Wait, are they actually?
No, I'm kidding. Well, I really fucked this. That's so funny. How do I
Oh, mine is really bad.
fix this? This is
Chat, is this S? Oh my god. Oh my god. You'd be surprised. This one's kind of hard, actually. Okay, it's not S. yet.
I gotta lock in.
It's okay. I spent half my time not finding a spot, so.
That's crazy. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Oh, guys, that's so bad.
I don't
Oh,
even-
this is
This is really bad.
no. That's. Oh boy.
I don't even know who this is.
Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh my god.
These comms are.
I think it just takes me a second to get into the flow state, you know? Meanwhile, the timer just pops. Oh, it's just the colors are too, you know?
Wait, no, I can cook.
Fuck. Should I paint ass?
Oh man, that's actually dreadful, bro.
I deserve that.
Bro, I think I'll be joining you soon, bro. Hold on.
Oh, nice. Oh, great work. Oh, I love that. Guys, not my finest work. Let me cook. Let me cook again. Oh, Bant.
I can't believe out of all of us, I survived the longest. Mine's egregious.
No, what do you mean? That's really good.
This is not really good.
No,
Bro,
it's
it's
so
walls.
so good.
Minecraft guy's hacking.
Minecraft guy?
Yeah.
Has walls is so funny.
Oh, that one's good. Whiskey, that's actually not bad.
Yeah.
No, Chris, be honest.
No, it's not bad. I think the lower half fucking rocks. Upper half, it could use some work.
Okay. The switching colors, like if it's like an intricate palette, is really tough.
Yeah.
Guys, let me cook on my next
But Parker's
drawing.
is really good.
Let me cook on my next drawing.
I want to see other people's things. I gotta save mine first. Wait, I'm saving it?
What'd you say?
I'm saving it right here.
Let me see.
I don't know. There's
Nah,
something around.
nah, I like this.
Something in this area. Oh! I just put it on. Oh no.
Bro, just put on a
I put.
a tank top or a muscle shirt.
Oh.
I'm like actively painting. I mean, that's not bad, right?
I think it's beautiful.
Oh, it's.
From this angle, dude, it's fucking awesome.
Oh my
You're
god.
chilling.
No. I actually can't believe that. There's no saving this. Your head is terrible. Bulge check. What? Chris said it was good.
The fact
to
that
be fair.
Charlie is just chilling is mind blowing.
Okay, I want to see what other people are cooking. Okay, 3G, that's diabolical. Parker, that's insane.
Isn't that funny?
No way. Oh my god. Who else is left? There goes Kameya.
You.
Wait, Cass's character is really funny. Okay, never complimenting you again. That's wild.
Charlie,
Oh,
if
Carla,
you
I
get
wish I
away
got
with
to see
this.
yours.
I know, mine was really bad though, so it's good you didn't.
This is actually, this is egregious. Oh my god. Cass. Oh, that's. Oh my god, 8 seconds.
Are you kidding?
That's so good.
Cass, turn around.
That's crazy.
The security camera.
Cass,
That's actually so clever.
Nice,
Shaking her
GG.
head.
Wow. Fee, hello, and Doggo.
Man, mine was tough. I
And
did get
Ashley,
2,600
if I
points.
missed you guys, so sorry.
That's really good.
This game
No,
makes me locked in, but I'm
It wasn't my favorite.
obsessed with this game, so it works.
There's some clever spots outside of paintings, but I think I do like going in paintings more on that one.
Did you want to run an OG map?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been OG here.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Penguin, or is that too big?
Penguin's fun.
Do we feel like the time's too much for anything?
I don't know. I haven't hunted yet, so I'm not sure.
Smoking that Western
do
Sydney.
we
I'm
have
gonna
an
run
open
to the,
spot?
to the
We
restroom
missed
real
you
quick. Let's chill.
more.
But I think we have room
Hello.
for one more spot.
Tomorrow's
We do
gonna be
have a
spot.
so fun.
And then start it up in like 4.
4.
Start it now. Start it now and push Chris into the hunter circle.
Wait,
Do it.
guys, where is he? Here he is.
Do it.
Oh, we're gonna have
You can't
3
push.
spots in a second.
I have peep second
Why
play.
3?
if we need.
Okay, perfect.
Whatever.
Oh, is that Lightning Mika Queen?
Ka-chow?
Put your ass away,
Evan!
child.
Evans just
Hi,
subscribed.
How are you?
Thanks for all the yaps and laughs, Carla and fellow clunts.
Happy
I'm
10.
trying to fix my sleeping schedule, so tuning in has been tougher nowadays.
Smart.
You are always in my thoughts.
Carla, favorite pop punk
Carl's
song
Flowers,
from
Carl
the
Silly.
late 2000s. Go.
Maybe.
I'll even give you mid 2000s.
I honestly, the things that pop into mind is like Stacy's mum.
Okay.
All right, let's run that shit.
I like Teenage Dirtbag.
Okay. I'm just a teenage
Bro, you couldn't be.
dirtbag baby.
Man,
Where'd you get that Skull and Crossbones badge?
take us back to karaoke. We hit that.
That's what I'm saying. Can I
Thank
join?
you,
Yes,
Evans,
you guys
you're
can
the
join.
best.
We will have, I think, 3
It's
open
hot.
spots next round.
Server
unless my
name
math is
bro?
wrong.
Password dude.
Oh, I didn't. You know
I
what's?
think-
I
Yeah.
wrote it out and I said mods pin it, and no one pinned it because they were all playing.
I'm a hunter. Boo. Boo. No, it's okay. I'm gonna get you.
You're a good hunter.
Thank you.
No, wait, you're fine. My 7TV broke my chat.
PG, I
haven't been
swear
able
to
pin
God.
stuff on my own. I'm worthless.
Just get rid of
The
it.
Okay, well,
prophecy. Guys, that's
No, I
so
tried,
Let's
but
start
funny.
our
like,
own.
I couldn't
Let's
get.
start our
I
own,
couldn't
dude.
get
Let's
it to
call it-
work.
Neat dude bot. And then just their own little things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's free. Just for you
Wait,
guys.
Banth, let's Oh, never mind. Yeah. Do your thing, Miles Morales. Do your thing.
Mods
Yeah, no, I know,
Morales
no.
is so clever.
No. I'm cooking something fierce.
Wait, no, you idiot. No.
What? Wait, what are you doing? No way. Get out of here.
No,
Bro, get out of here. Carva's gonna slime us out, man.
Not the slime us out.
Fuck off.
Bro, I can't. Oh my god. You gotta fix your hair. You look like you went to art
Twitch
school.
wiped your streaks. What? I don't know why they keep doing that. That's so stinky.
The who?
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Oh my god. Bro, can you. Hey, bud. Move.
Just know I'm coming back when that timer hits 0.
If you ruin this. I'm actually gonna have to cook
I'm nervous. What are they doing?
for once.
Hello, Juniper.
Waiting here patiently.
Okay, guys, we gotta find somewhere quick.
Speak for yourself,
Server
bro. I'm balls deep into
bro,
this drawing already.
Cousin, sorry.
Shut up.
Server bro, password dudes, painting. I
Oh,
actually
you
didn't
c- that's
expect to
actually
have a
not a bad
whole
idea.
mecha
Beth,
stream
I have an
today,
idea.
but I'm having a great time.
No, what? Why? There's already a
Well,
minute and a half.
Yeah, and you're right. So I can't explain it with Carla on call.
I'll
So it's
I'll
all sound.
deafen until.
No.
Friday.
It's okay. Yeah,
No, you
we
got
don't
this,
have time to
Kings.
do it.
Me offering to deafen just so I can have a quiet moment in my brain. Such a good guy I am. It was all for me. It was all for me. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I didn't expect to do this today, but I was like, I feel like being creative, and this game makes me feel creative, but it's also fun, and we can do community stuff. It's been fun. Deafening for a moment of peace. You're the top bloke, doll. Thank you so much again for what you did. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. And everyone as well for the support with Mimi and being here and being so understanding and stuff. I appreciate it. Hi, doll. Hello. 50 seconds still. Jesus. Do I make my time a bit too short? I think I did. Oh, I bloody appreciate it. Yeah, exactly right. And then tomorrow we have Friend Slop. I'm so excited for that. Day after I haven't planned yet, but US Thursday we have Grand Day as per usual, and we're going to be doing some Burgle and Gnomes. And I'll convince her to do some Mecha as well. That could be fun. This map is not going to make me favorites. Uh-oh. Friend Slop. Carlin #1 fan. I just saw that, Minor.
What?
Alright.
No, Carla, please. Go AFK.
I gotta pee. AFK.
Go pee, please.
Okay, I'm going to pee.
Thank you. Go pee.
I'm peeing.
No, don't. Please.
I'm pissing everywhere.
No, please stop peeing.
Oh god, I'm cooked.
There's urine on the floor.
Stop.
Bro, the fucking movement is so annoying. Dude, it's like all that work and then like you click one fucking little letter.
Wait, who did I just
You're
find?
not even trying to
That
move.
wasn't you, right?
That was me.
No, what? Okay,
Shut up.
that's crazy.
The whistling. This is such a dox.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm selling.
Where's Luigi?
Dude, this is such a commitment.
Oh my god, stop babysitting this room and go. There's another fucking 5 rooms.
I heard a whistle.
Oh
No,
wow.
not you. Minecraft guy.
No, Shreddy's hunting again. Maybe he likes hunting.
Chris, there's no shot. Is that
Bro,
real?
Dude, isn't it it's kind of clean now?
Why does it work?
I don't know, man.
I'm pissed. I'm actually pissed.
Wait, why be pissed?
How is this working? It's like I can't.
Ah!
No,
Oh, what was it?
dude, it was so seamless.
It was kind of clever.
What were
I feel
you?
like because it actually looked legit.
Oh.
Dude, the fact that we lasted that long is awesome. Pant, did you die?
Yeah, bro, my thing moved.
Guys, it's so.
Whiskey, you do this
Blows.
one every fucking time.
I've never done it. I've never done it. I've never done
Yes,
it.
you have. I've seen this fucker so many times.
You're on Reels too much, bro.
No, I'm not, dude.
That's so crazy to say that.
You so did this one.
Chris, I played once. Yesterday with Bant was my first time. Actually, when we played together.
No, we played together 15 times.
Which you're definitely getting found.
Is that ass?
No,
not ass.
It's not ass.
Where are you?
It's not ass.
Whiskey, come on, bro. I've seen that man.
That's what I'm saying.
You're
I
on
know
Reels
that
too
guy.
much. I've never done it.
I never saw it on Reels.
Carla, I spent genuinely the entire round drawing, and as soon as I was like, it
I've
was
seen that
kind
guy
of
so many
acceptable.
times. Chat, you've
Chris,
seen that
you're on
guy a
Reel.
bunch, right?
To be honest,
Chat, you saw it on.
It
Chat,
was
you see it on
good.
Reels.
but I've
No, I think I've seen it on stream.
no, I've done
20
it.
times.
I've seen it on stream a lot, but it was good because it took me a while, so it's okay.
It's because I'm late. It's because I'm late to the mecha game.
No, dude.
No, you're
don't say
not.
that.
You're not late.
Don't say that.
No,
No,
don't
you're
say
not
that,
late.
you're
It's not
early.
sexy.
Yeah,
You splattered
exactly.
my brains all across the room.
And you
know,
loved
you,
it.
You guys have
It's
seen that one
okay.
before. Then I did kind of like. it.
Hey, it's okay. Someone's a balloon. I know it.
Alright, let's see what else. Let's see
I was
what
gonna say the
more cooking.
balloons are always a good strat.
There's too
Where's
many.
Queef at? Okay,
Where's the
Queef, I like that. It's not
balloon?
bad. There's so. The fact that
Oh
Sweet
my
Chameleon survived.
god. Nice.
Oh, bro, holy
Okay,
shit.
Okay, Kamea,
I'll take
very
some. I'll take some
good.
endorses if anyone has.
Oh,
them.
nice. Oh, Charlie. Yep.
What is that?
Parker, okay.
Nice, guys.
people thumbs up.
Nice. Yeah, I want to get as many
Oh.
thumbs up as I can, so if I go into a public lobby, people think
Yeah,
I'm
they gave you one.
cracked.
Oh, there were so many balloons.
Pity. That's a pity.
Oh, Weech, that's devious.
No, dude.
Get me in.
The next one's the one for real.
All right, next one is the one for real.
I just think there's
Only
something...
2 endorses, guys. What are we doing?
Guys,
Yeah,
endorse
that's
me,
13
not
endorses.
Chris.
I think he was
Make
farming. I
him
think he was doing
annoyed. Make him
he's-
annoyed.
I was doing
doing
anything
giveaways for
right.
endorsements.
If you're in this
Hannah,
game,
GG's.
endorse me, not Chris.
Oh, we have 2 spots? 1 spot?
If anyone wants to join, password is dude.
Oh,
I don't know why this is so confusing to you guys.
password?
Bro and dudes.
I've
No,
got it,
that's
man.
mad confusing. Those are like the
Password.
same word.
Yeah, that's the same word.
It's actually the most confusing thing possible.
All right, it's pinned. It's pinned. It's pinned.
What do you mean,
Just fucking pin it.
bro? Yeah, but I don't have that. I have Chatterino.
Oh, great.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Next time
Should
I'm
I
the
harden, like,
hunter,
hide in,
I'm
like, a
going to
dark corner behind like
Should
9
you
pieces
harden
of
your
I'm
furniture.
gonna
Okay.
Yeah,
try
yeah.
and find some sort of food in my kitchen. Maybe make a sandwich.
Alright, sorry.
I didn't get the spot
It's a
for
full
any
word.
case.
But
Oh,
I want to
spots will
hide
open up.
first. Server bro,
People on the East Coast are
password
in bed with a warm
dudes,
glass of milk right now.
No, they're still awake.
endorse me.
No.
Yo, East
yeah.
Coasters, come on, make some noise.
Someone just left.
Come on,
trying to
Australians on
find
a
it
lunch
again.
break. Get in here.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dylan.
mini and join.
Dylan is crazy.
W.
Yeah, Dinch.
Wait, how many do we have right now?
I don't
Hannah's
know.
getting a warm glass of milk and going to bed.
Just
Server
bros
now is,
being
I think
dudes
it's dudes and
being
bro or
bros.
bros and dude or something.
The name is bro. Password is dudes. Plural dudes.
My goats.
I just remembered this baby spider now itchy again.
No capitals though. But I guess maybe the
All
capitals
right,
might
I'm
work.
gonna do a big one.
Okay.
POV the tectonic plates in San Francisco soon.
You guys have to download this.
Ah, great.
Brutes.
Whatever, man.
Okay.
Ooh, new map. I'm
Are
excited.
you doing Fall Guys,
Ooh.
Spence?
No,
it's not.
Bowling Alley.
Ah, nice.
There's a Fall Guys map?
Yeah. I downloaded it.
There's a stumble dudes map.
Stumble dudes.
Password stumble. Server.
I'm
dudes.
not. I'm getting off the hunting plan.
I'm gonna hunt
Imagine if-
next round because I gotta
Imagine
have
if
it
I
make
was
a
hunting
sandwich.
Oh no, you're cooked. You're cooked if you are.
Oh, on the new map, hunting is diabolical. Hannah, GG's.
I'm hunting. Yes, dude. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Yes.
I have my spot. You'll find me, don't worry.
Okay, I got this.
I did
Oh
this
my
on a
God,
public
wait,
server.
that's-
I did this on a public server last night.
Oh my god. So there's okay. That's funny.
Oh, the cover picker's broken.
Banther's gonna scream.
I'm so fucked in this map.
No, have you seen it before,
We-
like on the map?
I walked around it earlier just to test if it was stable or not.
Okay.
Right.
This is so goofy. No, that's ridiculous.
All right,
It's-
guys.
it's-
Any
it's just-
endorsements would be fantastic.
It's heinous. Carla, where you at?
You were gonna hate it. I can't.
Oh, this map is big. Banth
Yeah.
is. Yeah, Banth's gonna be miserable for 3 minutes. Wait, there's a lot to explore. We should do this one several times.
I'll
Okay,
hunt
Chris,
next
I-
round. I gotta make a sandwich.
I like it. What kind of sandwich? Vegemite tonight,
Um,
Queen? Vegemite tonight?
Oh, cute. I could. I have some meat and cheese though.
Meat tonight, Queen?
Meat and queen. Allegations going crazy.
Cheese tonight, Queen?
How about those sticker names? I swear to God, I didn't know the names of those stickers.
Bro, Banth, Carla sent me. I was DMing her on Discord, and she sent me like, Discord has like stickers, but like they're GIFs.
Yeah.
One of them was called "You Are Mentally Ill," and it was like a cat jumping up and down, happy.
But I didn't know it was called that. I just sent it because it
So
was cute.
And I saw the preview on my phone, and I was like, "What the hell is Carla's deal?" Like 3 a.m. in my kitchen. You are mentally ill. I'm like, what,
Yeah,
Carla,
me.
what? Like, Carla, how'd you
Sorry.
know?
That's funny.
Oh, there's fake. Oh, that's insane. Oh my god, that's insane. Banth, you're cooked.
Banther's gonna crash out, I think. And honestly, valid because I'll hunt next time as well.
Oh, that's nuts.
It's the happy
Okay,
cat.
I like that.
Oh.
Yeah, the happy cat,
Chris,
exactly.
Okay, Chris. Whiskey, girl.
I don't. I don't.
I
have a
like that
spot. Where
idea
are
you had before. I would
was
tell you, but
Carla.
you'll hear me.
Oh, true.
You'll hate. You'll
Banth,
hate
yell
my
really
thought.
loud.
Damn. If you, well, how about here? I'll tell you. Go straight. I'll tell you. Ready? Go straight.
Uh-huh.
Straight.
Uh-huh.
So like turn
I'm
around.
at the wall.
No, no. Okay,
Guys,
go.
don't go.
Yeah.
Don't go too difficult.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
Wait, Carla,
fucking-
Carla, where?
Okay, wait, Beth. Can you deafen for just 10 seconds?
Fine.
No, okay, I just want to show whiskey. I just want to show whiskey.
I have 30 seconds. I have 30
Okay,
seconds.
just keep going straight. Go
You
straight. Go
don't.
straight.
You have 55 seconds.
Go right. Go right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, go to the corner. Yeah, go to the corner. Right to the corner of the alley. To right hand side corner.
Uh-huh.
Keep going right, and I went right up the wall, and I'm in a shadow. It's really bad. Yeah,
Oh,
keep-
I see you.
keep
Oh,
going.
that's really good.
Keep going. Go
No, I see
right
you.
up. I'm not that on the
Okay,
roof.
okay.
I'm right in that little crack.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, I
Yeah.
don't want to sell you guys out though.
No, you can. You join me. Join me. It's funny. Join me, because he's gonna have a
No,
hell
no,
time
no.
anyway.
No, I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Nice.
Vance, come back.
Hi, Sarah. How are you, doll?
Oh my god.
Short crack in the crack. This is really naughty, but I deserve a naughty one because I want some thumbs up.
Chat, is this ass?
You're blinking. You're blinking. Quick move. Move. You're blinking. Nice. Just do that. Don't even blend in.
Oh God. Here we go.
Oh my god, I need to be quick.
The amount of fake.
I know it's
Things
stupid.
around.
It's
Yeah, I
stupid.
noticed that there's like fake guys. It's kind of goofy. I don't love it.
Yeah. Look, no matter what happens, Band, I'll
Yeah,
hunt
bro.
next round. Okay. We hide.
I got one. I got one.
Nice. Killing it.
Chat, is this ass?
No, it's so good.
It's actually.
What?
I like your
Oh,
jaundiced
there's
cheeks,
ass.
Ben.
You have
You
jaundice?
see me?
Yeah. Spectating you.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Welcome back, bro.
I wasn't gone.
We,
I was just
we
not
see what
done.
you guys are cooking. Okay, I like that. That's really good. Kamea, same
Right over the whistle,
idea.
Whiskey.
I like it.
Wait, where's Carlisle? Let me see.
Okay, Luna.
Carl, that's fucked up.
I know it is. I know it
3G.
is.
We get that. That's like so fucked.
I
It's
know
like,
it
what's
is.
the point?
I know it is, but like,
Panda's gonna crash.
no, he's gonna crash out. But
Oh,
to be
great.
fair, no, hear me
Chris,
out, Ben.
yours is
Hear me
really
out.
cool.
I wanted a turn at it because I've been
Oh,
got a lot
Carla, that's
tonight,
that's diabolical.
and I'm gonna hunt next round, and you can go as fucked as you want.
Oh, you do have jaundice.
Uh,
We found out he has jaundice, Chris. Yeah, it stinks.
fucking hate when my friends get that.
Bro, where are you?
Jawned. I'm gonna give you a hint, Ben.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay,
How is that not a person though?
I agree with that. I agree.
Okay, I'm cooking.
Okay, I think this works.
Oh, they're on the opposite side of this.
Oh, I'm cooking.
John Dist?
John?
Chat, we're saving it. Redemption.
Someone's definitely like. What?
Wait, guys, we're cooking. Chris, don't tell me
Bro,
no
I'm,
Olivia
get-
Rodrigo
I'm getting, I'm
album?
getting, I'm getting messed with. Someone's in the bowling lanes.
No, they're fake. They're fake, bro. They're fake.
I know, but no, it's not. Not all of them.
It's all fake. Wake up, bro. You're dreaming. Lil bro thinks it's real.
I
Chat,
see
come on, not
someone-
bad.
Am I high?
Come on.
If I have to turn around,
Lil bro thinks the pins are real.
bro, are you guys in the arcade?
Lil bro thinks we're
I
in the
will let you know that
arcade.
I have moved. I ran down some. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You moved?
Because I felt bad.
Oh. Word. Don't feel bad. Get your bag.
Okay. Bro, everyone is in the bowling lanes.
Ben, can I keep it a buck? Not one person.
There's that's bullshit.
Not one individual is secluded in the bowling lanes.
Chris is probably sitting in a chair upright.
I'm dead. I got caught.
Oh,
shit.
that stinks. I thought
Yeah.
it was creative and cool and awesome.
Yeah, but I'm out and about, you know what I mean?
It is interesting that I can't say anything. If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Of course.
Bro, I need a whistle. Like under a table.
Oh,
Carl's drawing a bush.
Oh, what? That's
oh, Carla is drawing a bush.
I know. You crew your bush?
Yeah.
You drew a bush. You drew a bush.
You drew a bush.
You drew a bush. You drew a bush. Oh, people are getting slimed out in droves. Okay, I'll give you guys a
Oh, it's
clue. Someone
over.
is running around with their hands up.
You were a computer mouse next to Abe.
I did move out in the open though. It was very naughty.
It is tough because it's a new map.
Yeah. I will hunt next round.
minor. Bro,
You
where were you guys?
Huh?
I was
was
in the
above.
shadows above the alley. But you couldn't see me, so I moved and I was right in front of you and I was running down the alley butt naked.
Oh yeah, no
Yeah.
whiskey. I can definitely get up there.
You can climb the wall. Climb the wall. Come on, Spider-Man. Come on, Spider-Man.
You're good. I believe you're hidden.
I mean, I'm really not. If you get up here, it's pretty obvious.
Yo,
and there was
cat
like
pubes. Thanks for the 69 months. Appreciate it,
a
man.
couple. Yo, dog.
Alright, I'm gonna
wiener,
hunt.
Thank you for the 14 years.
Let's do that exact same map, Bant, so you can Chris,
Oh,
hide with
Wiener's
me.
crazy. Okay.
And
Wait,
then
no,
we'll-
no.
like that
I want
map,
to
or-
do my own thing.
Okay.
Oh, guys, we have 1 million spots if people want to join.
I'll watch you though.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a sandwich. You go hide.
Do your
Guys,
thing.
server is bro lowercase, password is dudes lowercase.
Guys, you heard it, bro, then dudes.
Are we running that one back? Or do
Yeah.
you want to do
Running
different
around
one?
and
I want you to
dodging
have a
shots is
turn,
very
Beth,
fun.
because it's fun.
That's a neat trick. That sense of yours.
I'm gonna make a sandwich.
New map?
Which?
This is the same, right?
The hell?
I think.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I'm
the same
listening
one.
to
Same
Gwen
one.
Stefani. Hold on. You know how a bad girl.
Oh, really, Tammy?
you
I haven't
know
tried
how
her
a
yet.
bad
I'm obsessed with the
girl.
new character, though. Obsessed. Good
I
night,
have
Charlie.
fresh
Thanks for
produce
games.
in
I
my
can't believe
fridge
how
for the first time in
nasty
6
you
months,
were.
if anyone cares. I
Love
think
it.
that's dope. I think Anthony also thinks that's dope.
I'm gonna go make a sandwich
Why are you including
while
me?
they're hiding.
I'm including you because I want you to be part of the conversation, so we can share this moment together.
Um,
Oh, I appreciate that.
and then
No, I pronounce-
yeah.
The reason you thought I said Gwen Stefani is
Ah,
because
go
my
sandwich
W's and L's
girl.
get mixed up because my
Have you
mom
tried
was
the
a
new
heavy
hero?
smoker while
I
when I was
love.
in the womb.
So,
No, bam, bam, bam,
deeper.
bam. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. So dick, so dick to laugh at my deformed body being born. So I didn't.
Bro,
develop the
no way
proper
you're
speech
trauma
path-
dumping right now saying your
Hey,
mom smoked when you were born.
Chris, I saw that you and Carlo were deafened and I shot my shot, bro.
Girl, I was muted.
Bro,
I can hear
that
everything.
sucks.
Okay, but
You're upsetting people lurking. Now they feel weird. Everyone feels
Chris,
weird now.
Chris, if I was lurking and I heard you thank cat pubes for the 14 months, that would be just
That's
as
normal here. But saying you have health problems because your mom's smoking you were a baby?
No, I was explaining why I
blows.
pronounced.
Also, like whiskey, he doesn't remember because of COVID. Like he can't deal with that.
Oh, that's true. Forgot Chris has long COVID.
Oh, my bad.
Long Jovid.
I was
Alright,
just
good
explaining
luck.
why I pronounce things wrong. Good luck, everyone.
Is that actually true? Or do you pull that out of your ass?
All right,
No,
I'm gonna
I-
go make a sandwich.
Wait, is that why
It
when I
is-
offered
it
you a cig, your chat got angry at me?
No. I think my chat just got angry because we were, like, our aura was too high.
Oh, true.
Oh, same
That's
map? I'm down. Carla,
yeah.
are you hunting?
She's
call
making a
something.
sandwich, she said.
Oh, she's making a sandwich. Okay, word.
Okay.
The fake characters on this map is, I kind of don't like it
It's like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about it.
because they're just gonna shoot all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, where we could be the bowling ball, but then it's like everyone's a bowling ball. And when everyone's super, nobody is. That's some neat trick, that sense of yours.
From Boston.
Oh man. That's a neat trick, that sense of yours. well, Spider-Man, that's a neat trick. Well, tickle me pink, Spider-Man. That's a neat trick, that sense of yours.
Shut up.
Well, is that Peter Parker? Is that you? That is a neat trick, that sense of yours. Spence, let's combine.
No, I'm
Oh, my map
I'm
didn't
going in.
load. I'm cooked. Oh, I think someone's cooked. That's not a hunter, is it? Uh-oh. You're a hider? Okay. I don't know.
No, yeah, you know what? A map I thought would go crazy would be a Severance map. I think the Lumen building.
Okay.
That could be cool, actually.
I don't hate that idea. I like my beats fast and my bass.
I'm like two
down
up against
low.
it.
Oh, wait, guys.
Peter Parker.
That's a neat trick, that sense of yours.
You may go up against it.
Wait, I feel like this is a good spot, but I'm getting mixed signals though. I don't hate this. Please no. Goodness.
Can't see shit.
Beth, what episode of Homeland are you on?
5.
It's getting pretty good, huh? don't.
What kind of
I
sandwich? Just
don't
by making a toasty, I'd say.
hate this. Toasty. I forgot they call it that over there down under.
Yeah.
That's a neat toast down under. Let me see what you guys are cooking. I don't think mine's taking too long. I don't hate this, man.
I'm gonna get caught so bad.
No, I don't hate this, bro.
Yeah, toasty's a grilled cheese in Carla's language.
Carva's language is wild.
Thanks.
Homeowner laugh.
Bro, God forbid a guy has a laugh.
No,
That's
it's
crazy.
Just,
Home on a laugh is crazy.
it sounded like he owned a home.
Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
I'm cooking.
All right.
Tigger, bed.
I mean, it's not bad.
It's. Oh no, I'm cooked. Actually, I understand now. why
Wait, there's
people were
fake
saying-
ones on the floor too? That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
On the floor.
That's not great.
Florbs.
Wait, I want to see what you guys are doing. Oh, Chris, that is. You might be Chris Melberger for that. That's pretty cool.
Can't tell if that's good or not.
Banth, what are you cooking?
I just
Man,
felt,
that's-
guys. I was like, oh no.
That's actually. That's no.
It's
that's
not
stellar.
terrible, but
No, it's stellar. I can barely see you.
I'm getting a cold.
I need to go
Carla,
back. I
that's-
need to go back.
It's really good, Carla.
Okay.
Wee woo. Okay, I like that. I like that. Oh my God, Zach, that is devious.
Oh, Chris, I was thinking about that at first. That's nice. That's really
oh my
good.
God. Xander, that is amazing. Xander, that's amazing. Banth, please look at Xander's.
Hold on.
Are you still drawing?
Nope. Whiskey, what are you? Oh my God.
Bro, it just might work. It just might work. Bro.
That's sick.
I don't know. It's actually really bad. I mean, if you zoom out, you can still definitely tell that it's bad.
I have no idea. Okay.
You got plenty of time.
Do you hate when you discover that you're getting a cold sore? You're like, okay, great, thanks.
Oh, yeah. Toaster bathtub immediately.
Real.
It's the worst. I will say I gargled salt water 3 days in a row, and it did wonders for my post-nasal drip ridden throat. Sorry,
Real.
Chris, for the health trauma dump. I know he doesn't like those.
Oh my God.
Bro, Chris.
You get
this is
2 more
your-
for the night, and then we're good.
Look what you're cooking.
I'm curious.
Oh, man. Carl, I got slimed out.
No.
What do you mean deserved? God forbid a fella be creative.
Oh, we got this.
Chris, you adding more details to yours? Damn, Chris, I'm loving this actually.
High
Thank
reels.
you.
1
Hey,
mil
reels.
minimum.
Now, who am I? Julia, come on.
Nah, come on. That's a neat reel.
Chris, the head being above that is it's so 5 head. I was going to do it, but I was trying to do it from the thing below you. Like where the, I
Oh,
can't even
okay.
say it.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna chill now and see what happens.
Yeah.
No, I think you cooked like a decent, like a supper.
True.
Wow.
Oh, that'd be a good place to hide.
Carl, I wish you saw mine when it was all in one piece.
I do too.
Wait, Band, are you still alive too? What the fuck? Which
I'm
one
still
are you?
I'm still alive.
Oh, Band, you cooked too, my friend. Okay.
Thank you.
My friend?
Yeah,
That's
no,
nice.
I think everyone cooked except for me and the other person that got
Shit.
found.
Oh.
No
Chris.
way.
Damn, what
That's
was
okay,
it?
okay.
Chris.
I stick out so bad from that side. It's fine because we win.
Oh, what was it?
Doesn't get found. I was on the arcade machine. We still win, so it's fine, guys.
Oh my god, the bowling pin.
Oh,
Oh my god! Right past me.
Really?
Oh,
Where?
man.
Carl, look at mine. Carl, over here.
Wait.
Over here on the machine.
Did Xander survive?
Wow.
No, Xander's was really good.
Oh, nice.
Carla, go look. Please look at mine, Carla.
Wait.
then
Give
Bandit's
me
behind me.
location.
Bantha,
It's
I
the
endorsed
spawn,
you.
by the spawn, by the
Thank you.
XQCL.
Oh,
By the
yeah.
XQCL.
This one? Oh, I know this one. Yeah.
You're running out of time.
Ah!
I was shoes up on the rack.
Oh, nice. I saw it. Oh shit.
Nice.
Guys, try and join
did
if
get
I don't
married.
know if we have space, but you can try.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are full.
What map do you want to do?
But
Anyone have a-
Wait, no,
Let's do like
no,
a classic one.
when someone leaves,
no
or
nice
yours-
French whiskey. Come on, man. Do a classic or do like the Simpsons.
mansion? Like the normal mansion?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Oh, hold on. There's a nice message. There's no way you keep surviving in these dog shit spots. Okay. well, never mind. It sounded nice in the beginning of the message.
Well, that's really nice.
It's pretty sweet. Yeah. Cock it and pull it. We're going down. Did you guys join the GT, the GS?
No. Did
What's
you?
that mean?
Yeah. I mean, me and Banth were on it
The
before.
GS, the group.
Guest star.
Oh yeah, I've been on it.
Oh, okay.
Ben,
Carl, I
Who's
invited you.
hunting? Who's hunting?
Which one?
Guest star if you wanted to join it.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
Oh, okay.
I haven't checked.
Oh, sorry.
I figured. I just in case you guys forgot.
Sorry, I thought you were making
Expansion.
another joke, and I was like, I'm not in it, and then I
Oh
My
no,
bad.
no.
thought you were talking about GTA.
Carla, me making a joke? Come on.
I know, silly. I don't want to get a cold sore. I don't need this.
Yeah, that's wretched. I'm sorry.
No, I used to try this.
Okay.
Oh, band's nice.
This
Vance,
is
you wanna-
not. This is not gonna.
No, it's gonna be
Vance,
so
do you want to
good.
combine? Do you want to combine our bodies?
Where
we
on
could
this?
if you find me.
Where are you? None of us are hunting.
Uh,
We can let it fly.
You know where.
Okay. Well, you're not horsecock. That's a neat horsecock. That sense of yours.
Yeah, I built it myself. Grew it. Big guy.
I have
Guys.
no clue where you guys are.
You know where I am.
I actually don't have the slightest clue.
Bro, you know.
Oh, this is a neat room.
I want to do it on something stupid.
Same. I want
Oh,
something.
like me every round.
Hey,
Is this
stop that.
This is kind of believable. Is this believable?
Okay.
Okay, the curled up ball is just the best pose. I don't know why people get so much hate.
Is it getting hate?
I wish there was
Yeah.
more like laying down poses. Like, if you
No,
go
it's
like
just-
flat.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go up against the wall, there's plenty of ways to be flat. But like, besides that, the curled up ball is the move, Loki.
Oh, I'm going here.
In my honest opinion.
I agree.
Okay, here, I'll spice it up.
Just let me lock in.
Actually, let me do something a little. Let me do something heinous.
This is heinous, but to try this.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's cook something.
Oh, it's so
Let's
funny
cook
when you.
something.
Oh,
What do you say, Carl?
when you fuck it. I wish there was undo button so bad.
Yeah, the things I would do for an undo button would scare you.
Okay.
I think I messed up horribly,
just-
actually.
Bro, I have no time. Oh man.
Oh, I think I messed up horrendously. Did I? I can't tell. Is this heinous? That's actually not bad.
Oh no.
Time? 8 seconds? I don't think it's bad.
Oh God.
Now, I will say we have to do some of this, though.
He's cheating. He's cheating. He's cheating, bro. He's cheating.
Whiskey, stop.
Check his computer. Chris, I like that.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow, bro. Holy
Peachy, I'm not too
shit.
sure, though.
That. I would like to go on record to say that Xander is still alive.
Wait, I just
in
saw.
the in the
I
in the
just
manner
saw-
that they are,
I'm getting shot so quick. I'm getting
and I
shot
died
so
in
quick.
8 seconds. I mean, Xander, I love it.
Guys, please look at me against the wall.
Man, that's not bad. That's not
Ooh,
bad.
Emily. What the hell? Okay, artiste.
Yeah, Emily, that's really good.
Oh, Ben, I like it. Just stop moving.
I can stop moving.
Oh, damn. Wait, Carla, you.
Fuck!
I
Oh,
died.
you died?
I died right after
Oh,
you.
I was gonna say I saw you
They have
like
too
on the
much
ground.
time to search, I think, in my opinion.
I can lower it.
What is it at right
Nah,
now?
come on.
How many seconds, man?
Like 200 something.
No, it's definitely longer than that. It's
Let me look at your banana.
It had been over
Also,
Like
300
240.
really.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's too long.
mm-mm. I have to end stream and go to
What's
the
the
chemist straight
spawn
away
room? Is the stairs, right?
to get
Xander.
my cold sore stuff.
I'm getting
out.
hot
That's
so
fucking
quick.
funny.
That's a huge banana. What the hell? Hello?
Change my feet. Oh fuck, you're right.
I don't know. You spawn in this room.
Man, if this works, dude.
No, never mind, Chris. Yo, continue that sentence real quick.
Nothing. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, man.
Banger, what song is this? Panic at the Disco? I don't know this one.
Which one is it?
Are you dying?
Ben, I think you're
No, it's
unmuted
not
in
from-
game,
it's not-
FYI. In game.
It's not from the good
Oh,
album.
in game?
Oh, Banth, unmute. Banth, I can hear you in game chat.
Oh, I just have everyone off. I don't turn it off.
Oh, you're
press
probably
B.
deafened but not muted. Yeah, just press V.
Was there bananas in chat?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Guys, it's been a fun
was
mecha
funny.
day. Tomorrow's gonna be super fun.
Oh, Chris, you
Bro,
died.
Can't wait
minor.
to slop tomorrow. And I'll give away a couple of Jason thingies as well.
Miner's alive. Crash Out is alive. I think I'm cooking.
You're dead.
No, just in general.
Splattered.
Dude, I didn't think my thing was that bad.
What were you?
I was up against the brick wall. But like
Oh,
I died in like
okay.
the first 8 seconds of the round.
I didn't think mine was too bad, but it wasn't the best. But I was found pretty quick.
Meanwhile, Miner's skateboarding across the hallway.
Wait, still? Pardon me. Actually, are they still?
Oh, he's running. He's running.
Oh, he's
Alright, Miner,
running.
here we
He's
go.
off. He's off. He's
There
off.
goes Minecraft boy.
Ooh, slime.
Ooh.
Got him.
Super Battle Go.
Nice.
I'm down. I think we're still playing this
I
for a
think this
little
map
bit,
gets bigger and bigger every day.
but
They added a room to it. I'm telling
I'm
you.
down. I just gotta go to the chemist before
whole back room?
it closes tonight.
Back rooms.
Yes, Striker. Perfect.
Wait, let me see everyone's spot.
What game were you wanting?
Carla, I thought
Oh,
yours was
Carla,
really
nice.
good.
Yeah, that's good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Is mine
Oh, Chris.
obvious? Let me see from back here.
I like mine.
Yeah.
I guess
I
mine's
think if
kind
there
of
was other objects with you,
fast from
it
here.
wouldn't like been probably seen. But cooked a better cabbage than us
Laurel.
the other day.
No.
I wonder if it was. I wonder if it is because I was painting, so maybe they
Oh,
heard it.
sorry, Peachy. Sorry.
Dude, another baby
maybe.
spider just landed on my desk. I'm
I
telling you,
don't.
dude, this is unbelievable.
Honestly, it probably
Crystal,
will
what
happen.
was
We got one more.
Knowing our group tomorrow, I reckon we'll end up doing
Alright,
One more
a,
baby
Two-
spider.
a cat for sure.
Whiskey, just
That's
find the
it.
mama.
I found the
We
mama.
could also do Super
Wait,
Battle
the mama
Golf
already laid the egg.
with the community.
If we do a normal map, I'll
one
hunt.
day.
I'm down to hunt.
What's the
Okay.
Could we do farm or mansion? Like, no, let's do farm.
Let's do farm.
How many players in Super Battle Golf?
Do farm and I'll hunt on farm, unless other people want to hunt. Oh, the thing got unpinned again? It's bro
oh, no,
and dudes,
that's okay,
right?
Striker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what
just
game
set
you
it
wanted?
to manually. That's why it won't go away.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'll message you back anyway.
Name.
All right, we up.
Oh, I'm hunting.
We up.
All right, lock in, guys.
There's like it feels like you really got to come up with some like
Yeah,
New shit
fresh
for
ones
this
for
map.
This one.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Oh, I
I've only
think I
played this one twice.
saw
You can get away
one.
with something.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh.
Whiskey, be horsecock.
I can't be horsecock because I'm hunting.
Are you actually?
Yeah, me and whoever is Crash Out. Who's that?
No.
Wait, are you an Addison Rae fan?
I'm trying to paint.
My bad. I didn't realize how the worst part about hunting is waiting for 200 seconds while everyone has.
You can. Are you an Edison Ray fan?
Oh, Carl, it's okay. Focus on your painting.
No, I don't need to. Mine's really shit. Mine's ass.
Well, I heard a
got
song
time.
today. I heard a song today called "Fame Is a Gun" and it was pretty good.
Oh.
Oh, you're Crash Out. Okay, cool. It's a beloved Carla chatter.
Ooh, that's good. Only seen things. Ah, okay. That's all right.
What map is it? Farm map again?
DBB.
Ben, did we ever
Really?
figure out if there's a way to pan down your character? Do you know
oh
what I
my
mean?
God.
No, I can never figure that out.
Carla, Chris, do you guys know?
Pan down. What do you mean?
Like if you're drawing to like pan down, like where your crosshair is, because like if I'm drawing my feet, I have to like angle down and draw my feet from an angle. You know, like I can't actually.
Let me see.
Because what I do is I use middle mouse to pan around, but I wish I could move my center down.
Let me see. I center
Maybe I'm
down.
goofy.
Yeah,
Is that
I just use
insane?
I just use middle mouse. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
But honestly,
I
there's probably
figured.
something we could do, but I don't know how to do it. Maybe Alt left click apparently. Wait.
Alt left. No, it doesn't work. No, it's okay.
Sorry.
That's not your fault.
It is. I'm the dev.
You're the dev. You're the devil.
I made this game.
That's
Yeah,
neat.
Imagine if
shit.
you found out I made this game.
I would be so proud of you, and I
Thank
would
you.
platform you.
I would
I'd-
ask for $1 million.
I'd sponsor you all.
Yeah.
Okay, guy. From I don't want to spoil the movie. Never mind, Chris.
Hi, Lexi. Little window. Oop. think I might be okay, but whiskey is
Doesn't like this.
smart.
and
Ooh,
like that.
that's good.
Taka-bunka.
Chris nice. Banth nice. Sander, that's so funny. I love that. Nice. Nice.
Wait, it's kind of fun to draw on your character.
Nice. That's sick. Really good spots this time. No Wheezy, real.
Don't say that, Carl. I'm so bad at hunting.
No. Like, you're gonna love it. Live, by the way. Good night,
Wait, how do you know that?
Wheezy. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate it. Thank you for games today,
Okay.
guys.
Who is this? If you kill me, you are homophobic. Who is this? This isn't. Imagine this is like Banth. I guess I can't kill him.
I'm sponsored by the vet. We're gonna be doing a.
That stem looks very odd. Very odd stem on that pumpkin.
I like your way of hunting.
It's not great. That's a very odd thing on that thing right there.
Whiskey.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm trying to.
Right.
Oh, I was talking the whole time. Yo, Chris, fuck
That's
it.
Very odd.
Fuck it, dude.
Can I
You know,
keep
I'll
it a
join
buck?
you.
I've
I'll
already
join you.
found 5 people.
We know.
Shake it. Someone's gotta be a vegetable, right? Someone in Anthony's chat said you're giving away $100?
Yeah, people
Oh,
came over to
nice.
my chat saying to go over to your chat because you're doing a giveaway. $100.
Oh, hey guys, I'm doing a giveaway. I'm stuck crouched. What's up with that? Hello? There we go. If I was
Whiskey, are you not shooting
Anthony-
people?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to find you.
You looked at me. You looked
I-
at me.
Oh, did I? Oh, were you the one that said if you shoot me, you're homophobic?
No, you just looked at me. You farming?
He loves a good farm.
I'm not farming. I'm just trying to.
Thank you for the follows, guys.
I'm trying to get my ducks in a row before I start shooting willy nilly. You know, what'd be kind of cool if you had
Willy-nilly.
limited ammunition.
True.
No,
That would be
there
cool.
it is. Okay, you did see me.
You know
Looked
what's
at me in the
funny?
face.
I saw someone and then I lost them. You know what's funny, Beth? I actually thought that was you when I saw it because it was a very bent spot.
Great.
No, I could just tell that like the art was good.
That's fucking funny.
Thanks, man. Wait, Xander.
Buddy.
That's what I'm talking about,
Xander.
bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait,
Dude,
I,
I hope that works
I
out.
lost someone. Oh, it'll work out. We got 30 seconds. We're selling.
Oh, that's so smart.
Bro, actually, spending a lot of time on one and then getting caught like kind of fast sucks. It feels like really weird.
It feels like complete shit.
Like, dude, like, what do you mean you found me so fast?
Real. Whoa.
Oh,
Steve, yeah.
Wait, there was someone that I saw in the beginning and then I didn't shoot them and now they're getting away with murder.
the pumpkin stem?
That was minor.
Oh, it was the pumpkin stem. Yeah. Good call.
No, that was me. I ran
Wait,
away
run this
when
map
you,
back.
when
I
you
want to
were
hunt.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
Cara.
Hello. You can see
Carla.
me. Carla.
Xander's
Oh,
was,
Ghost, nice.
was good. Wait, where's Miner at?
Minor was the homophobic one.
That's
Where's
crazy.
Mine
Minecraft
was-
boy at?
Miner's
there it is.
homophobic?
Stop.
Oh, Kamea, that's good. Xander,
You hate-
that's
you
good.
hate
That's
their-
the only option.
No, you hate their names so much.
Bro,
What are you-
it-
what are you
out of
talking about?
context, it sucks.
What? What are you talking about?
Nothing.
I won't lie. I was
Minecraft
trying
boy
to
had a
figure out
really
a way
good
that.
hiding spot.
Oh. Hi, doll. How are
Malicious
you?
Oh,
Triple
triple
just
G, that's
subscribed.
devious.
Hello.
Whoa,
Oh my God, I
Carl's
couldn't even
pot
see- I couldn't even
happens
see 'em.
to
They were, like,
am
inside the
Carl's
thing.
Kermy love.
Hello. Thank you for the
Yeah, wait, who's the
sub. What
homophobic
the
bait?
hell?
Put
That
your
was-
ass away,
That was Minecraft guy.
child.
It was actually
Not
minor.
a treasure train.
Sully
Hello?
Shadari
We're
just
busy.
subscribed.
Crap.
No, I'm late.
Sully,
Yeah.
Tutu as well.
Wait, why
Thank
do you
You're
why do you
not
call him by a
late.
different name?
You're right on time.
I don't want to be yelling minor all night long.
You're right on
Okay,
time.
Chris, you have a valid point. Yesterday
thank
he was
you for
AFK, not
233
downloading
months,
the
by the
workshop
way.
map, and I yelled
Thank
minor
you.
check.
No,
How
you've
are you
been saying crazy
guys?
shit all night because that's his name.
I
No offense, but it's
appreciate
just like
you.
out of context.
I don't
when
even-
he tunes in. They're like, hey.
Hello, hello.
Like,
No, I've
before
been
you were,
calling-
you said something like minor. I love that one. It was like just like crazy things, dude. You know? Hey, Minecraft guy.
Dude, that's so. I don't even. That's so weird. Like I don't even because I've been calling him that for like literally 7 years. So it doesn't even
Yeah.
like.
That's bad.
Of course.
Doesn't even com-
That's
doesn't even
bad. It's
compute.
crazy.
That's bad.
Thank you, guys. How are you?
No, okay.
We're
Whiskey,
doing some
can I keep it-
Mecca?
Can I keep this stack with you? I was
What's
trying to. I when I edited the reel today because mine was the one hunting us. I don't know if I put it in the final thing, but I considered I had the captions at first say he's pissed instead of Miner's pissed because I didn't want to write Miner in the caption. Like
So this guy's really causing a lot of problems for us. Then it sounds
Oh,
like.
golly. Man, I love
Yo,
miners.
Miner,
Chris
change
Mel,
your name.
2026.
Now I'm like self-conscious, bro. I can't even
Bro,
talk to him
Minecraft
anymore.
Guy 7 sounds so good.
That just sound that's.
just call my his full name, Miner Boy.
Miner Boy 7.
It's worse.
It is kind of worse.
That's substantially worse.
Oh man,
Not even a little worse, just substantially worse.
that's awful.
Carla's saying substantially so funny.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Wait. I'm ready to hide. Or find.
Was there baby spiders on my face?
No. Oh.
Think so.
What was that?
Sully,
Chris?
how was your day?
I thought we were doing the
Mel,
bowling
how
one
was
again.
your
I didn't really
day?
care for that one.
No,
I'm
it's a different
hunting,
one.
so I can
That
chat
one's
for a little bit.
The bowling one's really big, but it looks cool.
I don't
Real
like it
cool.
because there's fake people on there.
Hmm.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Sounds like you started already.
I couldn't hold it.
What do you say?
There's spiders everywhere, made him
He goes,
pissed.
he goes, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Okay, I wasn't the one who was going blue mine in the
Blue
last lobby.
moon?
that was Granny.
Yeah.
But I think it's because you said it first like that, and then she thought that's how you said it.
I would never say blue mine.
Yeah, you
Oh
said-
my god,
I
12
kinda like this
a.m.
man.
How
Vance, you
early
cooked.
did you go to bed?
But man, this
gift-
looks like a nice,
Sully.
everyone
this looks
gift
like a nice
5
place.
to Vance.
Thank you.
Mamma mia.
Everyone gift him like a bunch of subs.
Well, good morning.
I don't need it.
Wait,
Fuck it.
What's Vance? Let's cook. Let's cook.
Are you
Right,
not
we have
pissing?
to decide.
Or did you just
We have
not
to
even
decide
do
right
it?
now.
Also, I want you to know I didn't go peas to commit to this.
I didn't go peas. 6
You're bugging.
p.m.
You're bugging. We have to combine.
Sully. Oh no.
We have to combine into something
Wait,
greater.
whiskey.
We have to become something greater than the sum of our individual parts, bro.
Fuck it.
Sure.
Mamma mia. Should I be
wait,
whiskey? Do
okay.
you reckon he'll know that I'm him?
Wait, I have an idea.
Wait.
What's up? You're typing in the game chat.
Oh, true.
Whiskey, can you come over here?
Yes. What's going on?
I need you.
That's so whiskey.
Okay.
I
You
mean,
need me.
I need you to be the thing that's in the other ones. I will be the bottom.
Huh?
Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, no, Carla's not hunting.
Yeah.
We can talk.
Oh, no, okay. I need you. I'm gonna be the
Girl, stop. I'm
part-
hunting.
Oh.
Okay.
I stopped
I
you
didn't know, I
before you
didn't
said it. I'm gonna deafen.
Okay.
I was gonna hear, but I was like, nah, I don't want it to be spoiled. I was gonna like literally hear them, but I was like, nah, that's lame. That's how much I like this game. I don't want to cheat. What shirt does Whiskey wear? I was gonna put him in a neat, dude.
Like, I love a good prank, but I love this game too much to cheat. You give him a little bit of face. Oh, we should do a little earth. These little I should have done it as a love heart. That's okay. Censored. Here I go. Oh, this map is hell. I love it.
Oh no. Oh no. The color picker's selling me out, bro.
This map is so naughty.
Oh my god, the color picker's selling me out.
Ooh, some whistles. Xander, that's funny. I like that.
I mean, no!
I saw it happening from a mile away.
I think that's it's actually pretty good.
Fuck it. Screw it.
No, dude, it was fine.
No, Chris, my last words was, you know what? I mean, that's good. And then I got shot.
I know, I heard, I saw.
Banth, you should have done something more like secluded like mine.
Shit talking me.
Thanks, Cam. That
Shut
was
the
so
fuck
fun.
up, Whiskey.
That was so much
Fucking
fun. Thank you for
idiot, dude.
joining.
What do you do? What do you do? Oh,
It's because the angle sells you out, man.
or maybe because it said, "Please pee on your hands."
No, it's the form. I promise you, it's the form. Let's see what people are cooking. Chris, what on earth is this?
Let me see, Chris.
It's actually not bad. I just was stuck. I couldn't see at first.
Bro, Chris,
I
what
think it
are
kinda
you?
works.
Who is this? Oh.
Oh, Chris,
Minor,
yeah, you're not getting found.
Minor Boy 7. That's crazy.
Well,
Dude, Xander's frying
ba
me.
ba ba ba.
All right, Coach, let's cut that one part out.
Banth, I wanted to see yours. Were you up on the Latisse?
I liked it. I was wanting to see mine too. I just zoomed out.
Oh, I just realized Carla didn't get to see me.
Damn it.
Damn it.
Okay, I gotta. Now I can go pee.
Where are they? I can hear them.
Definitely not in the urinal.
Oh. There's no shot.
All right, BRB.
I checked in the urinal.
See it.
What the hell?
Chad, did we cook?
You're not getting count.
What? Where are you?
No way.
I feel like a stupid fluff. Where?
No, you're not a flarf, dude.
Chris, the angle of this is crazy. Oh wow.
Yeah! Let's go! Car, look.
I'm not gonna
Look
say
behind you.
where.
Over here, over here, over
Girl,
here. Look at it.
are you? God
I'm
damn
just
it.
sitting there, dude.
Miner's
Let's
here. I
go.
can't even describe it, but he's here. Nice.
Bro, yeah, he's in the toilet paper.
Oh, that's a good spot, Minecraft guy.
Wait, dude, Xander.
Isn't Xander's funny?
Get me in. Oh, nice, Crash. Oh,
That's so good.
I
damn
gave you a
it.
thumbs up. Oh man, that was funny.
God damn it.
Did you want to do that one again or a different one?
I'm down for whatever. I'm gonna hide this round.
Okay, let's do
I think so, Axel. Keep on trying, guys, as well. I wish they had a counter. I can never tell. Also, what the hell?
we'll do sewer. We haven't done sewer yet.
Also. Oh god. Okay. Let's
Carl,
do
you
it.
didn't see mine, did you?
What was it?
Damn shame.
What was it?
Oh, I was on the sign that said "Please wash your hands,"
Oh.
but it said "Please." It said "Please pee on hands when done."
Shut up. What? Did I look at you?
No, I think Emily walked in and slimed me out immediately.
Oh, that's funny.
Ben, thank you for entertaining the chat when I was AFK. Chat was
I
it
didn't know
good?
you're AFK.
Oh,
Who's hunting?
I don't know. Anyone in this call hunting?
I'm not hunting now.
I think it's Minecraft guy and someone else, Minion. Hunting.
Okay, okay.
How was your piss?
Stop.
It was fine, but it was
It
fine.
was
Yeah.
fine, but
Yeah,
That was
but
a-
what, man?
I was thinking about the baby spiders and it was just itchy.
Wait, your phallic member was itchy?
bro, I don't say phallic. member.
Hey,
So I thought-
Carla.
I thought that was better than cock. What?
Oh,
Cock is-
how about
cock's funny, kind
how
of.
about neither of those?
Whoa, you said spider sack.
No,
Well,
I said
that's the thing.
Yeah, it's like a
Yup.
real like thing in my house.
Let me have this.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
Phallic member? Hey.
Hey,
What is
you
this,
laughed.
School?
You laughed.
Wait.
Bro, I laugh at anything.
That's crazy. It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true? Eh?
I know why I said it. Don't know why that happened. Sorry.
Phallic member, that sucks.
Stop saying it. You keep saying it.
Because I haven't heard that in so long. Sorry,
It's okay.
that's not.
Okay.
Ban,
What?
I DM'd you.
Okay. No, you didn't. Fucking, I'm like mid-round.
You know, I asked if you were having fun tonight.
I didn't see you DM me. Yeah, I replied.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, let me lock.
No, you're right. That's my bad.
I have 60 seconds. Would you guys believe me if I said I don't have a spot yet?
Yeah.
There's no way.
How do you change your pose? Oh my god, no way, you can't go in there, dude.
Timer counting down so long is crazy.
What do you mean?
Now it starts counting down for like a while.
Oh, yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah, that's actually devious. You're right. That's music to my ears though, because I'm not ready.
Yeah, true.
Chat, stop me when it's asked.
What?
I don't know what it was supposed to look like.
Side on, it's bad. Front on, I love her.
Oh my god. Can I be honest? I should be dead right now. Oh, Chris.
I got found so fast.
Yeah. No, I honestly thought I was gonna die immediately.
Oh my god, my.
I think I need a draw. I need a draw.
Wait, whiskey, okay. That's actually pretty good. Yep, I was gonna suggest that and you did it. Really good stuff.
Thanks, man.
Okay, Banth. Okay, Risk.
Great game. Wait, I want to see your guys, but
God damn it!
No. I wanted to see it. I'm sorry.
GG.
Okay, Carla.
Yeah, bro had the best thing we could possibly have on there.
What the hell?
Oh, Crash, that's crazy.
Is there like any way I can make this lighter, or am I bugging?
Oh, God.
Oh, there we go.
Wait. I don't want to toot anyone's horn too much, but Webbs is actually so good.
Let me see.
Are you seeing this? This angle? Oh my
Wait.
god.
I believe it.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
so
nice.
good.
All right, I think I'm done painting. Let me see what you guys
W.
are cooking with. Web, I like that. I like that. It's like a little bulbous growth.
Mm.
Emily, I like it. Hold on, I'm dying a horrible death. Oh my god. Bro, I moved by accident. He's clueless. He's clueless.
I think you win.
No. At
Yeah.
the side angle, it's heinous.
Oh yeah, the side angle's atrocious, but no one's looking that way.
No, I think most people are looking at the side angle, right?
No, dude,
I mean-
dude, think about it. You don't see much right here in this zone.
Yeah, but like imagine you're standing here as the hunter and you look up. That's heinous.
I don't know, man.
Phallic.
Carla.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Xander's
joking.
Whiskey,
Xander heard me. Xander heard me. Oh, and Xander's going at an angle. It's over. I'm dead in the next 5 seconds.
Oh, mine is so close to me.
As soon as he looks up,
I'm
it's over
done.
for me.
I'm done.
You're cooked. You're cooked.
No, bro. No. He's gonna look up and it's over.
Damn it.
There it is.
15 left.
Oh, damn. All right, I want to see what you guys are cooking.
Well, we're
A
dead.
Minion, that's insane.
Bro, I knew Webb was gonna win. It was too
Oh,
good.
3G, that's good. 3G, that's good.
Let's go.
Oh, Chris, you were just a brick, huh?
Great.
Yeah, I think
survived?
Wow.
Oh, crash
I was
out.
trying
That's
to get part of the
wild.
map.
Wait, Anthony, you cooked.
I tried.
Let me see
No,
the
no,
rest.
Hearing you
I'm
say
not
his full name instead of Banth is interesting.
Ooh, Banth, I like
I
that.
feel like you always say Banth. I liked it. I know
That's nice.
it felt good. It felt very Big Brother.
Anthony.
Oh, Zach, that's good. I like that.
That's active.
Ah, from the side angle, it's pretty cheeks.
Side angle.
Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Good job, Webb. Because we have spots.
You have
Get in
spots.
here.
Let me tell you, it's more than one spot.
Axel,
guys.
get in here.
If you want to join, feel free.
Anyone can join. We are having a good. Are you guys having a good evening? Someone's asking.
We're having a great evening.
There you go.
They need
What's the
chocolate though. Let
server?
me go pat my cat.
Bant, I swear I did the manually unpin and it got unpinned on its own.
Psychosis.
Is it? I swear, unless there's a rogue mod unpinning it. I swear.
Wait,
dude.
that's like a just to fuck with you.
No, there might be a rogue moderator. It is kind of surprising the game's not on Mac. Server is. I can't believe I don't know it. Dudes, right?
Yeah. Servers, bro. Passwords, dudes.
Thank you.
Man, that Osaka map.
I did manually unpinned until end of stream. Let the record show.
Amy's still under the bed. She never does that.
Interesting. No, it could be some bug.
Never
who
under
knows?
the bed.
Maybe some 17
So weird.
detritus. Sorry, what
But
map are we
I'm gonna
doing?
give her some time. What she needs to do.
I got it.
Simpsons?
Yep.
All right.
I'm very lucky that I work from home though, because it means I can constantly check on her. So I'm very grateful for that.
I wonder. It's tough to port things onto Mac. Actually, I was gonna say I wonder if they're working on that, but
Yeah.
I do feel like as more people start to play the game, making rounds shorter for hunting is the only way to mitigate just being found immediately. Like down
Yeah.
the road, because you start to know everything.
yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
like
that's
the
why
one in the wall. Someone's gonna be
maps are important.
horsecock.
Yeah.
I do think that most of the times that I get found, it's
Mm.
just like as soon as
Exactly,
they look
crash,
at
so-
you.
Oh, sorry. I just hope she comes out.
What happened?
My cat's hiding under the bed.
Oh, okay. Mecha Chameleon in real life?
Yeah. Oh my god. Whiskey, you know what to do.
Simpsons.
Dun, 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 dun.
I feel like making like a
Da-na-na-na.
design on this one, like as if it's there.
Okay,
is the
what if
move
we
on
all
this.
sat on the couch and we were just the Simpsons?
I agree.
You agree? I'm just here by myself.
I'm here.
Different
You're on the wrong
Oh, different
couch. Whiskey, check this out.
Wait, you're a baby.
Bee food, bee food.
Oh my god. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm too big of food though.
No, but I'd eat it.
Oh, I can't get in there.
Okay, you're right.
No, I'm too big to be baby food.
Mm.
Wait,
Mm.
what if we could be something on the TV?
Thank you, Lexi. I appreciate that.
Wait, guys, is this heinous?
Wait. I like that.
Do you?
Should we do like a... No, I'll let you cook. I'll be here.
This might be heinous.
No, I
Hold
think
on.
it's hilarious.
I think it's silly, but
Oh God.
yeah, my
Wait.
butt is hanging out.
Mm.
Well, as long as the
I
hunter,
can't get a good angle on that.
I feel like as long as the hunter's wearing a blindfold, I might have a shot.
Okay.
Mm.
Time check. So if I go here, this is tough, bro. All right, I gotta cook on the main part though. Carla, where'd you go? You still in my room?
Mhm. Oh yeah, cook.
Oh, dude, the angle is so bad. Because they're probably gonna look from the top down, right?
Hmm.
Chat, what do you mean my cookie is out? Sounds like some shit Carl would say.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, are you not the beloved Discord user that just said phallic member 15 minutes ago?
Guys, you've said so much worse. Why am I kidding? Phallic member's
least-
so tame.
I have an idea. I'm cooking.
Hmm.
I'm cooking.
I should have done a better one, but looking at everyone else's.
What? It's good.
Fan? You got this, King. Lock in.
I have 30 seconds to make an actual masterpiece.
And you can. You do it every time.
That's very sweet of you, but
You're a walking masterpiece. Lock in.
that's very sweet of you, but I don't know, Carl. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to be very bold here. All right.
I like it.
It's genius.
Oh,
he has
yeah.
no idea.
No, it is. It is. It's so good.
What's the point, man? What's the point anymore?
What's the point? All right, let's see what you guys are cooking. Chris, I like it. Very inconspicuous. I like the little light reflection.
Thanks. That took me a while.
Banth, Banth, that is psychotic. Banth, that's
Oh my god, man.
you gotta finish. Twin, you gotta finish the drawing. I feel like if you know what? It's perfect. Oh, Emma, that's really good. Web, what are you cooking? Behind the toys strat? Oh, I like this one, the tablecloth. It's a shame they got shot. Xander, this is egregious. Oh, you're the light. Oh, Banth.
I like the eye band a lot.
Banth hasn't spoken for 20 minutes.
I know, but I know he's agreeing.
It's kind of scary, man.
Oh, I was muted, bro. The eye was taking me out.
The eye is so funny.
I'm surprised you didn't draw the mouth.
I ran out of time.
Carla, are you alive?
Mhm.
Oh, Carla, what the?
I panicked and fell.
I
Alright,
can't,
man,
even,
that's
I can't even
classic.
tell. I can't even tell where you are. 'Cause it's like, you know when you're stuck and you can't spectate. I actually can't even tell where you are. Oh, Zach died. Zach, that's good though.
Oh, Chris, dude, the little white on top is nice.
Oh, Peachy, yeah.
Wait, the fact that Xander didn't get seen here is actually wild.
Bro, do you guys, you don't have to say it out loud just yet, but like, you can see what I'm going for here, right?
I can. The shading really helps.
Thank you, dude.
I mean, I don't know what object you are specifically.
Oh my God, bro, we're cooking.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
actually wild.
Jesus.
I'm going to tell you what it is, and if I get caught, then they're listening.
Mhm.
Okay. Go.
Grob pish.
Wait, what?
What?
A
Now you're
flop dish.
confusing.
A flob dish?
A
I
bob
don't-
skish.
Why don't you just say the word?
Blobfish.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, I
blob?
see it now.
Right?
Xander,
Yeah, yeah,
Xander
yeah.
got blown up.
Thanks. Right?
30
It's like giving
seconds.
blobfish.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, I see it now, actually.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
You might be in the clear.
I think I'm in the clear weirdly.
I think you're weirdly also in the clear.
I think.
But not
yeah.
really.
After they left, after they left the room, you were good.
I think you're
Yeah.
expectedly in the clear.
Wait, dude, that's massive.
Wait, why is there like a
Blobfish.
why is there a Bikini Simpsons searching for us?
GG.
Let's
Oh my, the
go!
last second shot.
Last second
Yo,
shot.
3G upstairs, baby. Look at it, Nim. Let's go, dude. Ew, yeah.
Where's Web at? Web's in here.
Can't
Got-
from
what-
the mouth.
Keep it a buck. Was mine obvious?
I like yellow.
The eye.
Let me see from an angle. Okay, it's horrible.
No, but like the right angle is good. Oh, web nice.
No,
I think it's just fun to do ones that are out in the open, even if they're
Yeah.
horrible and smelly.
No, I would rather do one out in the open and try than just like be a shadow. Like I did a shadow one before after trying for 8 rounds and won, but it was like, hey,
I know.
Yeah,
you know
there's-
what-
throw
yeah,
one in.
at what cost?
I throw one in every now and again.
I guess there's
Yeah.
like there's a balance to be had.
Yeah.
100%. You fucked. That was high key good. Let's go. Hell yeah.
I got one more.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
And then what?
Then I gotta go
Where are you going?
home. I got to wake up early.
Oh, you're gonna go see Obsession with your dad.
Bro's 3 days behind.
I'm 2 days into Mecca and I'm 3 days behind.
Wait, what map do we want to do for this one?
Can I keep it a James Buchanan Barnes with you for this?
Sure.
Market.
Market.
Oh, we down for that?
All in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Hi.
For us to sit in
Lemon.
traffic? Wait, but Ben, did to
True.
sit in traffic later?
Yeah, it's how I get home. No, I walk home.
Yo,
No,
Ben,
no,
you
you
know what's crazy? At least 15 people the other day in my chat thought it was a bit that you work in an office. There's no way. I'm like, yeah, dude. He drives to his office and like streams there. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, dude. Like people didn't realize that. It's like serious.
Are you sure is so funny?
Are
get-
you sure?
Do you
Like
get
no,
noise
yo, he's
complaints,
been
Ben?
lying to me.
No, I'm bullshitting.
No, he's paying rent at the office for fun.
No reason.
Do you
Y'all
get
tip your
noise
landlord or
complaints,
no?
or is it like a soundproof thing?
I soundproof in here anyway, but I'm also like, no one's here like at night.
Oh,
usually.
that's right.
You should yell really loud until you get a noise complaint. All right, don't do that.
Don't do it.
Fine, you win.
You
Cabbage
win.
again.
Wait, Ben. Do you want to do the thing from the other thing?
Yes. Wait. Do you want? Yes. I already know where you're going. I already. Yes. This is gonna work this time. This is gonna work.
Wait, I just got a first time chat. Are you young? Question mark.
Stop. Focus.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not
They're
even
trying
kidding.
to deter you. They're trying to
Strange.
deter you.
Strange message.
What's he? Okay, you go that way. Give me
Is
go.
this- Is this egregious?
Oh.
Wait, Carla, you're not hunting, right?
No.
Yeah, you
Should
strike me
the
as more of
legs
a
be in,
gatherer.
or should the head?
You know what? I think the head is the move. I think the head in is the move.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I don't know. Last time you put the head in. Oh. Wait, both of our heads are in? This is actually wild. Okay, now let's actually paint and cook.
Okay.
Okay, I like it.
Is it a vibe?
We're
or
not too
no?
obvious, right?
I don't think so. We're good. Keep cooking.
Carla, cook. I'm gonna check on you in a second.
Okay.
I actually started painting early, so I'll be able to. Oh, I messed up. Oh. Ben, put some texture on that, John.
I'm going.
So Ben, keep it a stack with us. Like, is the office thing a bit? Like, we're all friends here.
Totally bet.
I knew it.
I knew it.
Bro, what? No, it's
You
not.
heard it here first, guys.
How is that the same?
You can steal me if you want. Steal me.
You just see something.
Steal me. Guys, holler when it's buns. Make the great escape. What y'all have for dinner?
I had a
Nothing.
sandwich for lunch.
True, I was there when Carla made that sandwich, actually.
You were?
Italian sub.
Italian sub. Is it still you still get the same amount of money or no?
Nice.
Oh my god.
Never mind.
No,
It's
I
okay.
liked it. No, I liked it.
No, it's okay.
No, I was
it's
literally
only
your
3.
biggest fan. Oh, what
It's very
happened here?
sweet.
Oh no.
Bent, what are we writing here?
I got this.
Oh wait, I kind of like the challenge though.
Oh, Bent, I messed up. What are you writing? Bro, you're gonna sell us out, bro.
You sure? Hold on. Okay, hold on.
No, just I trust you. I trust you. Go do your thing. Can I steal your? Oh my god, bro, no.
Please, just once.
We're cooking. Oh, Bent, you're. Oh my god. Guys, it actually looks decent if you back up. Bent, your text is so big.
I know. What do you mean? It was too small before you said.
No, steal my colors. We need text on both sides. We're whistling loud as shit. I just don't want to draw when they come around, you know what I mean?
Okay.
We're cooking. I swear every time they walk by, we whistle so loud.
I know.
Oh my god. No way.
No, bro.
No way.
No.
No, you might have just secured me the round. Beth, the sacrifice was for the greater
Go on
good.
without me. A small price to pay for salvation.
Oh, if I whistle here, it's over.
Bro, I can't believe all of ours worked.
Oh my god. I want to see your guys, but
Chris, we
they're
got-
hovering. They're going in circles around me.
Oh, Chris. Yeah.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah. Carl, we got.
Carlos is so
Carl.
funny.
Oh,
Bro,
they're just letting it fly.
Carl, from the side, it is atrocious. Look right on, straight on. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's
Carla,
bad.
let me see.
It's
Bro.
bad
Oh
any
Oh
other
my
angle.
god. Carla, that's insane.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Front on only.
It's pure shit. What
It's-
would
Oh
you
my
say
God,
was
oh my
like
God.
Proper
that one
shit.
got-
There's
Probably
no
shit.
way, bro.
I'm whistling right next to them.
Wait, Whiskey, I think you're good. You see Xander's? Same brain.
Where's Xander at? Oh, Xander, that's good.
The face is
Oh,
so
wow.
bad. I love it.
Bro, Carla, that's so funny.
It's so bad.
Okay. I whistled too many times.
There's still. Oh, Emily, that's nuts, actually.
Emily's is broken.
Dude, they've been walking around this like center area for so long.
Wait, spam 1, Whiskey, you won't.
No, you're cooked.
I keep
You're
whistling.
so cooked.
Oh my god.
Go again.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Dude, that's crazy. That is impressive, and so is this.
Oh, nice.
20 seconds. Oh my god, I want to survive so
Oh,
bad.
no.
Oh,
Nice.
Emily, nice.
Wait, you need this.
Oh, whiskey. Wait.
One
Oh,
more
I want
one
to
for the
survive
road.
so bad.
Whoa, that's so good. What the
No,
fuck?
too risky.
Oh my god, they're looking right at me.
No, you're good.
No, you guys are. That's great.
No
then.
shot.
I'm whistling. I'm whistling.
No way!
Oh.
What a shot.
Oh my god.
That was really good.
I think Banth.
Who else?
Banth dying as a sign was a huge sacrifice.
Yep. Carl, you survived too.
GG.
No
Yeah.
fucking way.
I don't know. I don't know who that man is, but
Web, I like your watermelon. Carla, that's from the side.
it's so bad.
That's impressive.
That's so funny.
Oh, Zach's is really good.
A lot of good ones that round.
I think it's my favorite map.
It's a really good match.
This one's nice.
I love doing this one. I do this one quite often.
Banth, you know what I think it was? I think your text being like a huge.
I know. I was too small for
was
it.
too bold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine though.
GG.
GG's.
Oh,
I'm
you're getting
gonna.
eight?
Jeez.
I'm gonna keep
Yeah,
playing
that's
if
the
you
last
guys
one.
want to keep playing, but if you want to stop,
I'll
we
play
can
a few
stop.
more.
I can play a few more. I can host you one. Bantha, you going?
Banth,
Well, I
one,
think
Yeah.
Whiskey's host.
one more.
Or is Banth host?
Okay.
Banth's hosting.
I'm hosting it, so it's probably make it. Just do the same server and passcode for sure.
Yeah.
Get home safe.
All right, thanks for games, guys.
Bye.
Later.
Later, bro.
Later.
God, I love that. I love that wanted map. It's so fuck ass.
All right, I remade it with the same code if you guys want to join.
Same password and stuff?
Yeah, same everything.
Cool. Guys, we're remaking.
Get in here. I'm
I'll
not
do a
ready to
couple
finish
more.
just yet.
That's what
Crazy.
she said.
Anyway,
Hop in.
hop.
Wait, whose name is
in.
sample nameplate?
Oh, load.
Oh, it was loading in. Okay.
Oh, was that with the camera doing the
Sure.
weird thing?
Okay, same password, guys. You want to join?
Uh-oh.
Is everyone in?
Chris,
Alright.
you're hosting. Do you have
See.
do you have maps?
Yeah, I have one that I want to try. With
Make
us.
sure you change it to basic.
Okay, so basic, 2 hunters, hunter wait time. Let's go.
I think so, Eric. My brain is
200?
frying and I can't get the melody, but I know.
Search
I
time,
swear.
two-
Bethany.
40?
Hi,
You want
Aunt
popcorn or no?
Pile. Get home safe.
Okay.
I love this game,
take one over
guys.
here.
I wasn't even planning on playing today, and I got on my PC and I went,
Okay.
fuck it. I'm going to play.
All right, let me know if you guys got the update or
Um,
the download.
But thank you.
Oh, Chris, interesting choice.
This might
So
suck
fun.
absolute ass, but
join,
also
guys, if you
it
want
was
as
uplo-
well.
It looks like it might be fun.
All the stuff is
yeah, no, it might suck donkey balls, but
up the top.
it looks interesting. I don't
Um,
want to spoil it.
Thanks, Bant. I appreciate it. Teehee. I'm so excited. I love playing this, especially when when you don't want to play anything
I'm
else.
gonna let it fly.
This game is yeah, can't beat it.
It'd be kind of funny if I got selected as hunter,
That'd be so funny.
and then I just had to walk around.
So funny, actually.
I'd just go get a bev at that point. Oh my god, I'm
Bev.
hunter.
Bev.
I
Let's
got
see if this is cool.
Ooh.
I'm kidding.
Oh!
Okay. Whoa.
Wait, so what is this from?
You're lying.
No, like what game? I'm not like what game is it from?
Ocarina of Time.
I never played Ocarina.
Wait, what happened?
What the fuck's happening?
Oh, it's redoing?
Oh, I think someone got. Julia just wrote "fuck my life" all caps. Well, this
Wait,
is
there's like-
cool.
There's like animated stuff here.
Wait, why do I see the hunters?
Bro, whiskey.
Wait,
What's up?
the hunters are here?
Giannis
Oh,
is going to Miami.
It's broken. It's broken, I think.
That's insane.
Yeah, just wanted to say that real quick. What the fuck?
No, thanks. I appreciate that.
Oh, it's broken.
Oh.
Sure.
Why is it broken?
The hunters
Because
are
people are
already
shooting
here?
us right now.
Oh, I guess we just have to be quick.
Wait, hunters, just don't shoot us yet. Let us hide.
Yeah, because the timer's still going.
Yeah, just like fuck off for like 150 seconds. and then-
Guys,
then-
if you are hunting, stay in line. They cannot kick you out.
What the hell?
Carvel, where'd you go? I was just
Um,
right next to you.
You'll see me.
What? Stop shooting low key for 150 seconds.
Yeah.
Would
Wait,
Banth come back to say and then leave again about?
He said that Giannis Antetokounmpo went from the Milwaukee Bucks to the Miami Heat.
But it's actually
Oh.
insane.
Wait, what? It's crazy.
Isn't it?
It's like, what? I never would think that
That
happen.
wasn't that. Everyone thought he was gonna be there forever.
That's what I said. Like, how does that even
Kind of,
happen?
yeah. Wait, I didn't know you guys were so basketball pilled. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love basketball.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna try and cook here for once. Much to chat's surprise.
Just let me cook. Oh, my parcel's on the way. Wednesday.
Mhm.
Tomorrow. Okay.
You guys have Wednesday over there?
Yeah, it's cool. Really cool.
Oh, it's like, it's cold?
Yeah, it's a cold one.
Does it snow in Sydney?
I've never seen it snow personally. Come back to Sydney.
It's pretty cool. I had a really good time actually.
Imagine all the IRL streaming we could do.
How's the data over there?
Really good.
You reckon?
You reckon? Please come back. Oh my god.
I'm
have
already
so
code
much fun.
switching.
Huh?
I said I'm already code switching to Australian and practicing.
Perfect.
I start saying things like Avro and bang on.
Arvo, you mean?
Avo.
That's
Avo?
crazy. Arvo.
Bro said Avro.
Avro's crazy.
All right, Chris, let's hear your Australian.
Bean chicken.
You sound like John Cena saying ice cream in Chinese.
That's right.
Avro's so funny. Oh.
No, the Australians they're dragging me.
No, they love you. Where am I? I've lost myself. Must be good. Oh, yeah.
I can't tell if this is buns or not.
No fucking way. Fucking way. No fucking way.
I think you just need to make like a horrible mess of colors, if I'm being honest. I want to see you guys before we all die. Hold on.
Whiskey, where are you? I
up.
can't even see you. Oh,
Whiskey.
nice.
Not whiskey. It's whistle guy. Oh
I
my
just
God,
want
whistle
to
guy.
I want to
Wow,
see
I
you
look
guys before we all
good.
die.
All right, find me. Chris.
No, but I'm not ready
Chris.
yet.
Chris.
What?
Come on, bro.
What?
Chris.
Bro, it
Okay,
worked.
I like it. All right, let's see you. Carl, that's really good. I'm
Chris.
impressed.
Oh, nice.
Chris, okay.
Ooh, that's
Dude, it worked.
really good.
No, they let you slide with that one. That's
No,
egregious.
I swear to God, it worked. Bro, this dude, you tried doing the same thing with your little doll before. Come on.
Yeah, and I got shot immediately.
No.
No, I like it. The eyes, you cooked with the eyes. Oh, Frostwolf, that's... Oh my god. Dude, I can barely see this. Frostwolf, that's insane.
Oh, come on! What? How?
Axel Terra, I like that. That's really good.
That's Saria's friend Farpia. The fact that that worked is so good.
I think we cooked.
If they come up here, I think it's Joe.
Wait, Whiskey, that is really good.
You reckon?
You reckon?
I reckon.
It's okay. I think
Axel,
Frostwolf
that's clever.
is really good.
Carla, that's very good.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
3G, you're cooking. Oh, a lot of people are already dead. Your first time playing? You did a stellar job. Okay, I think I can cook more, if I'm being frank.
I love how I can't see myself. Oh yeah, I found myself.
Oh my god, I'm getting
That's so-
seen.
Dude, what do you mean they knew that was someone? That looks like a character from the game. Come on.
Hmm.
I didn't know it was Chris until I heard him say it. From that angle? From that angle is.
This is pretty wild.
Yeah, okay. I see.
It's
the
actually
error of
so
my
good
ways now.
turning off nameplates and floating around.
Yeah, it's fun.
Carl, I'm
Mhm.
impressed they didn't see you.
Me
All these guys
too.
are up here too?
Like, especially like the angle they're at right now.
Oh, I haven't seen the angle. Oh.
Oh my god, Carl, the angle's pretty bad.
Where? Oh, yep. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, yep. Really bad.
Yuck.
Yikes.
Who else is alive? Axel Terra. Axel Terra, this is a really funny one. I like it. And the side angle's not bad. The side angle's really good on this.
Yeah. Guys, 5 hours of mecha and not bored. Crazy.
I think this is a cool map. I think this map has the legs.
This isn't the right one.
Oh, the pile of rupees is good. What do you mean it's not the right one? There's another one, Chris?
No, sorry.
Let me check with my chemist closes.
The cows are good. Kind of want to run this one back. Oh, it's the Pied Piper.
Oh, nice. I got time.
We good.
Cool.
Carla, well done.
Yippee! Thank you.
Axel Terra's was really.
Oh,
was really
Leah, I
cool.
like that. Chris, I can't get over yours. That's so funny and cute.
Wait, yeah, that's actually really cool. That's awesome.
I liked it, Leah. I didn't even know you were there.
Oh, Emily, you cooked.
Everyone cooked.
Yeah, you cooked.
Frost is absolutely wild. Did you see Frost?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a cook.
I can't even tell. I can't even tell they're there. Go.
Goated.
You guys wanna do the same one again?
I'm down to keep running it. Whatever. I might do a little hunt. Aw. You know what? I'll let
Screw it.
I'll let it pick if I hunt or not.
Screw it. Get in there. Do we have any open spots? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we have 2 spots, or am I?
2 spots. If anyone wants to join,
nope, no, never
password
mind.
is.
Whoa, never mind.
Oh.
You don't.
There was 2
there's
people on
8.
2 people on the roof. I didn't see.
Ah, right.
2 people hiding on the roof.
Let's do random
Okay.
hunter.
Any front bottom fans in here, or am I soggy bread? Do you guys know what front bottom is?
Yeah.
It's a band. The front bottoms.
Oh, interesting. Are they good?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, consider me a fan. Oh, it might be bugged. Yeah. Hunters, it might be bugged.
It's a minge.
Whoa, Chris.
Sorry. What?
Nothing.
Wait, are we big as fuck?
Wait, we are big. No.
Dude.
Wait, are we big?
Oh wait, we're
Yeah,
huge.
I made us big.
Why'd you make us big?
I don't know. I thought it'd be funny.
You know what? You're right. I like it.
You know what? Yeah, that's awesome.
Bro made us big.
Bro, we're big as fuck. Wait, that makes it like interesting kind of, or hard depending.
I think changing the sizes is cool because people get used to like certain spots,
True.
which I think is cool. I'm trying to go. on the cow, but it's not working. What do we got over here on this part of the map? Is this insane? Be honest,
Oh,
you
no.
can't see me, can you?
I
Guys?
I will have a look in a second.
No, it's so bad. Never mind. Nah. It's not good. You know what I wanted to do?
What?
I wonder if I could find it. Oh, I think I might be too big to do it, though. Dang. Hold on. Yeah, I'm too big.
Yeah. I know that's right, King.
Who is this old guy on the drum? Oh, this might work.
I'll redo this.
Oh, wait. We could combine. Oh, man, I wish someone was here.
Too deep, but
Wait, you know what? This isn't... Hold on, I don't hate this. I hate it. Oh, it's horrible. You know what? It's not that bad.
me when I look in the mirror, everybody.
No, it's not that bad. I mean, it's like pretty bad, but it's not that bad. I think it just needs some detail and then we can make it work. Oh, the ticking starts so early, bro. You weren't kidding about that.
Okay.
Okay. You know what? I think we might have a shot. Gotta be quick here. The insta-death.
Chris.
Wait. You think we're good?
So good. Oh.
Okay. God, why would you come up there and just look at that corner? Chris, you're such a clown.
What?
It's
Oh, wow!
Oh, Axel Terra, I like that. Cook. You're cooking. Carl, let me see what
Bro,
you
we were
got.
cooking.
I'm dead.
Oh, Carl, we died already?
I wasn't finished, man.
I was the door on spawn.
Yo,
Spawn.
3G, this is wild. 3G, that's diabolical.
No, you know what's diabolical? Chia Pets is fucked. That's
Where
just
is it?
mean. That's mean.
Where is this? I can't even see this. Oh my god.
Oh.
Axel, I
That-
like it a lot.
That's hilarious.
Carla, nice.
Wait, let me try and find that one.
3G, that's crazy.
Chia, you're literally a butthole.
Oh, man, bring me back to life. Wasn't ready yet.
I didn't think mine was it was terrible. What am I smoking?
Homies avoid.
Who else
I
is still
can't
in
see
here?
the one that the thing.
Oh, there we go, Terra. Okay, Terra, that's good. If the hunters have 520 vision, we're good. Oh, Emily, were you just on the cow? That's good. You know what? It's fair game. It's fair game, Chia. Go wacky. Spam the whistle.
Sorry. So good. Like I am.
You know what's a good one? The coconuts or
Obsessed.
turtle nuts or whatever.
I didn't
these
know
are.
what to
I've been
play
playing
today.
Pistachios? What do these look like to you?
And I was like, oh,
Oh,
you know
damn.
what? I gotta do some mecha. I have to. It's so good. Honestly, this year we've eaten really well with games.
Being a rupee is a chill
I'm
vibe.
obsessed. I know. Friendslop is back. Sorry.
I don't think these people are getting found, dude.
Friendslop #1. The best.
All right, shit, Pat, come outside.
I don't.
How are you feeling better, by the way?
They're getting found. Oh my god, that was so close. I kind of can't wait for them to see where Chia was.
I don't even know how to get there.
What do you mean?
Find them.
If you cycle through, right?
Yeah, but I can't like zoom out.
Go free cam.
Oh, whoa. Oh, that's full ass in there.
Yeah, it's full ass. It's just pure beehole.
Yay. Okay, nice. I'm glad you'll get some answers. Huge.
Let me see what mine looked like.
Scanlines Mecha Golf for Friendslop tomorrow. I was gonna make a colonoscopy joke, sorry, when I was in that hole, and I was like, leave him be.
Who the hell is that?
Crash, no. So tomorrow we're doing
Wait, voice acting arc?
DBD with the pals,
What
but
do
we're
you mean?
doing customs.
What you just did.
And
I was just doing, like, my,
Swift.
like, skeptical
So
voice.
we'll be full on comms. We'll be Sammy, Crispy,
Because I did
Chris,
famously audition for
and we'll do
a
full
game
comms,
recently.
and then we're doing customs, so everyone can be Jason.
Yo, I'm gonna be in a game. Did I tell you?
I'm very excited.
Oh. Wait, Carvel, would you like to one-up me?
What's the one up me? The what?
No, I'm
Just get Chris, what game is it?
No, it's like not confirmed. I might be. I shouldn't even have said anything.
Oh, you broke an NDA?
Oh,
no.
cute.
Wait, what you?
Sorry,
what
you're
you auditioned
right.
for?
Fuck.
I don't want to say it.
I should have.
Oh,
I should have.
wait, tell me.
I
Tell me
know.
some other time.
He was kind of like down though. I suggested other games, and he's like,
Okay.
"No, we should play that." I'm like,
Whiskey, how did I find you first?
"Okay."
Hey, brother,
Sure.
excellent question. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and me second.
Yeah. How did you do that?
How did you?
Are we doing a different
Matter
map?
of fact. Oh, I didn't even know where we're going.
Oh, back to the start, huh?
Back to the
So
beginning.
take me
Back
back,
to the beginning.
start.
Who's
Oh,
hunting?
it's singing different songs.
Oh,
I
Who's
can
hunting?
tell you right now, I'm not hunting.
I just slammed my pie cost on the ground.
Oh, we're big.
We
That
are
shows we're
big.
big.
Just
Oh fuck, we're big. Oh, this
We're
is
big
bad.
as hell, dude.
Whiskey. I slammed my pie cost and it hurts.
You slammed your who?
My pie cost. It really hurts.
What is that? Wait, Chris, come here.
Okay.
Or is this? Carla, I think we need a third.
Okay, I'm here. I'm assuming this is you. Yep. Okay. Hey boys.
Wait, we can't fit here. We'll get exposed.
Let's go to French real
Wait.
quick.
Can we combine?
Yeah.
What if we just do this?
I'll just do this, and then Chris, you go on the other side. Chris, go on the other side.
And then what?
I'm in the middle, and you go on the side.
And then no, her head will be the thing.
That's no, it's not gonna work.
It
bro.
will.
I'll
It
try.
will. It will.
No, dude, this does not work.
No, it's so good. It's so good.
No, it's not.
All right. Scatter.
That
Everyone
did
scatter.
not work.
Everyone scatter.
That's ass. Okay, wait, guys, hold.
Wait, I don't hate this. It's just kind of
No.
obvious.
Okay, wait, we gotta lock in. Hold.
Carl, I'm trash. If you want to be trash, you want to be trash?
Oh wait. No,
If we
don't say
combine,
that.
we
You're
can be
not
trash. If you come here, we can be trash together.
Where are you?
I'm in the corner. Yeah. Keep going straight. Yeah. Like if you crunch up. We can be like a strange shape. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like here, go inside me.
Like that. Happy Pride, everyone.
Yeah. No, that's not good. I mean,
Oh
that's
yeah,
not
yeah.
bad.
No, that's good. That's good.
Should I go more?
I'm gonna mute you guys.
Oh, grow up.
Chris, why are you gonna make it all weird?
He didn't even say grow up though, which is good because he would have been like, Carla. Paint yourself. Paint yourself. Ah.
Ah.
Paint yourself. Paint yourself. Whiskey.
I know. I'm trying to get a good angle.
Should we
Sorry.
an angle on
Come
you?
here. No, it's perfect. Don't move.
No,
Are
it's
you
to
gonna be
try this. It's to try this.
It's not the trident. Are
Paint-
we gonna be reflective?
Paint your legs. Paint your legs. Yeah, well, just like that. Just like that.
Be shiny. Be shiny.
Just like that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Can you paint
Be
your
shiny.
legs?
Your head is
Yeah.
your head's white. Are my legs good?
Your legs are really nice. I feel like we're not
Are
shiny
we
enough.
You reckon? You're not shiny. I'm shiny. You're not shiny. Steal me. Yeah. Oh, that's really good. That's really good.
I just feel like this is detritus.
It's not eh?
This is ours, babe.
It's not us. It's not us. Should we be darker? Oh my, who's this writhing on the ground? Okay. Let's be
Should I do a bit
lighter.
of this? Bit of
Yeah.
this, bit of this, bit of this, bit of this?
Yeah. Is it metal though? Are you metal?
Yeah, wait.
Mm. We're too big.
We're not big enough, man. Carla, what are you?
I'm doing the reflection.
Oh, you're going
Let's make
wacky
ourselves
mode.
super small. I bet you.
No,
it's gonna
think
be
about
so
it. Think
funny.
about it. Think about it.
But that's actually pretty good.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh, Carla.
Gee.
sorry. Don't know what came over me.
I honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
Sounds like bro's playing DBD over there.
Sorry. I just really wanted to survive that. I'm going through a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, only one person left.
I don't know why.
Where did it go wrong?
I don't know, man. We were so good, and I didn't overreact at all. So I'm just at a loss here. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
Wait, Whiskey, can we do like another double after this?
Sure. This map is not a community-made map, actually. Good question. This is actually one of the default maps.
That did
Believe
come
it or
from the
not.
soul. You're right, guys. it
Dude,
did.
nice one, Leah and 3G.
Oh, Frostwall. I like that sushi. I like the sushi.
The sushi.
Chris, what- Chris,
Does anyone
what
want to
the-
leave to get Sam in?
Chris, what were you smoking here?
What do you mean?
You're just on the edge. You're just like.
Oh no, I was running around blending with the wall.
Oh, okay. You're just like sticking out.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure, sure.
Elena, thank you for the Prime subscription.
Oh, nice.
I'm chore bound. Yeah, if someone wants to dip, what's the game name again? It's like dudes and then password
Is-
bro.
Server is
Server name is
bro.
bro. Password is dudes. I just realized that we have 12 slots, not 10, right? Or unless you
Yeah,
made
we
it.
have 12.
Oh, okay. So we've had spots open the whole time.
What's it called?
I kept
Bro
I kept
dudes or
thinking
dudes
it
bro?
was-
Wait, what does that
Bro
mean again,
dudes.
Eric?
Bro and then
Server
dudes,
bro.
I
yeah.
screamed so hard that I
Password
lost a
dudes.
bit of my oxygen in my brain.
Get in here, Sandwich.
Oh, it is 4 right now? Because maybe you did 10 then. I think you may have done 10.
Yeah, sorry. I
I'm
was
gonna
I,
close and restart
I was
it.
like, what if I'm
I
completely
discovered
wrong?
that Queso's playing Mecha.
Give me the
so-
name.
Ooh,
Give me
good.
the name and give me all the
Okay.
deets. Cute.
Okay, I just remade the server. Same thing with 12. Get in here. Go,
Where's
go, go.
Mia?
Bow, 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 bow.
Bow, 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 bow. No, Sam,
Not
I just
working?
restarted it. It's in. People are in.
It should be the same.
Oh
Same.
no. Wait, guys, don't join.
Put
But
your
guys, wait
ass
for Carla
away,
at least to get in first.
child.
I think I'm in. Sorry.
Wait.
Soiled Wig just
Sam's
subscribed. Soiled
Woo!
Wig has
You in?
gifted
Sample-
a resub to
Sample name
Soiled
pointer.
Wig.
I'm in there.
Thanks.
Oh, wait, everyone's
I
in.
guess.
Oh, we got some new people.
All right.
Soil. Thank
That's
you for the
awesome.
sub. I
That's awesome.
appreciate that.
Okay, let's do 2 hunters.
Thank you.
Hunter wait time.
How are you? I appreciate it.
200. I need some upvotes, bro.
No, I need some upvotes as well, guys. I'm
The
trying to.
numbers
Bro,
so
me too.
random.
You have like 400 already.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to go into public servers, and I want people to be shaking their boots when they see me.
Oh, the upvotes persist.
Yeah, that you keep them.
That's kind of for even custom lobbies though. It's crazy. You could just Carla. We
Good
could
luck,
go off
guys.
stream it, just farm thumbs up.
Oh wait, let's farm. Let's get to 100.
We just
Bring
yeah,
back
we just
the
Let's
thing.
farm
thumbs
later.
up.
I could.
Is Sam hopping in disc or no?
Sam, you can hang in disc if you want, or if you don't want to, also that's fine. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm not doing
Chris, did you make us big? We're big.
No, you're small.
Oh,
Okay,
Sam.
fine,
Yo,
okay,
what up?
fine.
You never take me to Bangladesh.
Oh, great.
You never bang me to Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Yes.
The remix.
Wait, Whiskey, where are you? Let's collab.
Oh, I forgot we're combining for.
Did you guys play on the new official map? I
Hi,
guess?
hi.
Yeah, it's
I
kind
don't
of
love
not
it.
great, Sam. Yeah. It's like really small.
It's
and
small, but I
underwhelming.
like it.
I just feel like I'm popping out of all the areas on it, if that makes sense.
What are you thinking,
Mm.
Whiskers?
Carla, I'm trying to see something we can create together.
I agree. Unless we both do this. You do the
We
other side.
could do that. It's actually not a bad double.
Put your ass on me.
Do you feel smaller, by the way, or no? Is it
I do.
big again?
I feel small. Yeah.
5'4". I'm kind of
You actually
intimidated because you guys
5'4"?
have been playing the shit out of this. Yeah.
No, we definitely.
way.
Just
You're tall,
started.
Sam.
Thanks.
Do you like that?
I
Wait,
wonder
Carla,
if
I
I'll
don't-
grow
I-
more.
Don't hate it.
Should we?
As a person or like physically?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you not want it,
Sure.
Whiskey?
No, I think I'm trying to see if there's better spots. I like that spot. Is this wild though?
Right.
I'm just a little behind you.
5'4" gang. Yup.
Butt to
Oh, I
butt. Can you
know.
butt to butt me?
Butt to
Butt to
butt. What is
butt.
this? The end of Requiem for a
Bont to
Dream?
bont.
Nice one. Can you butt to butt or no?
I can. Yes, I can butt to butt.
Okay.
This is great. This is
If we get found
fantastic,
straight away
actually.
though, like it's not my fault.
I'm uninstalling. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, they rejoined. That's good.
Oh, not
That was
looking good,
Mecca
guys.
over in your area. Good.
It was good. Missed you guys.
Missed you
You do
too.
Mecca today, Sam?
Yeah.
This is a little tough.
Lock in, lock in. We got this.
Hunters, if the hunters give up, we might have a
I-
chance.
I'm getting found immediately.
No.
No, don't say
Mm,
that.
you know
You're
what,
so
I think
sexy.
I think we have too many
no,
dots.
No, immediately.
What do you mean? We're perfect in every way.
I think like. Oh,
Thanks.
that's sweet. I just think we have too many dots.
I'm not adding a shit stain.
What?
Come on.
I think this is one of these horror masks. Let me try it on.
Oh
Chris,
yeah,
it
this
should
might
seem
be
we're
arse.
really
Whiskey.
good on
Should we
you.
move?
Oh,
No. We're committing. We're
Like
committing.
I think it's
Okay.
actually detritus now. But it's
No,
not
no,
you,
no,
it's
no, no.
me. Okay, I'll commit.
No, you're just doing details. I haven't gotten there yet.
Do you just draw a wang? Is that a wang?
not
Isn't-
wang.
It's not a wing.
Phallic?
It's just like a.
Oh, okay, got you.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say that. Don't say that. word.
Phallic member.
Ah!
Bro, come on. Sam's here.
No,
Sam,
come
isn't
on,
that
dude.
word funny?
Phallic?
Phallic member.
I like
a
saying
two-piece.
dangling parsible.
Ooh,
You
I
said
like that.
phallic like you were spelling it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Phallic. F-A.
Hello.
Carla, put some texture on there.
Oh shit, shit.
Like we need some more here.
Not
Okay, here we
proud
go.
of this.
You gotta paint your leg.
Lying down. They always seem like.
Ah!
Oh!
Wait, that was
Actually-
actually that was really good.
No, Chris. I'm glad it was really good.
Oh my god, I'm on a fucking killing spree.
We survived for a millisecond, bro.
Doll, how is your
I
stream
just got fucking killed
alive?
so
Hi
fast.
guys.
What the fuck?
Carla, where did it go wrong?
You'll never
suck
take
on a
me
piece
to
of shit.
Bangladesh.
Okay, all right, Sam. I like it.
Let me see Sam. It's probably gonna be a masterpiece.
Wait, give me the ace. Give me the ace. Let me get the ace.
Let me get the aces. What, Carmel, you know what I just realized?
What?
Chris was in call and we're saying shit like, don't put white dots in.
I didn't hear
caption.
one thing you said, low-key. I'm straight zoning out.
Oh,
I swear to God. You can even ask
You,
chat.
you subconsciously absorbed the information.
I didn't hear one thing. You were right next to spawn. and you
Oh
were
wait,
so
Whiskey,
obviously
look at
surprised.
us. We look so cute.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just
We're
dead.
hugging. Hey, look.
It's you know what it's like? Remember the
Oh my
couple that
God.
lived beneath Mount Vesuvius?
You
and
better
when the
rest
volcano
today.
came, they were buried
Wait,
in
that's
lava together.
us.
Was it a couple or was it a mom and a daughter?
It's a good question. I think the first time I heard the story, it was like a
I thought it was a
romantic.
mom and
Welcome
their kid, but
Raiders.
also
We are
like
playing
no, I think
Mecha
there's two
because I'm
actually.
obsessed.
I didn't know you
yeah.
were well
Someone's like,
versed
oh,
in
Sam, nice.
Yeah,
Mount
no, it
Vesuvius
wasn't.
lore. I'm proud of you. Tara, that's a really good
I
spot.
wish I could run around as a little ghost after I die.
IRL or in the game?
But
Peak core.
Me too.
say Geronimo.
If I become like very, very old, will one of you guys let me expire in your house so I can haunt
Yes,
and hang out
yes,
with you
yes,
after?
yes.
Bro, we're all.
Please.
I'm gonna
It
be
would
older
devalue
before
the
you
home.
are old.
No,
man.
no, Sam.
don't know,
I
dude.
dibs that. Guys, you're not taking this from
Okay.
me.
I just want to like haunt one of you guys, but like not in a mean way.
No,
but, like,
I want a
just wanna
ghost
hang out.
friend. Yeah, that sounds really nice.
Cool. Alright.
Guys, dibs. Sorry.
Where's Ube Bear at?
Put in the will.
Thanks.
Yeah, our nursing
take
homes are gonna
care,
fuck.
doll. I hope
Like,
you
we're
feel
gonna have,
better.
you know,
Do you guys want to get
music
a
playing.
combination?
Thank you again.
Like nursing home?
I appreciate you.
Yeah, yeah. Run.
Like a
you
college,
guys
Wait,
wanna
college
Nick,
get-
dorm
dude.
bunk bed.
Nick, dude, stream a nursery home.
Yeah.
You guys want to run duos on a nursing home for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hot ones?
Guys wanna run
In our
duos on
80s?
this,
Let me know.
or-
It's crazy. Like nursing homes probably will have like computer rooms.
Yeah.
True.
Hot ones when you're old is more like could be like last ones.
I gotta play DBD's
Yeah.
50th anniversary, guys. I'm not like. Not skipping
I'm
that.
a fog whisperer. That's what they called it back in
shot
the
the
day.
game's gonna still be going by then.
Yeah,
Carl.
no, they will. We just secured Jason Voorhees and the Terrifier. We're fine.
But Terrifier's a spoiler.
Oh,
not.
Terrifier's wild.
It's
I
out.
famously had to turn the movie off because he sawed someone in half and I couldn't bear to watch.
Oh, perfect.
It's this fucking person. That's
Chris, why do you have like like a metal butt?
Oh, did he
Okay.
poopy?
He has like a bunch of detritus on his rear end.
broken.
Ugh, it's been a
Whiskey, someone
Wednesday.
said detritus
Hmm.
on a show and they were serious and I lost it.
Oh yeah, when like you start
I
noticing
don't
it
think
everywhere.
I've heard anybody say that word except you.
I know, and then,
He
and
started
then
I've
it.
heard all of us say it.
they were talking about debris, and they said there was heaps of
debris.
detritus in the water, and I was like, girl, you
It's just
can't.
such an
I gotta
awesome
take
word,
Maya
bro.
says it. Oh really? Is that where you got it?
Maya Higa?
I did horrible.
No,
Is that
I don't
Maya
think so.
Higa?
There's only one.
I did horrible.
I know a couple Mayas.
Or you can hear my apple crunch, by the way.
I went to the vet and they
Fuck.
called Mia Maya. Anyway,
Oh, they always mispronounce
I got an upvote.
Wait, Emily, that was really good.
cat names. Emily, that was really good.
any upvotes,
That's
babe?
Tara,
Thank
what'd
you
you do?
guys. Thank
Can I get one
you.
as
What's
well,
an-
guys? Thanks for MVP.
What's
Thanks.
an Ian?
Oh, Emily,
Why
thank
Oh,
is it
you.
Axel,
called
that's really annoyingly good. Good job.
It's how you say upvote in Japanese.
Oh, really?
I just pulled that out of my ass.
Yeah, I believe you. Fuck.
4232,
careful.
you get an Ian.
Thank you for the upvotes,
Alright.
guys. I need this.
Any up dudes for me as well, guys?
Up dudes? Okay.
I just got the ick when
some
you said
karma.
that.
Any narwhals or bacon guys over here?
Nah, we don't need to.
Wait, okay, Chris, a redditor.
Yeah, I had an arrow. Who cares? I
Am I
deleted an
allowed to
account with
stay
like
in
28
or
million
are we
karma.
cycling out?
What were you posting?
Don't worry about it.
Wait, is that Yik Yak?
Oh.
Nope.
Oh, I loved Yik Yak. I think my mental health would be so much better if I still had Yik Yak.
It'd be the opposite
Yeah,
over here.
You guys
Oh.
had Carl, you had it over there?
Yik
No
Yak,
way.
Yik Yak was bad. It was like you would talk shit about people.
No, it was great. You just be
Remember
like,
Form Spring? I think you're ugly.
Form-
Like, oh,
Form
good.
Spring was a
Oh, I
movie.
Remember
forgot
Bieber?
about that.
Formspring was
miss
awesome.
Be better off dead. Oh, good, cool.
Oh, same map.
Have you found
Why
any
not?
custom maps today that you like?
oh yeah.
Yeah, we played on a Zelda map.
Oh, that's
We did
fun.
one or two. Banth had a good one. I forgot what it was.
The art one is still awesome. I played a
Dude,
Fall Guys
I'll
map.
do the canvas one literally all day long, every day. I love that
Oh, I
one.
love that one. The art
Mm.
one.
Fall Guys is good. The West Hunt
Fall
map
Fall
is really
Guys.
bright. Yeah, the Fall Guys map.
Oh, we haven't done Fall Guys yet.
It's good.
You're good.
Carver, do you want to
Thank
combine for
you.
a bad thing again and get killed immediately?
Yes,
And then be
yes,
surprised?
yes. Let's go up here. Do you want to be? Actually, what should we do? Let's think. Let's
You
think.
know what's so funny? If we got like 9 people, we can make a big one.
Yeah, true. Wait, guys, meet me on the roof.
Or if we
Come
just
over
if we
here.
was big.
Meet me on the tree here.
No, it's not gonna work.
No, come on, come on,
It's
come on.
working.
Let's do it.
It's working. It's
Guys,
working.
guys,
Oh,
It's wor-
sorry. I almost
guys, yeah,
Wait, it's-
spoiled somebody's spot.
It's working.
yeah.
Wait, we can't stack, can we?
Well, we're gonna try.
Chris isn't hunting, right?
Well, to try to. Lock in, guys, lock in. Whiskey, come in here.
Wait, Sam, come on. the
Come
roof.
on, come on, come on, come on.
I
Is that-
can't, guys.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay, Whiskey, I'll come to you. Ready? And then we'll get the third. It's crazy, but
Can you stack on top of this? or
wait,
no?
hold. There. Wait, hold. Are you buried?
We can't go on top of each other is the problem. I could just continue jumping.
What the hell? How about I do this?
Oh, and we all stack?
Let's just
Wait,
do
wait,
it.
wait.
Let's just do it. Come up. Should we just be like should we do this?
That's
Wait,
actually
should we just do like that?
no, because from the bottom it looks horrible.
Okay.
Wait, what if we did this and went back to back?
Where?
Yeah, like this and then back to back.
Oh, I kind of like the other one.
Damn, I'm getting caught in about a millisecond.
Yeah, wait, yeah. Yep.
Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Emily, come back. Wait, put our feet in. Yeah.
How you do it? How you
If
do
we
that?
had 5 people.
Wait, go. Go back.
You're stuck.
Guys, maybe we should do the other shape. Let's go back to this. Emily. Yeah, no, let's just do all these random shapes. Wait, just like, don't move. That's it. No, stop it.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean to do that. Ah!
Should we just run away?
I have an idea.
Emily, scatter.
I have an idea. They're never gonna catch me.
Is this horrible?
Carl, you sandbagged me, man.
I didn't do shit.
Oh my god, Karma, what is going on with that?
Wait, she's kind of looping him though. Okay.
Are you Dead by Daylight 50-year anniversary?
50?
Am I dead in the next 2 seconds?
That's really good. Oh, Sam,
Ooh,
yours
Bear,
is
that's good.
stupid.
Where's
That's
Sam?
so good.
Yeah, I think it's obvious, but I don't know.
That's,
I feel
that's
like
a
this
hood
one
classic
cooks.
spot though.
It's the right shininess.
There's no way you get caught.
Nah.
Girl.
No, it's a hood classic spot.
Crazy timing. Thanks, dude.
Guys, run
Hey,
it back. Run it back.
500,000 views on TikTok. There we go.
Nah, come on.
Carva, the way that Emily is still alive is frying me.
Wait, actually? Emily?
She's just running
Emily,
around white.
please.
Oh, Ube, that's really good.
That I just watched Ube have a close encounter of maybe centimeters.
Oh, that's nuts. Who else is left? Oh, Sarah? Okay.
I think Ube might.
Yeah, that might be,
Be good
the
here.
winner.
Yeah.
here.
Oh, I don't know. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh, that
the
whistle.
whistle is diabolical.
whistle sucks.
Dang.
Who's left?
Our goat.
Oh man.
Oh,
You'll
yeah.
never take me to Bangladesh. You'll never roll me down.
I sang
guys hear
that
me?
today and nobody sang it with
Yeah,
me.
because I wasn't there with
I
my
know.
goat.
I learned my lesson.
I fear you are lucky that I don't live in LA
No, come on.
because we'd have too much fun, unfortunately.
Carl, you have
Nah,
LA
would be,
written all
would be-
over
would be
you.
silly.
Do I?
It
Oh,
blows my mind
Carla.
we've never been in the same room before.
I know that's so weird.
I don't think.
Come to Sydney.
Well, actually, we probably have just like before we knew each other.
True.
We were probably at a TwitchCon at the same time.
Did you go to
Nah.
Amsterdam in 2022?
No, I've never been to Europe in my life.
That's actually
Gave you a
surprising.
like.
Thanks.
You would love
Wait,
it.
the Hunters
Good
won?
night,
We stink?
Have
I think
good
I would
sleep.
love
We're
a
mad?
trip.
I appreciate you.
Dude, a trip would be sick.
I'll see you
Dude, I'd
tomorrow,
go on a trip.
hopefully.
Alright.
Bye, doll.
What kind of vibe you thinking?
Guys, meet me in
Mm.
Sydney.
See some friends.
Sydney's so far, man.
Yeah, but I've been to Jersey twice and it's fun.
Cook 'em, Carla, cook 'em.
Well, it's because a lot of people are here.
Let's
but
meet
I
in the
get it.
middle.
Yeah, guys, Arkansas.
Fiji 2026, guys.
Getting 5 pals to fly 25 hours is tough. But
Chris,
I
if you
get it.
take a
It's only like-
Xanax, it's only like 20
It's basically Japan.
Yeah, but then you forget your bags on the plane.
No.
minutes. Oh,
You'll never take me to
Sam, that was hurtful.
Bangladesh.
Sorry.
I go back
I-
to Japan.
Maybe sorry.
Fine, Japan.
All right, let's go.
Chris has been teasing a second Japan trip forever. Well, honeymoon.
Where's that vlog happening, Chris?
It's a good question, Carla.
Oh, you're starting?
Yeah.
All right, this time, Whiskey, we're not out first.
Which map are we doing?
I'm gonna get selected as Hunter,
Osaka.
and then I'm out.
Ooh.
This is LG for me, I think.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Carl, are you hunting? You are hunting. You're not hunting.
No, should we do this? Should we run it back?
That's evil. I don't think we could do that. We'll get in trouble.
What's life with about a little bit of without a little bit of thrill, you know?
If I was
Who d-
better, I would be a tumbleweed.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Let's see what else is around here. A pile of dirt.
Don't say my name like that.
This map is really small.
I have a hard time with this one. It's not a whole lot to like.
Real.
Thanks.
I'm still
Maybe we
impressed with
should
the
try
amount of time it
something
took
heinous.
for them to get all these new maps out.
What do you mean? Like they're too slow or too quick?
No, it's good, like, because they've had so much success. They're like, all right, fine, we'll just give you like a small map. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel like they don't even have to.
No,
as
they
well,
don't.
because there's so many community maps
Mm-hmm.
constantly. So an official map is
I agree.
it's not that pressing of a priority. I
Pressing of a
cannot find a
priority?
spot.
Does that work?
Oh, I keep saying I'm inside of it. Oh no, that's horrible. What if I did this? 50 seconds, hello, I'm cooked.
Detritus.
Oh my god, I have an idea. I have an idea.
I tried to.
It's not, never mind, it's horrible.
Ooh, Emily, that's good. Ooh, whiskey, nice.
Extra mushroom and Sir Stomming pizza.
Sam, nice.
What is that?
Maybe.
Nice. Chris, love it. Guys,
What if I told
all
you I'm
solid
in a world
spots.
of trouble right now.
I'm in so
Thank
much
you.
trouble, but
I'm starting to think taking 2 minutes to find a spot is not the move.
Yeah, I get like, what do you call it when you can't make decisions?
Executive
Decision
dysfunction.
paralysis. Or what?
Okay,
what
so
was
it
there?
dropped the hunters right on me. I didn't even have a freaking shot.
Oh.
oh, it's
I'm
cold.
pulling off a miracle right
What's
now.
the temperature? Cold.
I'm pulling off a miracle right now.
I need a hero. Oh, it's raining a lot soon. Die.
Where you live?
Yeah. For a week straight.
Please rain.
No, where you live. No, I'm just kidding. Ha.
Wait, guys,
I
does
want-
anyone
I
know
want, like,
kanji?
a rainstorm.
Someone give me a kanji
Ooh.
character, quick.
I don't know what that is.
Chris. Pokemon Kado.
Whiskey, I love it. I'm looking at you from my spot, and you look amazing.
Wait, this thing is like changing.
No, you look so good. What the hell? Not just saying that either.
Wait, we're cooking.
Oh, you are cooking. That looks Whiskey. It looks so good from my angle.
Yeah, but if you switch, it becomes it quickly
Yes!
becomes detritus.
It was good, Chris.
I think this game's too hard now.
Guys, we're gonna live forever. I just, as soon as you become confident in your spot, it's like the gun
You get
quivers.
killed
All right,
right
ready,
away.
ready. I'll test it. Oh, I'm not being found at all.
Oh, you're still. Hold on, let me see you.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
That's
It's really arse. It's not even that good. But that's
No,
the
it's not awesome.
that's that's
I
the
can't tell if
point.
my POV's bugged or if it's actually just ass.
No, it is. It's arse, but that's good though because
Oh no, I get it from like a metaphysical point of view. I understand.
you
where you're
totally
going
get
for
me.
it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Who else is alive here?
I think you actually take the cake here.
I might take the whole bakery if that's okay.
Oh.
Oh, Crash, that's
You
good.
look like you'd rob a bakery and eat all the pies.
Thank you.
Hey,
You guys know
Sam,
that bit?
that's not even bad.
No, no, it wasn't, but they dropped them directly on my head.
Like the texture is stellar.
Thanks, but
Guys, any
All
likes,
for
any
naught.
spare likes. I appreciate it.
Tara, that's good.
Thank
Carla, I
you.
got
like
you.
Overwatch all over again.
I got you.
Thank you,
It really
Whiskey.
does.
I'll take one as well.
I'm taking
Thanks,
likes if
Chris.
anyone's giving them out. If anyone's
Thanks,
giving them out.
Sarah. Thank you. Needed that one. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Carla.
It's okay. This is us playing Scam Line all
Maybe
over again.
from the bottom. Oh, from the
Sam.
bottom.
Oh,
it
Lexi, my
looks-
goat.
It looks so bad from the bottom
No,
angle.
Trent, I'm actually surprised. I thought I was going to be found.
It's just
Yeah.
two big black dots.
Yeah, it does.
Surprise.
That's not
Road
good.
to 30 likes, guys. So excited.
Carla, you're such
Hey.
a fiend.
I know.
Day 6 here.
New title. Road to 30 likes, guys.
That's
Carla, how
funny.
many do you have?
26.
26, bro. I have 11.
No. Okay, we gotta take you down a peg.
Guys, give me. I need 30 because I want to join public lobbies and scare people.
That was my
What
last
you
game. By the way.
need?
Need 4 more. I'm
Dude,
gonna make.
GG's, that was
supposed
fun.
to
I'm gonna
farm
remake
likes
the
if you're
server.
gone. All right, GG.
Remake the server, man. I'll see you.
Bye,
You guys
man.
take care. I had fun.
Okay then.
Later.
Bye bye now.
Sam,
Bye bye now.
Carla,
Bye bye.
Whiskey. Appreciate
See
you
ya.
guys.
Pleasure.
Lot. Later.
Ta-ta.
Up and in and out.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay. Well, I want to just one thing.
Yeah.
I think if you think about it,
If you do the bit where you disconnect.
I'm not, but I'm in a server if
Mid-sentence?
you want to join me.
Oh no, I was gonna hop off.
No, don't hop off.
No, I was gonna.
No, you should. Like, I think the spiders need more time to like sleep.
You
What does that
shouldn't have reminded
mean?
me that they exist. Sam, there was an egg sac in my room, and a bunch of spiders were
Oh,
spawned out of
that's-
it this
Say
week.
nothing more. Say no more, please. That's gross.
Yeah, I've seen like 9 spiders past 2 days.
Oh, don't have to keep saying it.
Whiskey, Sam, join.
Oh, no.
Well, Sam's about
No,
to
Carl,
go.
I haven't eaten since no joke yesterday.
Well, you should, guys, you should order the food, the Grubhub, and then it gets stuck at the restaurant again, and then Whiskey has to go and grab the Grub.
I learned that the T-Pain DoorDash thing
that's
was
so
all
funny.
marketing. It was marketing. He tweeted like
I was talking about this
hashtag
today.
DoorDash partner, and it devastated me. I thought it was
broke
so
my
funny.
heart. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Instead, it was some suit who orchestrated it 4 months ago.
Okay, guys. Well, this was fun.
Catch you on the flippity flop.
Catch you on the
Later.
flip.
Catch you on the flop.
On the
okay. Yep.
You'll
'Kay.
never take me to
Take me to
Bangladesh. All right, guys, lock in. Do you want to play more? How are you feeling? Are you over it? I will go soonish to go to the chemist, but if you want to join, you're more than welcome. Server bro password dudes, if you do. But if you don't, that's so cool too. That's fine. Wait time, I'll do search time. Oh, it's in my head. The Bangladesh thing is crazy. Enjoy your lurks, guys. Swimming pool's fun. Art gallery's fun. I guess we should switch soon. I've probably been playing a little bit too much of this game. I might have a problem. Just a small problem. Whatever. Me farming likes. Just driving home. Amazing. Drive home. Drive safe. Shopping mall, the market. Oh, the 4 rooms was hard. 12-hour mecha stream coming. I will be going to the chemist and grabbing myself some drugs. I'm getting a cold sore. And I'm gonna try and get my cat her medicine, but she's been under the bed, poor thing. Yeah. Can't join. No. What is it saying? Should I restart it? Maybe I'll restart it. Was it just the same? Sam! Oh, sorry, get in here. Herpes twin. Yes,
Put
pharmacy.
Your ass away, child.
Pharmacy. Because I've been really stressed.
Samsuck69 just
And I was eating
subscribed.
something earlier, and I felt something in the corner of my thing, and I was like, fuck. Okay, I'm going to reset the lob. And obviously that makes sense, because when you're stressed and you're prone to cold sores, it's going to do that. But I'm like, I don't want that. I'll do North America, since most people are in North America, and we'll do we'll do dude, bro. Server name dude, password bro. It was cap, real. Server, hi Frost, join, yes. Server, bro, oh no, dude. Wait, was it dude? Fuck, I've already forgotten it. Oh, that cast banner, yes, sorry. Was it server, dude, password, bro, guys? I've already forgotten it. What did you use to get in? My bad, dude, bro. Okay, cool, thank you. Cool, thanks guys. Sam, thank you for 22 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Dude is password bro. Cool. Server bro. Oh, so dude is server bro is code. Oh shit. Oh wait, yeah, I was right. Dude is. Okay, sorry. I was confusing myself. What the hell? No, don't be sorry. That's all me. That's all me. All right, cool. Get in here. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Take your mans if I want to, but lucky for you, I don't want to.
Thank you, Sam, again for 22.
I'm gonna get ready for bed, but
And
thank you for the
Leah,
fun
thank you,
games
doll.
today. I really needed
I
it.
appreciate you.
I enjoy every second I spend here.
Leah, thank
also,
you.
you're truly doing amazing.
Thank you.
Gotta let yourself cry it out sometimes.
You're real. You're real.
Time heals all wounds.
You're so real.
Love you. Good night,
Thank
Carl's
you,
love.
doll. I'm proud of you as well. That's very sweet. Thank you. Very, very kind. Get some good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow for Friend Swap Tuesdays. I'm very excited.
Joshua Grove.
And Josh,
just
thank you for
subscribed.
25.
Oh, hey there.
I appreciate you. How are you? I'm so hyped for tomorrow. I'm very excited. I'd be even better if I can get Mimi Girl to eat something tonight. But I also know that I gotta be patient for her, so I'll be patient. Gonna do basic. Thank you for the resubs and the biddies, guys. You were the best. Thank you. We'll do. I'll do sewer because you guys are cracked on sewer. And I'm gonna try and get all of you so you guys can have a go. Wait, how much do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe do a quick little 1, 2. Why not? Quick little 1, 2. Loaves! I miss you. How are you, doll? My absolute goat. You know what's so funny, Lopes? I was scrolling on TikTok, and it must have
Husky
been your
just resubbed
brother
for 1 month.
that popped up that I don't follow because I didn't know you had a brother because I'm so late to every party. And I was like, I didn't even see his name, but his voice and his demeanor, I was like, ha, this guy reminds me of Lopes. Wait, he has the same last name. And I was like, oh my god, cool. Like, it was so funny. I honestly was like, it was hilarious. It was really funny. But anyway, Hat Key, thank you for the prime. That's so nice. Thank you. We can do Infected. If you're talking about that one, Miller.
I think this is one of these
Thank
formats.
you, Lopes, for coming in. I appreciate you. And thank you, Hat Key, for giving me your prime. That's super sweet.
Okay.
And Whiskey, my god, I love you. Thank you for the raid. If you want to jump in, guys, you're more than welcome. I miss you too. I want to do games with you and Chris as well very soon because you're so funny. You always match my energy. Unkmod. Thank you for games. I had so much fun. Welcome in, guys. Let's do it. Always keen. Always keen. Hi, Kak. Hi, guys. I literally went live today because I didn't know what to play because my kitty is sick at the moment, so I'm a little bit stressed. And I woke up and I was like, okay, I don't know what to play. I'm stressed. I feel like crap. I wanted to stream to hang out with you guys, but I was also like feeling shy to stream. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to play Community Mecha. And then Chris texted me, and then, you know, I've ended up playing a whole stream of Mecha, so here we are. I know, Lopes, I agree. I bloody agree. You paint at the same time and they all hunt at the same time. Paint at the same time, hunt at the same time. Oh, I haven't played that one. Which one's that? Is that the double one? Wait, you all paint at the same time and then hunt all at the same time. Oh, I haven't played that one. It confuses me. Wait. How do you do that? What is that? What's double? You mean like, oh, we all hide at the same time and then you all hunt. Is that what it is? Thank you, Kaylee. I appreciate that. And Megan, hello. Oh, really? Oh, we can try it. I've never played that before. Oh, okay. We can give it a go. Why not? Including yourself? What? Hello, Chris. Alright, I'm here, guys. I've loaded in. Let's see. All my goats are here at one time? What the hell? Nice. It's a race to find everyone before everyone else. Oh, are you on like the same... Wow. So you have to find yourself as well? Wait, that's crazy. Huh? God, my... Your eyes get so strained playing this game. But I love it. Just cheeky enough. What are you plotting? I'm hearing some whistles. I played a game last night in like a public server. It was quite fun. Oh, we love it. Oh, holy moly. Someone's in here. I feel it in my soul. You got randomly booted? No, join back. Where are you? I can hear someone. Oh, this is gonna hunt me. Crash, where did you hide? You're hiding! Where did you hide? Oh, man. I know it's something nasty. Or you're just floating. Oh. Oh my god, where are you? I feel like I'm going crazy. You're in the hamburger? Oh shit. I'm running out of time. Oh, it's right in front of me. It's right. You're right in front of me, aren't you? Where are you? Excuse me? Crash! Thought I saw you. Oh, Sarah! No way. Oh, sorry. Nice. What the hell? Oh my god, Axel. I went past there being like, nah, I've hidden there. Like, no one else is gonna hide. Like, they've seen me do it. I should have opened my eyes. Oh my god. I looked here. Absolutely ridiculous. What the hell? They should make this, what's it called? Like a web game for everyone to play. Yeah, plain sight's fun. I like doing the paintings. The paintings are super fun. Wait, so what is it? Double. Everyone hides at the start. After that, everyone searches, and the first player to find everyone wins. Oh shit, okay, if you're down, let's do it, guys. Let's do a warm-up of doubles on Backrooms. Because I feel like that's nice and quick, but still fun. Because I haven't played it. I haven't played this before. But I'm sure you can't see everyone, right? In doubles? Otherwise, I'd be cheating. Thank you, Dylan, for your streak, by the way. My goat. Okay, so we can only hear each other. That's crazy. So you do shoot yourself if you find yourself, I guess? And do you see everyone on the same map shooting, or and like the person who shoots it gets that point? Sorry for the questions. I'm buried too much. Girl. Looking like a gherkin. You see a floating gun, everyone has to find everyone, including themselves. Okay. Can I hide in here? It's a race. That's crazy. I'm buried too much. Or am I? I guess a strat here is to hide really well so no one else can find you, and then you find yourself and get that point. Thoughts? The boy doesn't move his B when you shoot it. Okay. Hide really well. Seems legit. And then you forget where you hid and you're like, damn it. Shoot, I gotta... Uh-oh. Alright, fuck it. I'm nervous! This is fun! Thought the weird backroom noise was my dog. Oh, great. Alright, guys. I want to win this race. Not for any other reason, but I want to win it. Get me in. I played Mecha for 6 hours straight, by the way. Ask me anything. Alright, guys. I'm on my way. You shall rue the day. I'm joking. I'm scared. This is terrifying. I don't know how many people there are. Someone's always here. And it gets me every time. Put your ass away, child. The guns are so funny. I don't know how much I need. Okay, someone has to do a similar strat in here, right? Yes. Nice. How many are left? Oh, for everyone? Or just me? Because that's cool. Nice, nice, okay. That's a good one. I want that whistle, I want that whistle. I want that whistle. Yeah, I
people sometimes. Yep. Yeah, I find people. Yep. Yep. Cheers to that, everybody. Yep.
Oh my god. I locked in. I locked in. That's fun. Thoughts on that, guys? You want to try that again? That's really fun. But it's really like it feels really intense, but it's good. Let's do this small ass map on double. That would be crazy. Clink. Crash. This one, it will be wild because it's crazy. Thank you, 3G. Thank you for everyone who's joined in or watched. It's been a lot of fun. I've had a great time. Too much fun, some would say. A little bit obsessed, innit? I might, What happens? Is he good at it? I wanna... You know what? Literally? I'm just going to... I'm just gonna be... Oh my god, burrito! How's work been? I'm just gonna go simple, I think. Or even do a little like I don't know, like just simple, and I feel like you could miss that, to be honest. Maybe I just go back to my original strat. Girl. Let me go back. Oh, that's a good one. Oh. So tall and colorful. Fair. So fair. It is. Oh, my brain already. My brain already hurt. Where did you hide? Oh no. Let's get a point on the board there. Nice. This is not my game. I miss the ramen I had in Japan. Oh, great spot. Great spot. Iconic spots. I feel like it's right in front of me. This game makes you feel like you're going crazy. But that's why it's so good. Oh, so what? There's no way. I had such a late start. Sorry, that was amazing. Thank you for the likes, guys. But seriously, I didn't expect to win that. Wait, maybe doubles my game. No, I'm joking. That was actually crazy because let's do hide and seek mansion. That's gonna be really tough. That's gonna be real tough. We should do that. An extra 20 seconds. It's so intense. Yeah, Frost, same. Same. I was like, I can't see anyone. At the start, everyone was killing people, and I shot myself first because I couldn't see anyone. I'm like, this is embarrassing. I can't find anyone. Oh my god, double is so intense. What the fuck? I need to hide. I don't think I've ever hidden this room. What happens if you hide in the same spot as someone? That's so funny. And you end up being like, hey. And we're doing doubles. We're doing doubles, so everyone hides and everyone hunts. It's everyone versus everyone, yeah. Which is kind of cool. I can't make it perfect because I'll be here for too long. Oh, what was the music deal? Wait, double's really fun, I feel. Because everyone gets to hide. My play tonight? Oh, yeah. You want being meat? Oh, you couldn't hear it. Err. Well, well, well. I had no idea. Oh. Someone's so close to me, it's scary. Where are they? Okay, I'm leaving. Ooh, there's a lot of people in this room. This is harder in this map. On this map, it's so big. I can hear someone in this room, but I don't know where they are. I haven't played doubles in lobbies before. Where are you? I have to walk away. Nice. You are locked in. I know I am. I know. My locked in face is putrid because I'm like... But I love this game. Hope you're well though. I cannot stress how much this game was made for me. Not in a I'm good at drawing way, it just scratches my brain. Someone a book. Oh, I feel like someone's close. Guys, girl, we can't keep doing this. This is a fluke. We can't keep doing this. Blink. I know, Gimmick, I know. Guys, that was hell. Alright, we should do a smaller map for these, I think. That's hard. I didn't think it would be this hard because this is like the OG map. I think you might be able to join. Give it a crack. Let's do indoor country. That'll be a fun one. I do have to pee though. I do have to pee. So I'll be back. Mimi is still under the bed. No. Mimi girl. Good night, Chris. Have a great sleep. I can't believe I'm still on playing Mecha. That's so funny. I was like, small stream, which I mean, technically, what's the time? Okay, 4:19. So I gotta go to the pharmacy. Alright, let's do double in the country map. Because I feel like that's small enough where it'll be fun. Night-night, guys. Alright, let's go. But I'm proud of myself. I thought I was only going to do 4 hours. So, Mimi update, for those who haven't heard. My cat Mimi, she's 14, and she's been this is the first time she's been sick in her life. She has this flu, conjunctivitis, and mouth ulcers, poor thing. And she has heaps of meds, and she's been struggling to take them. And we went back last week, I think. They were like, okay, we'll add on this med on top of it. Try this, try that. And then everything just kept getting worse. And she's struggling to take her pills. And we've tried everything. Her nose is blocked. Like, she's hiding now. She's not eating, whatever. And then yesterday we're like, all right, we have to take her to the vet again because I'm worried. You know, she usually eats heaps. And they're like, oh, okay, we'll give her some steroids, we'll give her an antibiotic, and we'll give her anti-nausea because she threw up her meds. So she had 3 injections yesterday. Took it like a champ, though. She had 3 injections yesterday. And we got some more meds. But she's been hiding all day. And she never hides. She's always on the bed. So she's been underneath the bed all day. And I know she'll come out. But it's a little bit stressful because I obviously wanted to eat. But look, like we've said in chat, I would be stressed too if I had 3 injections. So I'm going to let her just do her thing. Do what she needs to do. And then here's hoping she can take her meds and get better. Because she's an old lady, you know. And I love her. So I've just been a little bit stressy. And then conveniently got Shark Week in the middle of all this. So I'm just super, super stressed. And anxious. So honestly, mindless mecha was actually perfect today. Like, yeah. Mindless mecha is all I needed, I think. Because I just feel like I can't function properly at the moment. I know that sounds like really dramatic. But like, when you're so stressed, it brings out like, your period is just worse mentally. So it feels like everything's harder than it has to be, which is really annoying. Because I've been stressed, now a cold sore's forming, and I'm like, girl, can we chill? Can we chill, please? Thanks. Chill out, body. Anyway. Sounds really legit, actually. Yeah, you're cute. But that's the update, Burrito, yes. And I know you know how overwhelming it can get, and you know, vet visits aren't super cheap. So if you have to keep going back, which any owner would, because you don't want them to be in pain, it just accumulates, and then that becomes stressful, and then you're just like, girl, can something help my daughter, please? Please give me an answer. Where did I end up hiding? Guys, I forgot where I hid. Oh, I think I remember. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the well wishes. It's very sweet. I haven't really spoken about it that much today in detail. I think that's the second time I went into detail because obviously I don't want to overwhelm people. But, yes. I know. I hate when, like, those who get cold sores when you're stressed, it's so annoying, hey? Because your body's like, yeah, we just get it when you're stressed. And it's like, okay, that's great. Don't need it. Don't need it. Last thing I need, actually. Thanks. Now I have to buy more meds for myself. I'm over it. What if someone hides in the same spot? Wait, you're stuck on the floor? What do you mean? Oh, I get it. Yes. I know someone's right in front of me. Carla found Carla. Yes, she did. Yeah, I didn't need that actually. The worst time I got a cold sore when I was over at Chris's a couple years ago, I had like 3 of them. But I think that was the stress from the travel, and then also it was so cold over there, my lips were just hating it. But there's this thing you can get which is really cool. It's called like Famver or something. If you take the tablet early on, it just slows it all down. Dude, this is hard. I thought this map would be easier. What the hell? What on earth? Chris is stressful. I honestly get so relaxed when I'm with Chris and Shan. If you want to be real for a second. That's why I always delay my flight home. Because I'm like, oh, pals. Frost! Oh, sorry, you were close. Oh, good one. Where's your spot? Oh, where was yours? Noah. I was the horse. Oh, the horse cock, of course. I've done the horse cock so many times that I always check the horse cock now. Oh. Yeah, true. I know she will come out because she's not an under the bed cat. Like she's clingy, you know? I just feel, I'm like, I just want to help you, like come out. Thank you, Sarah. That's so much fun. So much fun. Thank you for joining the customs today. Not used to it? Oh damn, you've been great. Thought you were a pro. I'm proud that I have done the stream I have done today, because I honestly didn't think I would make it this long. Not because I didn't want to, but you know. So that's amazing. God, doubles fun. We should do doubles on Fall Guys. It's really, oh, maybe not on Fall Guys. Maybe. Oh, Metcha? Ooh, that would make sense, to be honest. Let's do Simpsons House. Yeah, hang out. Hang out with us. Oh, homie. Wait, Lolly's so cute. Oh, homie. Oh. This game or this map loads. Wait. Oh, homie. Oh, homie. We'll be doing that for 10 hours on Discord, so get ready. Oh, perfect. Oh, homie. Oh. That's really bad. I can be better. 100 viewers gone. You know what? If people leave after finding out that I have an intense talent, their loss. It's not my fault. I'm goated with the sauce. Like, it's actually not my fault. You know what I mean? So, whatever needs to happen. Can I go on top of here? No way. What? Stop. I actually feel so cruel doing that. Maybe I'll do that. Loaf of bread. You're goated with the sauce. That's better. That's like, you can see that. Cool. Me when I'm the sauce jar on the top of the fridge. You crazy. You crazy. I would buy your goat sauce at the food market. Oh, homie. Alright, guys, come on. I don't think you're ready for the sauce, but it's gonna be a funny thing. Is it this one? I don't think this is the song. I'm gonna just go hard with it. Oh, where are you? I'm gonna find you. Oh.
Can't think,
I can't find you.
can't sleep,
Oh, nice.
can't breathe.
My favorite sauce. It doesn't count, but I love sour cream. I'm a little freak like that.
Everything getting harder to find. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skin. See, we get to the end, but that's where we begin. You feel it?
I'm scared.
And we breaking the mold. Breaking out and we breaking the codes. Similar to the jack who stole to the depths in your wet, so you take explode. So get it out. Send your body to flight. Everybody got a target tonight.
This is scary.
Come along for the ride. All you studs and your duds and your ladies is fly.
Okay.
Grip the moment like you're gripping the earth. Feel a weight and you're feeling the girth. Now you're
Girth.
feeling your worth.
I agree.
When everything used to hurt, it goes. No time to rest. Just do your best. What you hear is not a test. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here.
They're right in front of me, aren't they?
Gotta make it a time. Brightest star gonna be the guide. Gotta get you to the other side, to where the butterflies and where the peace resides. But first, 5
Nice.
minutes for the 15 of fame. 5 seconds for you saying my name. I'm deadly sharp shooting the game. Gonna hit you in the soul, execution is aim. Get together and we building a fire. Clear smoke and it's taking us higher.
Ooh, I hear some
Hands up, everyone is
whistles.
one. If you see yourself making it, you see in the sun. Metropolis on the edge of control. They take our money, but they won't take our soul. Fuck that, ain't gonna do it no more. Won't do what we told, and we ain't gonna fold. We go.
Damn.
No time to rest.
I need this. No, I don't. I've actually won too many times.
Just do your best. What you hear is not a test.
I don't know. Is this a remix? I found the first one on Spotify. I'm still shaking ass, if I can be honest with you.
Only here to make you. We're only here to make you go. Go. Go.
Where are you? Oh, they popped off. I think it's, is it?
Can't sleep. Can't
You should dance throughout the house, to be honest.
Can't think. Can't sleep.
The fuck?
Can't breathe. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skins.
Where are they?
Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skins.
What the hell? I'm going crazy. If someone is on the stairs, I'm gonna shit my pants. Crash, nice. Where was everyone? Oh, no way. No way. No way.
No time to rest.
3 of us. I did it first.
Do your best. What you hear is not
Oh,
a test.
sloth, nice.
We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you. We're only here to make you go.
Nice. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? 3 of us had the same idea. That's actually hilarious. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my god. No wonder you found me. Did you find all 3 at once? Indoor Candyland will be good. Thank you. Sorry, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I hope you feel better as well. Thank you for hanging. That was so fun. That was so much fun. I'll see you soon. All I can think about is Sammy on this map. Burrito, I'm not sure. But I do have to go to the chemist unless I just go to the chemist and put Words with Friends up. It's not far. But I'm down to stay on for a little bit, so let's put Words with Friends up. And yes. Wow, this is really bad. No, well, maybe you'll be good enough to just hide. 12-hour mecha. Okay, not that long. I'm excited for Friend Slop though. It's gonna be super, super fun. So Friend Slop, it sounds like we're doing burgling gnomes into DBD into potentially mecha. So we're getting sloppy tomorrow, guys. It's gonna be super fun. Super fun. Oh, burrito, perfect. Sounds good. Alright, this is really bad, but sometimes the bad works, so fuck it. We'll just... Bye, Striker. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support today as well. Very, very kind. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. I gotta figure out what I'm having dinner too. Well, I just mumbled the hell out of that. I have to figure out what's for dinner. I could have chicken wraps again. That was nice. That was delicious. Alright. Not proud of this one, guys, but it is what it is. Let's go. Double's so fun. What the hell? Okay, someone has to be the ground. Do we have a pretzel? This map is actually wild, I feel like, to find so many people. I think Crash is near me because he found me. Was that a tree? Oh, nice. Anyone hanging about? I feel a real sweet spot. Yeah, nice. Yeah, good one, good one. No, I actually like that a lot. You cheeky, cheeky. I'm missing so many. They're right in front of me, aren't they? Hi, Amanda. Axel found Axel. No way. Henry would like this map, I feel, or this mode. My brain hurts. Feel like I feel like they're right here. Oh my god. What the hell? Where art thou? 10 seconds! What? Oh, Frost. Real nice. Real nice. Real good. Noah, yeah. Thank you guys for the likes. We hit 30, guys. I appreciate you. I'm going to scare people in public lobbies. They need to shiver in their boots when I join with my 30 that I cheated to get because I'm asking my community to thumbs me up. That's crazy that you can hide in the same spot and then just be like, all right. All right, here's my idea, guys. I'm going to have a quick BRB. Do you want words with friends? I won't be long, but I want to give you some form of entertainment. No, Axel, get some rest, doll. Get some bloody rest. Thank you for playing today. Hope you feel better. No, all good. Do what you need to do. I'm just going to run down to my chemist and get my drugs. It's begging. Oh, that's even worse. Fuck. It's worse. No. Sorry, guys. That's my bad. All right. So dank. Okay, I'll be back, guys. I'm just going to grab some meds. Mummy's back, but Mummy's gotta take some pills for her lip herpes. 1 second. Hello, sweetie. Hello, sweetheart. That was pretty quick, don't you reckon? Alright. I have taken the pills. And for those who are wondering what I was doing, because I'm a bit stressed. When I'm stressed, cold sores come out. I could feel a cold sore forming today. But you can take these tablets to kind of slow it down.
Put your ass
So
away, child.
we're slowing it down.
Homer
Henry,
Huddle just subscribed.
you are going to be
Big kiss
gagged.
Henry clocking back into the
We'll do
Carl
one more round of
stream.
this. But I haven't played the double mode yet, have you? It's so good. How was your night? Thank you for 3 months. Have you heard of it? Do you want me to explain it? It's so good. Put your ass away and slow that sword down. But I did not see any ads after seeing 2 notices that. Oh, really? Oh. Okay, hacks. So doubles, Henry. We all hide at the same time. And then once you finish hiding, once the countdown stops. Is the heater on? Let me double check that. Once the timer runs out for hiding, we all load into the map. And it's a race to whoever finds everyone first. So we will all, like, it doesn't go away. We can all shoot the same thing. But you have to find everyone first, including yourself. It's crazy. Let me put the AC off. I think it's too hot in here. Okay, I got some chips. Okay, slaying. Alright, what we'll do is we'll pause this. Amazing. Also, Penguin, hello, and Honey. Anyone that I missed, hello. Do not tab into the game yet in stream. What happened? GG's. What did you have on you? Did you have wangs out? Guys, if you want to join, server is dude. Password is bro. I can't believe I've been playing for 7 hours. A phallic member. But thank you for being so nice about it, guys. I can't believe I did this for so long, but I had a great time. Let the wangs fly. Wang out on a Monday night. I will soon, by the way, be doing a stream from my phone in the lounge room. Or maybe set it up where like just my phone camera is on, but you still get alerts and stuff. But because I want to reorganize my Pokemon binder and I want to just like chill. What'd that Wang do? Are we ready? YOLO! Let's go. Guys, imagine. Let's do shopping mall. I haven't done this in a while. I nearly went live last night. Oh, actually, you know what I was gonna do? I know I keep having ideas, but oh. After I finish. All right, hide time. Oh wait, no, you're fine. I was texting my sister back. She was inviting me somewhere for a couple of days in July, but I have my sponsors. And honestly, if Mia is still sick, which I know sounds like negative but, you know, I'm not rushing to leave her either. With love and light. I was thinking of just this. I'm buried too much? Is that crazy? Ooh, that's good. Hold. I like that because it's obvious, but it's still like, hey, you know? Yeah, that's nice. Like it's obvious, but it's not hidden. Angeloon! Mm-hmm. Exactly. Unusual. There's gonna be some good spots in here. I'm shaking in my boots. There's probably someone in here with me. I'm calling it. Someone is grass with me. I'm calling it. Crash, exactly. And some may say that's the hardest thing to find. Yeah, everyone is grass would be so funny. All right. Let's go. might go away from people. Mmm. Wait, the changing room's quite funny. I've never seen this before. Hmm. Wee wee. I'll do fake shots. What the hell? Nice, iconic. Iconic scenes. Oh, someone has to be up behind this, right? I'm wrong. Oh, the arcade. Hello. Ugh. Oh god, this is hard. Oh yeah, Julia's was so good. Someone is in here. Where are they? Someone's in here. Someone's in a fuck ass spot, unless it's the same whistle. I can't see it. You're here. Where are you? You bastard! You bastard! You were right there! And I looked down too! Wow. Iconic. Thank you for the likes, guys. I needed that. Oh, I walked right past you as well. Oh, Burrito, I walked right past you as well. Are you kidding me? Guys, let's run that back. I gotta do that again. That's crazy. I know. Okay, I had an idea. No, where was it? I had an, oh yeah. I had an idea. That's stupid. but I wanted to try it. All right, cool. We're doing it. All right, I wonder what people did. You're terrible, Muriel. That's so funny. Hi, doll. If I've missed you guys coming in, by the way, hello. Oh my god, I just saw the labia next to your name. That's hilarious. Twitch usernames, I think, will never not make me happy, I think. Also, okay, 7 hours. Cool. Yeah, I found an awful spot too. I will be using it. And then we can also go back to the normal setting soon. I'll probably play a handful and then pry my hands away. Pry. Hi, Pixel. It's thundering. I think I'm getting a storm soon. It's raining Thursday onwards. Mamma mia. Here we go again. Okay. I don't know if you can, if you can see me. What if we're in the same spot? That'll be really funny. Noah, huge. Flash flooding? What the hell is going on with our weather, guys? Chill. Chill. Burrito found burrito. Oh boy. Do you reckon Crash... Okay, I thought Crash would go in the same spot for a laugh. Do I see someone up there? Stop. Do I see someone? I fear I'm crazy. Okay. I'll come back. Oh, infection. True. We haven't done that in a while. I can't believe still we've done a whole day of Mecha. Except I can believe it, but it's so funny still. Hi, Pansy. Oh my god, enjoy. Hope you both enjoy. Sounds so fun. Didn't even know there was a new one out. What the hell? I appreciate you. I saw Toy Story 3 on the weekend. It was so great. I loved it. I'm a big Toy Story gal. It was my first VHS, so I was having a great time. See you soon! Enjoy! Oh, the one time I didn't check the change rooms. Where are you? Oh, Crash. Oh, you sneaky. Where were you? I'm behind Skeeball. Yes! I was in the... Whoa, I knew you were. How did you get there? That's nasty. Alright, let's... For our last few, let's do infection. Because we haven't done that in a while. Let's do sewer. Let's go. I got small and went on top. No one looks up, true. It was their feet sticking out of the ceiling. That's so funny. I love that. Bloody feets. Feetsies. All right. Hmm. Why not? Oh no, that's okay. Were you in the middle accidentally, or I might have just given you it? Thank you for the follows, guys, as well. I've had so much fun. Thank you. You've honestly helped me take my mind off everything, so I appreciate you. I will skedaddle at some point. See if I can get Mimi to have some food. But tomorrow's gonna be fun. We have friend slop. And then I think no matter what, even if the pals aren't keen, I'll probably end up doing a mecha cap. So we'll do open lobbies tomorrow as well. But we have, I think, Burglar Gnomes DBD, definitely with friend slot pals. It's gonna be fun. Let it be tomorrow already. Good night, Gimme. Thanks for hanging, guys. Really fun day. I needed it. I'm glad that I streamed. I was nervous to go live today, so. Biddies? For me? Well, I never. Not my best, but it's okay. I have 99 bits. Take them. Why, thank you. I needed that. Thank you, doll. Going to my parents to have a sleepover tomorrow to just chill and be lazy. Oh, yeah. That sounds nice. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be really cool. I'm very excited about it. We'll probably play some Jason games before the pals join us. Yeah, Burglar Gnomes is so good. I'm so excited. Honestly, this week of games and lobbies is really, really great. Now all I need is Mia to eat and get better, and we have a perfect week. That was really nice. That was perfection. Wow. That was very well done. I had to stare at you for a little bit. No, Bruno, you're fine. I knew I was screwed, but I had to commit to it. I love how you can play this game for 7 hours and still not find everyone. Yeah, tomorrow's actually iconic, guys. Sorry. Sorry, we're gonna have an iconic stream. Unfortunately. Like, I know you hate iconic streams, but it is what it is, you know? Sorry for party rockin'. That's really funny. You might have the spot. What's the spot? Tell me the spot. I won't tell anyone. Squeeze me. Nice. Nice. That whistle was the only way I found you there. That's real nice. 2 seconds. I didn't hear it, so it must be on the opposite side for me then. If I didn't hear that. Must be all the way over here. Is that what I think it is? Is it right here? That is really naughty. I'm gonna use that against the pals tomorrow. Don't tell them. I knew you were over here because I didn't hear a whistle. That's so funny. That's crazy. Love. Let's do... I haven't done Viking yet. Let's do Viking. I haven't done this one. This is new for me. Probably new for a lot of us. What the hell? Whoa. Oh my god. This is huge. That is not that color, girl. Girl, that's the only thing with this map is
Lake Titicaca.
it doesn't do the colors well.
Hakuna
My tatas. Okay, I can't do this one.
The bunny main just resubbed for 47 months.
Hi, doll.
Hakuna
My tatas. That's actually insanity. which means I could probably do that, which is even worse. But luckily my ass is shown. You know what? It is what it is. Let's go. I'll be found. How are you, doll? Thank you. I'm very excited. The thunder from down under. I love group names in a group, like a message chat. Cracks me up. Me? Mimi girl. Hi, honey. Wanna cuddle? Hello. Welcome. She's out. She's been under the bed all day, guys. This is momentous. Hi, honey. I missed you. Wanna come on my lap? Sweet darling angel. Thank the good Lord. Hi, honey. We'll cuddle soon, you and me. Yeah, your eye looks better. A little bit better. Good morning, princess. I heard her nose. And I saw it and she was like, she's standing. I don't know, can you see her from here if I do this? Hold. Memes. I like the little Batman ears. Do you wanna hang out? Come hang out. Come my lap. Yes. Come over here. Oh, big stretch. You took me to that vile place, mother dearest. I know, but I'm trying to get better, Mimi. You need to understand that. The baby. I know, she's out from under the bed. Huge. I'm actually stoked about that. Cuddles? Come on. Yes, yes. Big stretch. Trying to convince her to get on my lap. It's crazy. Lap time, I put on the heater. Thank you, Sully. Get good sleeps. I'm so excited for tomorrow's stream. I'm shaking in my boots with excitement. Oh my god. Labia. Jinx? Double jinx? Come on. A cuddle? Nice. I'm shaking in my bush. Come on, honey. Come and cuddle. We haven't cuddled all day. I know you miss me. You shaved it? Your bush. You shaved it. Shaking in my bussy. Ew. Come on, memes. I want cuddles. Damn. Oh, this is a big map. Oh, burrito, nice. Here comes the girl. Oh, hello. You gonna eat for me after stream? Can you hear her? Her nose. It was just a trim. Oh. Me. Thank you for the sub. I know she's squeaking.
Put your ass away, child.
Nikki.
It's Nikki Beach just subscribed. Carla guy miss you SM, how have you been? You look hot as always, kiss me. Oh, who said that?
Kiss me. Oh, who said that? I know. She has a little block nose, but it's been better actually. But Little Miss has been under the bed all day since the first time I've seen her. She slept with me. I know. Nikki, thank you so much for 55. Tier 2 is so nice. How are you, doll? Kiss me. How about that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Be me. Gonna eat something tonight? Ooh, let's do. I know, Nikki. I know, I understand. I keep going to nearly go live. I was nearly live last night on my phone in my lounge room. And then I was cleaning the house because Mimi's been sick. And then I was like, oh, God, I need to sleep. And then I passed out. But I would love to do more just chill phone streams. I think that's so fun. That one was interesting. It was a lot, though. It was a lot. I was asking the vet about that, Peachy. And he was like, best to leave it because it's like not even a booger anymore. It's like, it's kind of hardened now. And it's been bleeding a little bit because it's better now, but it kind of became a scab because she keeps like touching it as well. So I can't really touch it. Or I'm gentle with like a little like wipe or something, but yeah, I can't really do that. But she had 3 injections yesterday, including some steroids. So that should help with a lot of things. And then I'm trying to get her to eat more and not hide so I can get her to take some more pills as well. I was Crash. True story. I was actually going to go live from my bed. I had my phone ready and I was in bed. Mia was there. This is before she got really sick. And I was just in bed and I was like, this would be chill if we were just like in bed just chilling. Like I had my PJs on. We just yap. I know, because that's what I thought too. But hopefully it's been 24 hours, so hopefully it kicks in to the point where she wants to eat a lot, because that would help so much. I can do anything, Dill, exactly. But I have this like desk in my lounge room and I was going to go live and just like hang out with you guys and organize my Pokemon collection. Variety streamer, exactly. Like, why not? And I was also, this is what I want to do one day. But I don't know how good the connection is around my neighborhood, but I usually get 5G away from my building, and then it kind of gets a bit weird when I'm going up the lift. But I wanted to like go for a walk and just like talk and walk, and then come home and make breakfast and just like talk over my toast and a tea and just chill, and then switch to my PC. Your collection is getting that big, you need to organize. Not really, actually. I sold some cards a while back, and they weren't like anything crazy. I have kept my favorites, but I was like, you know what? Let's do a clear out. You know what I mean? For bills and just stuff. Why not? And I still have stuff in my binder, but I just want to like redo it all, I think. But I'm like 50 cards down. Yeah, I thought that could be fun. But the only thing is, I got to test the reception outside, because I could do the breakfast stream. Talk, walk, could do it all. That would help me get steps, because at the moment I've been really bad with my steps, and I need to fix it. All right, let's do. Let's do Jodor. Let's do Infection Penguin Hotel. Oh, what's all that? All that? Community Walk Day. Body toggle? What does that body toggle do? Yep. Hi, memers. Me girl. Me. I know. I really have to. I was gonna do some exercise this afternoon, actually. Let's see. I always hate when there's like classes on at the gym, although I should do Zumba because it's kind of fun. Everyone's just trying their best. It's Tuesday. Oh, cool. After 6:30, there's no classes. Nice. I should do... Ooh, I should do that class. I should get back into classes. They were good. Megan, I know. Oh, shit, I gotta... Guys, me looking up classes at the gym, and I'm like... Not hiding. Yeah, I gotta go back to the classes. That helped me. Especially Zumba. Zumba's just so, like, fun. I'm just gonna keep it chill. I've been gassy. Real. No, what I could do, I hate going when, like, staff are there. Which is so funny because, like, who cares? But I don't want to talk. So I think I should go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Because I'm pretty active in the weekend, during the weekend. I love pickleball, for example. Oh wait, didn't I have something on in July? Maybe I don't. Sure I did. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. I love pickleball. Oh, Peachy. Real. I know. Vicky! I've got the big bleed at the moment. I wish. Fuck. Oh, hell. I can never find the room I want. I agree. I can never do it. Henry's goated though, so I'm shaking in my boots for this. Woo! Henry's cooking. Wonder if you can wonder if you can turn off chat in public lobbies. Crash. Perhaps is crazy. Perhaps gay. Why don't I notice those flags? I might try that. I'm gonna call something, guys, tomorrow. I reckon there'll come a point where the guys go, screw DBD. Mecca? I'll do a cap of it no matter what, to be honest. Ooh, nice. Oh my god, Ellie! Hello! Hello!
Okay.
Hi! I'm obsessed with Mecca, guys. Thank you for the sub. I'm obsessed with Becca. What were you
Put your ass
playing?
away,
Thank you for
child.
6 months. How are you?
Elliot Walker just subscribed.
Hi
Try me.
guys. Minecraft. Wait, are you doing you told me this, so please forgive me. Are you doing hardcore or are you just playing? A few people are playing Minecraft at the moment. Oh, soft coring it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Hardcore took years off my life. Yeah, Chris messaged me and he was like, you should do hardcore. And I'm like, Chris, you know Minecraft hurts my brain. There's absolutely no way. So instead, I'm doing nearly 8 hours of Mecha Chameleon. I cannot do it. It hurts me brain. Woo! I've been found. Thank you for the raid though. I appreciate you. Go eat if you need to eat. Ignore me entirely. If you gotta do what you gotta do. Crap. Oh. Oh, behind the bloody sofa. Henry, what? Oh my god. That's ridiculous. That's amazing. Are you kidding me? That's an amazing spot. That's so clever. Oh, I love that. Okay. Let's do basic again and let's do something. What haven't we done? Let's do Fall Guys again. Oh, great. Yeah, I'll play a few more. You know what's so crazy? Oh my god, not the eyes. You know what's so funny, Ellie? I put on, because I'm notorious for this, I usually put on, I click a button that doesn't allow raids when I know that I'm going, just because I feel bad when people come in and I'm like, oh, bye. And I did that, but the last hour went so quick that I forgot to re-click it, which is fine, 'cause I'll play a couple more. But I'm like, oh my god, how did the hour go so quick? Like, this game is a time suck. It's crazy. Great spot, by the way. Great spot. But yeah, we'll do a few more and then we will pass on the love and I'll skedaddle. But today was so fun, and once again, I didn't expect to play this much of this game. So that's really funny. Whoopsies. How are you, Caitlin, as well? But it'll be good because I'll see if I can get Mimi to eat. And I'll hopefully be able to get her to take her meds as well. So, fingers crossed, Mimi girl. You get some food in you. That would be amazing. I'd be so happy. If she eats, I will feel very happy. Little memers, girlies. Oh, that's fun. Recents. Good, my glory. Hell yeah. Isn't it crazy that we're halfway through the year? Doesn't that make you shake in your boots a little bit? The years just get... They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Oh, you know what I want to do again, by the way, which we haven't done in a while? Any guesses? It's a community thing and we haven't done in a while. A lot, actually, but you got this. Starting with S. Crab game we will be doing next week. Hey, so why'd you say that? You're right. Next week we are definitely doing crab game. Sex, yes. No, we are doing, probably next week as well, during our big Cluntma stream, Skyrim song battles. So, during my Cluntmas and Jaloon stream next week, we'll be live for a little bit. The cap's pretty big, but I don't know how long the time will actually go for. And I think we do crab game. I think we do song battles. I think we do mecha. That will be US Sunday, guys. Next US Sunday. The end of June. Approaching July, hence Jaloon. Or Australian Monday. We haven't done song battles in so long. We need this. Let me snooze. Alrighty. Gotta keep my eyes peeled. Oh no. Wait, do you actually have the day off Monday? Stop. Perfect. Christmas and Jaloon. Because I have a sponsor. Oh no. I have a guys, I have a sponsor in July, but it's like a monthly sponsor. So I was like, oh, I don't want to, you know, plan it around and it what's it called? Gets interfered with. So I was like, I'm going to do it at the end. Oh, Nebula. That would be amazing. I mean, technically I would. But I can confirm I am not. But that sounds amazing. Are we playing Infection or... Oh, fuck. We're playing Basic and I did this to myself? Girl. Now, why'd you do that? That would be so funny, though. Well, yes. Whoopsies. Why did I do this? Someone has to be near the cat, for sure. Oh, nice. Guys, why? There were so many trees. That's the third tree. That was the third tree. I mean, I love it. Why not, right? We're tree people. Fair. I'm surprised someone didn't make themselves into a coconut. If I don't find another, I need someone else in the tree. I need another tree biblically. Oh, someone has to be a rock, surely. Nice. Oh, I thought someone was that balls. I just did, and I'll do it again. Nice. Holy shit, that was good. Where were ya? Oh, nice. Oh, inside the ball, love. Did I walk over you? Noah. Guys. I walked over Noah. Noah is goated with the sauce, with the floor ones. Hi, Mimi. 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 Alright, cool. That was so fun. I do have to get off soon and look after this girly. But oh my god, I can't believe we've done 8 hours today. I like the square cam. I know. I have been enjoying it sometimes when I pop it on. I do like that you see more of things. Especially Mimi. That was so good. Alright, we should do... Alright, let's do Strike Zone Bowling Alley. But here's the rule. You have to be... You can't do any of those shots. Not shots. Those spots where you can't actually see them. Like, not like the cruel, hidden, can't reach spots. You have to be able to be found. But, like, it can be good. Just don't hide in those, like, unfair spots. And I know I do, but I'm gonna call a rule on this one. Because this map is so big, it'll be better if we can make it just, like, normal for everyone. You can still cook, just none of those hidden spots. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you for playing today, guys. This was fun. We might play, we might do a cap of this tomorrow. Like, you can still hide up here, but you know that spot I did today that, like, was impossible to find? Just none of those. Hmm. I'm gonna see if this works. Oop. I really don't think it will, but yeah. It's not gonna work. No. Oh, that's what I forgot. The custom maps sometimes can be really hard to color match. Oops. Oop. Not my best work. Alright, Yolan. Oh, nice. Henry, you are lucky you are borderline visible. You are so... Henry's showing their big toe and goes, I'm visible. I'll give you that, but it's funny. I will still laugh. Because you're too good at this game. Alright. I will be found very soon. You got this. I believe. Mickey, how are you feeling, doll? I'm hungry too, actually. I might make some dinner. Some chicken. I'm nervous. Dinner time. What's everyone having for dinner? Yeah, Mickey, fair. That's so fair. Nice. The woo. I am a little bit actually, Mickey. I've got like... I feel better mentally, which is good. I still have like some tummy anxiety, but... I'm gonna take the dub on the upstairs improvement. But Mimi's on my lap finally. She was under the bed all day, so... She's finally out, which is a very big win. I'm gonna try and get you fed. I'm gonna try and get you to have some food. Wait, what's that, Henry? She just she needed some me time. So fair. Don't we all? But tomorrow... Announcement. If you haven't heard, tomorrow is Friend Slop Tuesday, even though it's Wednesday for me. So, we're doing games with Sammy, Chris, and Crispy. We are doing Burgling Gnomes and DBD with the potential Mecha Cap. Get ready for it. Get some sloppies. I'm so excited. I'm so excited, Mimi. I'm so excited. It's gonna be a hoot. An absolute hoot. Oh, good, Henry. Yes. Get some answers, damn it. What Carla wrote on herself? What do you mean? Do you mean crash? Sad. Sad strengthy by? Hell yeah. Guys, thank you for games. Until tomorrow. Yeah, nice, Henry. Let me know. Let me know. Turtle, thank you, doll. Sad straight, happy bye. True. GG, great fun, guys. Guys, an accidental 8-hour stream. That's crazy. Proud of that, actually, because I was not feeling very good this morning. I had a bit of a cry on stream, didn't I? So sorry. So sorry, everybody. Oh my god, Ellie subscribed too. Did I thank them for that? I hope I did. Ellie raided in with a subscription. Thank you, Ellie. What the hell? We all needed this. Thank you for the follows as well, guys. We'll definitely be playing more. Let me raid. I saw... Sometimes you cry at work. True. Tammy's playing Overwatch? Excuse me? Hell yeah. 8 hours. Tomorrow will probably be similar. I mean, I gave myself, like, this morning, when I was getting ready, I'm like, Carls, whatever you do, you do. There's no point putting pressure on yourself when you're already very stressed. Like, if you do 4 hours, you do 4 hours. So I told myself that, and then I did 8 hours. So there you go. Take the pressure off, you do longer. So, I will be live before Friend Slop, obviously. Then we'll have Friend Slop, and then we'll have a cap, which will probably be this. So, yes. Tammy right now. I know. Thank you, Ellie, and everyone for the raids as well. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for yapping. Thank you for following. Thank you for all the love for Mimi. So much kindness today. I appreciate you. And she appreciates you. Do you want to say bye, Mimi? You want to say goodbye? No, that's fine. He just wants to hide. But I appreciate you guys. Lily, it was good to see you as well. Oh, Mimi. Oh, she's up and about. All right. Is it food time? Are you going to eat? You need to eat. Anyway, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for everything. You made me feel definitely more better today. More better is a bad word. Sorry, bad English. You made me feel better. More better. You made me feel better, and I appreciate you listening because I know it's been a lot for everyone. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.